Good morning, everybody, and we welcome you to the International Centre in Mississauga, Ontario for our gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Ontario Liberal Leadership Convention for the year 2020. I'm Steve Paikin, and we are delighted to welcome you to all of TVO's social media platforms. We welcome you on our YouTube channel, on our Facebook page, and on our Twitter page, where we are providing live coverage starting now until this thing is over. We presume that'll be around 2 o'clock this afternoon when they'll have the results of the first ballot, but we're going to stick around and find out. Any minute now, starting at 9 o'clock, each of the 6 candidates running to replace Kathleen Wynne will be offering up speeches. And as you can perhaps hear in the background, the place is starting to fill up and starting to get a little more excited. There are 6 candidates. Stephen Del Duca, widely believed to be the guy who's going to win this thing on the first ballot, will start first. He'll give the first speech of the day. Technically, of course, they're replacing John Fraser, who was the interim leader of the Liberals for the past year and a half, ever since the debacle that was the 2018 election for the Ontario Liberals. Kathleen Wynne had a big night last night. They paid tribute to her and her 5 years and a bit as the leader of the Ontario Liberal Party, and of course, 10th longest serving Premier of Ontario as well. The speeches will start soon, and as we say, this is going to be a delegated convention. This is one of the last delegated conventions left, meaning it's not one person, one vote. It means that about a month ago, Liberals gathered in ridings all across the province, and their job was to vote for the delegates, 2,400 or so, who are expected to show up to this International Centre in Mississauga and vote. The vast majority of them voted last night, up until 11 o'clock. This morning, they are reserving a couple of hours for those who were alternate delegates who will get promoted up to permanent delegate status for them to vote. And they'll be allowed to vote this morning. A lot of people are calling this the Corona Convention. It's very interesting. For a political convention where you normally see a lot of handshaking, there hasn't been much of it here. A lot of people are doing the elbow bump, or they're doing the fist pump, or some people are even giving the Vulcan salute. People are being very careful here about their personal interactions. The Deputy Prime Minister, Chrystia Freeland, who is the co-chair of this convention, warned everybody last night to wash their hands frequently lest anybody get the coronavirus. So for a political convention, there's been a surprising absence of handshaking. Have I got time to show this here? Let's see if I can bring this up. I don't know whose camera wants this. These are the statistics going in. Donnie, are you able to get that? Maybe we can cut to a shot of that. Stephen Del Duca leads at the moment with 1,100 plus delegates. That's 56% if they all show up. That obviously means he wins on the first ballot if all of his delegates show up. Michael Cotto, who's in second place with 371, only 17%. He's a long way back. In third place is Kate Graham with 13% of the declared delegates. Mitzi Hunter in fourth with 6%. Alvin Tejo next at 3%. And Brenda Hollingsworth with only 1%. The elected delegates that we just talked about are a little over 2,000, but we remind you there are 640 superdelegates. And superdelegates are the ex officios. That's like nominated candidates from last time, federal members of parliament, provincial members of parliament, riding association presidents. A lot of them, they don't have to run for a delegate spot. They automatically get one. They're the superdelegates. There's expected to be 640 of them. If Del Duca can get at least half of them, then he's got it on the first ballot. There's no questions asked. If he gets a little less than half, who knows, we might need a second ballot. But at 56%, Del Duca looks like he's a slam dunk to win this thing. That's going to be the big question of the day. Is this a one ballot affair, the results of which they announce at 1:45 p.m., or does this get a little more interesting? Maybe some of Del Duca's delegates don't show up. As I look around the hall right now, it's not full. I was hearing last night that 93% of the Del Duca delegates have signed up and have arrived. But I also heard today that that figure may be exaggerated, so we're not exactly sure. If you can scan the hall, I'm going to ask Tony Burke, our director, just to scan the hall, and you will see, there we go, people are starting to show up. Michael Cotto is standing about 10 yards away from me in the box right behind me. Up on stage, we see the co-chairs. There's Chrystia Freeland up there, and John Fraser, who's the interim leader of the party. The two of them will call this thing to order presumably soon. Not surprisingly, unlike most leadership conventions, they're already running a little bit late. The first speech was supposed to be at 9 o'clock, running a bit late. I see Jean Augustine walking by, the first ever black female member of parliament, who's supporting Mitzi Hunter. You gonna come in here and visit me, pal? Now let's do this thing here. We're gonna show everybody, we're gonna set a good example. John Michael McGrath, my co-host on the On Poly podcast, joins me now. And Tony, if you can get a shot of John Michael and me right now, we're gonna show everybody, this is how it's done here. This is the Corona Convention where people are not shaking hands.
Oh, yes.
They're being very careful.
Yeah.
Anyway, we were here last night for the tribute to Kathleen Wynne. What did you think of it?
I mean, the party is in this difficult spot where Kathleen Wynne was, to put it gently, not popular by the time of the 2018 election. And they obviously, they do want to break with her reputation, but at the same time, you have to honor the legacy of the first female premier.
That is the tradition.
Yes. And I think they balanced that reasonably well.
Good. John Michael, the co-chairs have been calling this thing to order now. Here's Chrystia Freeland, the Deputy Prime Minister. Let's take that shot.
Get going, okay? Are we ready? Are we ready for an outstanding day, an outstanding historic day? Yeah! Come on. Okay. Just before we get going, I want to reprise my role as a mother and also in charge of our Cabinet Committee on Coronavirus. So please, everybody, wash your hands a lot today. John and I washed our hands just before coming out on stage. It's really, really important. Yeah, it's a way that we take care of ourselves, and it's a way we show respect for everybody around us. So please remember to do that. Do it a lot. We're all going to get excited. We'll forget. Please don't. Okay, so merci Brian pour le discours que tu as fait ce matin. Maintenant, la raison pour laquelle nous sommes tous réunis. Ce matin, chacun des candidats aura 30 minutes et seulement 30 minutes pour présenter ses arguments en vue de devenir le prochain chef du Parti libéral de l'Ontario et après ça, le prochain premier ministre de l'Ontario. Okay, so now for the reason we are all gathered here this weekend. This morning, each of the candidates is going to have 30 minutes And it's going to be exactly 30 minutes, so discipline, please, everyone, to make their case to serve as the next leader of the Ontario Liberal Party. And after that, of course, the next Premier of Ontario. Woo! Now, we are Liberals, so we are very fair people, and that means the speaking order has been determined by a draw.
En tant que coprésident, Christian et moi veillerons au respect de l'horloge et appliquerons strictement le délai de 30 minutes pour chaque campagne. Chaque candidat a été informé qu'il se dépasse son temps de parole. Son microphone sera éteint.
Okay.
Il n'y a pas d'exception. As your co-chairs, Christy and I will keep an eye on the clock and strictly enforce the 30-minute time limit for each campaign. Each candidate has been made aware that if they exceed the time, their microphone will be turned off. And now, notre première présentation ce matin sera, our first presentation this morning will be by Stephen Del Duca.
Now we'll see, John Michael, how Stephen Del Duca handles this. Of course, the tradition is, okay, a video or somebody nominating and then seconding or something like that. Mr. Del Duca, you heard, it's interesting, we talked right off the top about the fact that some people are calling this the Corona Convention. What were the very first words out of the mouth of the Deputy Prime Minister of the country?
Wash your hands.
Wash your hands a lot. Yeah.
On education.
Anyways, here we go.
My name is Barbara,
Let's take some of the video now.
To shine a light on seniors.
My name is Lorraine, and I would like the Liberals to shine a light on healthcare.
Bonjour, je suis Gabriel Sekali et je veux que les libéraux éclairent une lumière sur les inégalités dans notre société.
My name is Maz, and I want Stephen to shine a light on kids with autism.
My name is Carol, and I want the Liberal Party to shine a light on childcare.
Shine a light on fair wages for teachers.
Education and healthcare. Diversity and inclusion.
Green energy and the environment.
On rural Ontario.
Youth empowerment.
Hi, I'm Emma, and I want Stephen and the Ontario Liberal Party to shine a light on equal rights for every Ontarian, no matter who they love, who they are loved by, or who they identify as.
Okay, that's the Del Duca video. We are now seeing the signs. He's a long way. He's at the very other end of this hall. I think one of the interesting things so far, and let me welcome Sabrina Nanji here as well from QP Briefing, along with John Michael McGrath.
Queen's Park today, actually.
What's that?
Queen's Park today.
Oh, Queen's Park today. Sorry, did I just plug the competition? That's terrible of me.
It's early.
One of the tightropes that Del Duca's campaign has had to walk, I think, because he's got such a huge lead going into this thing, I think he's trying hard not to look like he's this colossus who's taking over the party. Have you noticed anything like that as well, Sabrina?
I have been hearing some whispers about he's potentially downplaying, his lead. But last night, his party was saying that they had expected well over 90% of their delegates to show up and vote. So I think they're expecting between 50 and maybe almost close to 60% of the first ballot, which my question is, what percent of the first ballot does he need for it to really show a unified party? I know technically you need 50 plus 1, but does that signify a party that's fully behind him? I guess we'll see how it shakes out.
Well, the last time this party had anybody win a leadership convention on the first ballot was 47 years ago. So it doesn't happen often. And if he does win on the first ballot, John Michael, I would suggest that probably means this party's decided it wants him as leader going into the next convention. And while they've had a decent convention here, case closed.
Yeah, and I think there hasn't been a ton of the kind of quick Tim Martin acrimony in this leadership race. I think they will more or less, put this to bed after today.
Yeah. The Del Duca forces are staging a bit of a floor show right now as their candidate makes his way to the stage. We should remind everybody, Stephen Del Duca was the member for Vaughan until the last election, and then, like many Liberals, came third in his riding, lost his seat to Michael Tobolo, who's currently in the Doug Ford cabinet at Queen's Park. Let's go take a bit of this video now.
Politician, advocate for the citizens of Ontario.
I've been traveling the province with Stephen for the last year, and there is nobody better for this job. He wakes up every morning with the exact energy we need.
One of the most important attributes of a political leader is work ethic, and Stephen Del Duca demonstrated that work ethic around the cabinet table time and time again.
I believe he has the highest work ethic of anybody I know.
I've never seen anyone work harder than Stephen Del Duca.
He's relentless. He just kept calling me and he kept getting in touch with me. And, I really respect his work ethic.
His work ethics, I think, are unbeatable, and I like it.
He's just a fantastic guy, very thoughtful, and a guy that listens.
He's a listener. In order to solve problems, you need somebody who can listen.
He cares about people, he listens to people.
Stephen is ready to be Premier of Ontario. He has wanted this, he has lived it, he has breathed it, and the time is right now.
He spent his life witnessing and growing and learning and coming to understand Ontario and how politics works and what it's going to take to build our party up to be as strong as it needs to be.
He has the platform. He understands what needs to be changed. He has that dedication. He is focused.
He is experienced. He is hardworking. He knows the Liberal Party. He knows what he needs to do to rebuild the Liberal Party, and he's aware that he's going to have to work with all other parties as well.
His campaign is very collaborative, and the makeup of his campaign is the exact makeup of the people of Ontario. So it's all inclusive.
I think Stephen has put together a really good policy platform. Obviously, the first thing I look at is education, and he's going to undo the damage that Ford has done to our secondary schools. He's going to bring back the OSAP program that we created.
Stephen Del Duca is ready to be leader of the Ontario Liberal Party and the Premier of the province of Ontario based on his depth of experience.
He is vastly experienced.
He's been both an MPP and a minister, and I think having that experience around not only in the legislature but around the cabinet table is incredibly important.
He's experienced, and he has ability to listen, to analyze, to understand, and implement the changes based on the feedback.
My favorite memory with Stephen are the Young Liberal socials. There was this one night where I was going in between Toronto and Ottawa, so I was at a social in Scarborough a Saturday night, and I saw Stephen there. The next morning I was back in Ottawa, and guess what? I saw Stephen there as well. So my favorite memory with Stephen is essentially the fact that he shows up to every single one of our Young Liberal socials, and he's there and ready to hear us out.
I'm supporting Stephen Del Duca because he is somebody that brings communities together.
He's a man who brings people together, and also he gets things done. So we need a leader like him for our Liberal Party of Ontario.
Him calling me by sending a handwritten note, which I can never forget that.
And one of my favorite memories is sitting next to him during House duty while he wrote away furiously at all of those thank you notes that I know so many of us have received.
My favorite memory of Stephen was when he came to my house for my kid's birthday party. When he walked in, we were having a reptile show, and he got right in there, and my kids loved it.
I was actually quite an introvert, which might shock people. I sort of hung near the wall. It was actually Stephen who actually came over to me, included me, spoke to me, and I always remember that.
Stephen took the time, he came to my riding and actually ran a volunteer session and worked with volunteers and taught them how to go to the doors and to talk to people.
It was a storm, big storm on, I think, December 1st. And Stephen came to my house to pick up all the memberships that my team and I had sold for his campaign. He drove in that weather, and I realized that at that point that this individual will not rest until we beat Doug Ford in 2022.
He's been engaging with Ontario voters for the last year, and he knows that they want change, and he's ready to make that change happen.
He's been a lifelong and dedicated individual serving the interests of the people of the province of Ontario, and he's going to fight hard for you, for me, for all of us.
All right, that's a second video for Stephen Del Duca as we get ready for him to speak. Sabrina Nenshi is with me here. The inbox for the next Liberal leader is the worst ever. They got to raise more money than ever, find more candidates than ever. Obviously, this guy's been able to convince people that he's the guy for the job, right?
Yeah, completely. I mean, that's been the appeal for Del Duca with most Liberals. They know him as a stellar fundraiser. And, you know, the party last year, they were more than $9 million in debt. They need someone who can build up the arsenal before 2022.
Here he comes, Stephen Del Duca.
Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning. Good morning, Liberals. It's great to see all of you. Thank you so much for that overwhelming welcome. What an incredible crowd. 3,000 Liberals gathered here at our political family reunion. It is so, so phenomenal. You know, I have to say, though, there are some people out there who say that I lack charisma. There are some people who say that I don't know how to get a crowd excited. And so this morning, to some of my harshest critics, I want to say, you see, girls, sometimes your daddy is cool. Now, on that whole charisma thing, I do want to share another quick story. All the way back in grade 3, I was participating in a school-wide speech contest. I was up against students from across the school, many of whom were much older than me, but I wasn't intimidated. I persevered, and in fact, I finished in first place. And I want you to know that the speech topic that I chose all the way back then, at the tender age of 8, was responsibility. So you see that I've been working hard to hone my charisma for a very long time. Today I do want to share a story with all of you. It's a story that's very near and dear to my heart. It's a true story. In many ways, it's an Ontario story. In 1951, a man named Alfonso came to this country of ours, leaving Italy, his homeland, leaving behind his wife and his sons, and he came in search of a better life. Now, Alfonso was a physically small man. He had a personality that lit up a room, and he knew how to work hard, very, very hard. Alfonso was my dad's dad, my grandfather. And when he got here to Ontario, he found work laboring on sewer and water main projects. The work was backbreaking, and it was dangerous. And in fact, just a couple of years after he arrived, he broke his hip and many ribs when the underground site that he was working on collapsed. He walked with a pronounced limp for the rest of his life. Now, luckily, Alfonso's supervisor liked him, and he liked his work ethic. So he gave him a chance to keep working at the company's head office as a handyman. This gave my grandfather the chance to keep earning a living. He was lucky. He got the kind of economic dignity that I believe we all deserve. But here's the thing. Not everyone, not back then or now, gets that chance. And I don't think economic dignity should be based on luck. I believe that we have a responsibility, there's that word again, to create the conditions that encourage every single Ontarian to be at their best, to achieve their dreams, and to have a shot at genuine economic dignity. This is vitally important today in 2020, but we know it's going to continue to be important and crucial for years to come. because our economy continues to change rapidly, and frankly, our social safety net hasn't kept up. And to make sure that people don't have to rely simply on luck when times get tough, we need every single partner in our economy, like government, not-for-profits, entrepreneurs, organized labor, academia, and so much more, so many more, at the table. And together, I believe we need to find a path to make sure that everyone working in Ontario has a basic benefits package and has the kind of support that's attached to them, even if they're contract workers or stringing together multiple part-time jobs. A path that provides lifelong training so that employers can find the workforce that they need in order to grow their businesses. And a very clear path that helps internationally trained professionals like doctors, engineers, nurses, and more to get their credentials recognized, because we can't afford here in Ontario to have our talent sitting on the sidelines. Achieving true economic dignity is exactly the kind of progress that I believe we need to focus on. Comme libéraux, nous livrons le progrès. Because as liberals, delivering progress is exactly what we do. The kind of progress that makes people's lives better. The kind of progress that makes Ontario's future brighter. And let's never forget that we have a very, very proud legacy of delivering this kind of progress. Absolutely. We heard this last night. David Peterson ended 42 years of Conservative rule, banned extra billing by doctors, introduced pay equity, and stood up for a united Canada because he knew that it was the right thing to do. Dalton McGuinty helped us rediscover how to win again, and again, and again. And because of that rediscovering how to win again, we delivered full-day kindergarten. We created the Green Belt. We closed coal, and we built the best public education system in the world. And Kathleen Wynne, wasn't that a phenomenal tribute last night? Kathleen Wynne blazed a trail, led us to victory in 2014, and because of that, we pushed successfully for national pension reform. We introduced the basic income pilot. We fought systemic racism, misogyny, homophobia, and we bridged towards authentic reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. We did all of that. And John Fraser stepped forward and answered the call in our darkest days. And John has been magnificent. John has reminded all of us and all of Ontario that the very best leaders are dignified and decent. And each of the candidates seeking the leadership of our party, Michael, Kate, Mitzi, Alvin, and Brenda, each of those candidates has stepped forward courageously, worked relentlessly, and brought forward compelling ideas that inspire us all. It's a great, great field. And all of the candidates and all of their teams, and frankly, all of you, the membership of the Ontario Liberal Party, will inspire and motivate us to write the next chapter of our Ontario Liberal story. Now back to Alfonso. Just a few years after he arrived here, my father Benny joined him. My dad was 20 years of age at the time, and he's here today with us. And 3 years after my dad got here, my mom Margaret, who was also 20 at the time, came here from Scotland. She's also here with us today. Now, to be honest with you, not a lot of people realize that I am half Scottish, and proudly so. Maybe that's where my charisma comes from. Sorry, Mom. Sorry. I got to tell you, actually, this past Christmas, Utilia, my wife Utilia and our daughters gave me a very, very special and thoughtful gift. They went out with my mom and my aunt, who's also here today, and they found an authentic Scottish kilt for me. They did. They did, and it was in the tartan. It is in the tartan of my mother's traditional tartan from her family. And I want to let you all in a little secret. I gave serious consideration to wearing the kilt here today, like I was auditioning to be an extra in Outlander. And then my team intervened. They reminded me that my objective here today is to actually win your support. They reminded me that there'd be lots of photographers here. And they reminded me that social media is forever. I changed my mind. I know you're disappointed. So my Scottish mom and my Italian dad, they taught me and my siblings, Lorraine, Mark, and Michael, some very, very valuable lessons, the lessons that they brought with them to their lives here in Ontario. They taught us to work hard. They taught us to be loyal. And they taught us that we have an overwhelmingly important responsibility to take the opportunity that we'd been given growing up here in the best province in the greatest country in the world, and to do whatever we could to pass that opportunity on to the next generation. And that's exactly what we need to do. If you want to know what I am all about, if you want to know what makes me tick, it's that. I believe in expanding opportunity for everyone. I believe in progress. Je crois au progrès. It's at the heart of everything I do, and I believe it's at the heart of what it means to be an Ontario Liberal. But what makes my blood boil, and the big reason that I'm in this fight, is that we know that Doug Ford only cares about expanding opportunity for his friends and for settling old political scores. And then there's Andrea Horwath. Far too often, throughout her time at Queen's Park, when she's had the chance to support progress, she's chosen, sadly, instead to side with Conservatives. At this critical moment in Ontario's history, when we need progress more than ever before, we cannot afford to have leaders who are missing in action when the bell sounds. And so, it falls to us as Ontario Liberals to work relentlessly to make sure that Doug Ford's first term is also his last. And we need to do this because the stakes are so high. In public education, public health care, confronting the climate crisis, expanding opportunity, and building that economic dignity. We need to do this because our province is counting on us. L'Ontario compte sur nous. Now, for example, our older daughter, Talia, today is in grade 7. It's a pretty scary thing for me to consider as a father that by the time of the next provincial election, Talia will already be in in high school. And that tells me that if Doug Ford wins a second majority government, Talia's entire high school experience and the high school experience for so many others like her will be undermined by strikes and chaos. I refuse to accept that that's the best that we can do. Public education, absolutely. Public education is our #1 priority. It has to be. It has to be. Public education, when it's properly supported and funded, has built a tolerant society and a stronger and more dynamic economy right here in Ontario. It is the great equalizer. And make no mistake, notwithstanding their latest schemes, today, because of Doug Ford and his friends, it is under attack. If I'm elected leader and ultimately premier, I will guarantee that our public education system is once again properly supported and funded. Guarantee it. Together, as Liberals, we will make sure that we keep class sizes small. We will make sure that online learning is truly voluntary. And because of this, our students and our educators will thrive, and our graduation rates will rise. And let me be crystal clear about one more thing as it relates to public education. In our Ontario liberal world, any single young person who has what it takes to take up a trade or to go to college or university will be able to go as far in life as their talent and effort takes them. And not a single one will be held back or denied because they can't afford their tuition. Not on our watch. This is what public education looks like when you believe in progress. We know that the stakes are also high for public health care. Over a year ago, my mom tripped, had a bit of an accident, broke her hip. She was rushed to hospital. She got the surgery she needed, and today she's recovered and is doing remarkably well. But it wasn't easy. And if you've been anywhere near a hospital these days, you know that our system can sometimes be tough to navigate. In our case, even with a family full of strong personalities who was there around the clock with my mom, sometimes we struggle to understand what was happening. Now imagine what it's like for patients who are all alone or struggle with a language barrier. Our doctors, nurses, and PSWs work extremely hard under tough conditions, but we must find a better way to deliver our public health care. We need a patient's bill of rights that guarantees no matter where you live in Ontario, you can see a doctor or a nurse practitioner within 48 hours. We need to deliver better home care and long-term care. And we need to ensure that we have more personal support workers, and those PSWs need to be properly compensated for the extraordinary work they do. And we need a premier and a government that will deliver universal pharmacare, because in a province as prosperous as ours, no one should ever have to choose between the medicine they need and paying their rent. This is what it looks like in public health care when we and you believe in progress. The stakes are also high when it comes to confronting the climate crisis. Many months ago, after a long day of campaigning in Ottawa, my phone battery had died, and it wasn't until I got back to the hotel room that I plugged it in, it came back to life, and I saw in that moment that I had a series of messages from my wife, Utilia. And those messages told me that our daughter Grace had come into our bedroom before going to sleep herself, and she was upset. And she was upset because she'd watched a video, and that video told her that our planet Earth was getting warmer, and that human beings were the cause of that warming, and that our future would be scary if we didn't find a way to fix it. I saw these messages, and I'm a pretty protective father, so I was a little bit troubled. And I fired a series of replies back off to Utilia, asking more questions about the video. How upset was Grace? Did she get to sleep okay? And Utilia responded to me with a message that I will remember for the rest of my life. She wrote to me, "Don't be upset. Grace is our hope." And she's right. Grace and thousands of other young women and men, an entire generation, they are demanding more, understandably so, of their leaders when it comes to fighting the climate crisis. So real leaders need to stand up and take on this challenge before it's too late. But we know that Doug Ford is not that kind of leader. We know that since taking office, he has wasted our money, paying for gas pump stickers, paying for attack ads, and paying for lawyers to fight the federal government in court. And he's done this because fundamentally he believes carbon pollution should be free, and he doesn't believe climate change is real. He is wrong. Doug Ford a tort. And I refuse to leave Grace's future in the hands of a climate change dinosaur. We need to once again make it easier to purchase an electric vehicle, and we need charging stations in every corner of this province. Over the next decade, Ontario needs to step up and plant 800 million trees. We do need to make public transit more affordable, and we need to do that quickly. And we need a premier who really accepts that climate change is a scientific fact, a premier who's prepared to put partisanship aside and deliver this as a genuine priority. This is what confronting the climate crisis looks like when you believe in progress. Now, this kind of progress, all of this and so much more, is so essential for our province's future. But I also want to tell you that I believe it needs to be delivered in a responsible way. The people of our province work extremely hard for the money that they earn. And while they're very comfortable and supportive of that money being invested in things that will make their life better, they don't want to see their money wasted. It's about balance. It's about balance from my perspective and not just the budgetary kind. Consider this. If you are seriously ill and your entire world shrinks down to the size of a hospital bed, in that moment, when you are waiting to see your doctor, I don't believe you're obsessing about the size of the provincial deficit. I believe you just want to get better. And so, absolutely. And so in our province, if there is to be a deficit, it must be for a valid reason. It must be manageable, and there must be a responsible path to return us to balance. Fundamentally, all of this is about priorities and the values that inform the choices that we make. I choose progress. I choose to expand opportunity. And I choose to work relentlessly with all of you to make sure that the Ontario that we dream of is the Ontario that we get to live in. Now, our road ahead as Liberals will not be easy because we know we have a ton of work to do. We will need to raise millions of dollars. We will need to find a slate of candidates that reflects all of Ontario's incredible diversity. And most importantly, we will need to forge a compelling platform of ideas that will once again give the people of this province the sense that they can trust us to govern, that they can trust us with their future. And make no mistake about this, we will fight for every single Ontarian. We will fight. We will fight for people that we may never meet. We will even fight for people who may never vote for us because progress is bigger than politics and people are far more important than partisanship. But we also have to remember that it took Doug Ford and his friends 15 years to win an election, and they will not give up easily. They will come at us with everything they have because they've made it clear that their party and their power is their only priority. The attacks will be ugly, they will be personal, and they will not be honest. They started this, and let me guarantee for you, they're going to continue. But here's the good news. Here is the really good news. Doug Ford can continue to focus on me, and he can continue to focus on us. But we, as Ontario Liberals, we will remain exclusively and relentlessly focused on the 15 million women and men who call Ontario home. The people who simply want a premier and a government that's on their side, that works hard every day to deliver progress and expand opportunity and build a brighter future. If we do this and make this our core mission, and we work relentlessly in a united way from the moment we leave this convention hall later today, and we work hard right until the last ballots are counted, on June 2nd, 2022, we will be ready for the fight of our lives. We will defeat Doug Ford, and we will get our magnificent province back on track. Thank you very much. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
That's Stephen Del Duca, widely perceived to be the front runner at this Ontario 2020 Liberal Leadership Convention. Big question right now, has he got enough delegate support to wrap this up on one ballot or not? Sabrina Nangia is here with me, one of the really good observers of things going on at Queen's Park. I'll tell you what I liked about that speech. Right off the top, shining a light on what is widely believed to be his biggest detriment: no personality, no charisma, no inspiration. What'd you think?
I mean, it was kind of cute how he made a little dad joke about it, right? It was a little self-deprecating. I think that will appeal to people. He did talk about responsibility. I do think that is another thing that Liberals like about him. He's not someone that's going to rock the boat. He's going to kind of steer the ship, steadily towards 2022. They can really start gearing up for that now under his watch, I think.
He did say, I think one of the big applause lines was, "I'm not about to leave my daughter Grace's future in the hands of a climate change dinosaur," in a reference to the current premier and the current government.
Yeah.
Fair or unfair shot?
I mean, he did talk about, a big policy plank that Stephen Del Duca has proposed is bringing back electric vehicle infrastructure, more charging things. Doug Ford has ripped those out. I think that that's getting a lot of applause here. It's more, he also called out Andrea Horwath. He thinks that the Liberals could be better suited as opposition. He called out the NDP MIA on that. So I think that for sure he's gunning for 2022. A lot of people in this room are now recovering from the defeat of 2018. I think there's a bit of relief with someone like Del Duca in there, but we'll see.
Sabrina, let me ask you one last thing. I've watched this guy give a lot of speeches over the last couple of decades that he's been in and around public life. That's the best speech I've ever seen him give. What'd you think?
It wasn't bad. He got a couple of laughs, for someone who says that, or I guess a lot of people say he doesn't have a lot of charisma. He talked a lot about how he's the right person, he's responsible. I think that would appeal to this group right now. 2 years after a historic defeat, 2 years of an interim leader. He's the one who's going to be the steady voice for the next 2 years.
Great. We should let you go cover this thing.
Yeah, definitely.
That's Sabrina Nanji. Thanks so much for joining us here at our perch on
Thanks.
TVO. Sabrina Nanji joining us here at the convention hall. Okay, that's Stephen Del Duca. He is the first of 6 candidates to speak today. Mitzi Hunter, the former education minister, former advanced education minister, former junior finance minister, will be up next. Her troops are getting in shape right now, and we're happy to welcome Ian Hall here. Ian, we're going to set an example here for everybody. You want to give me the little fist bump here? There we go. There's no one shaking hands at this convention. Okay, you're the head of the Young Liberals, right? Absolutely. All right. Just while we get you, you're all mic'd up now? You're a Del Duca delegate? Tell us.
I'm a Del Duca supporter, absolutely.
You're a Del Duca supporter?
Yeah.
Not a delegate?
I'm an ex officio delegate, so actually, so I didn't have to get elected, it's unbound, but I choose to support Stephen, yeah.
Okay. And as a super delegate, did you vote this morning or last night?
Last night.
Yeah. Has he got it on the first ballot in your view?
You know what? I think surprises can always happen. So I know that our attitude has been we're not going to take anything for granted. But yeah, we'll see in a few hours. I think that the results of the LEM weekend were pretty strong. It showed a lot of support for Stephen, but never want to take anything for granted.
What was the overarching philosophy and mission of that speech in your view?
So in my view, I think it was presenting a bold contrast to Doug Ford in terms of a commitment to accessibility to education, a commitment to stability in the public sector, a commitment to dealing with a modern economy. And I think also showing that we have a lot of work to do as a party, and that we need a good fundraiser, a good organizer, someone who is a tremendously hard worker to prepare us for the fight against Doug Ford and the PCs.
Ian, clearly he and his team made a decision that we are just going to go right away, right off the top, and return to it various times in the speech to his biggest handicap, which is the knock that he doesn't inspire people very much, he's not loved, and he hasn't got very much charisma. Good or a bad idea to hit on that so often?
You know what? I think that I think Stephen might not have the traditional charisma that you expect from politicians in terms of flashy or glamorous. I think that when you hear him speak off the cuff and you hear him speak about his family and about issues that matter to him, which is clearly his children's future, which he connected to many times in that speech, relating to climate change, their education, their future. I actually think Stephen brings a real passion to the table at that point. And so I think that it'll be interesting to see how that stance on his charisma evolves.
Let me ask you one more question as we get set for Mitzi Hunter here. He made a commitment during his leadership run that I think, 30% of the candidates in the next election?
30 of the candidates, 30 as a gross number, yeah, 30. Yeah.
30 candidates would be under the age of 30.
That's correct.
How old are you?
I'm 26 myself.
You're going to be one of them?
You know what? I have no commitments or any thoughts at this point of running, but I do think that the commitment to 30 candidates under the age of 30, as well as 50% women candidates, shows a commitment to progress and to bringing voices to the table that are traditionally underrepresented.
Great. Thanks for dropping by our position here.
Absolutely.
We'll do a little
Thank
fist
you
bump
very
out of
much.
here.
Appreciate it.
That's Ian Hall, who represents the Young Liberals. Watch yourself as you take off there. Okay, let's reset. It is 9:45 on Saturday morning, the 7th of March, 2020. We're here at the International Centre in Mississauga, Ontario, at the Ontario Liberal Leadership Convention. We are on the air on our YouTube page, on our Facebook page, on our Twitter page for TVO throughout the course of this morning and early afternoon, when the betting here is that Stephen Del Duca is going to win this thing on the first ballot. He enters today with 56% of pledged delegate support. Those delegates are obliged. They are obliged to vote for him. And of course, all the candidates they got elected for on the first ballot. After that, all bets are off. After that, if it goes to a second ballot, the delegates are freed up to vote for whoever they want. But if Del Duca gets all his delegate support to show up, this is a one ballot affair and it's over relatively quickly. Each of the 6 candidates is being given 30 minutes to do whatever they want this morning. It can be a video, it can be a floor show. Mitzi Hunter's troops are out on the floor right now, and they are in the process of getting their floor show together. Mitzi Hunter will get up and speak next. I think it's fair to say that she has underperformed so far in this leadership campaign. I'm just going to get my notes here because I made a notation of where she has done. Mitzi Hunter, as a former senior cabinet minister in Kathleen Wynne's government, you might have thought that she would have been able to sign up more delegates, but she enters this convention behind Stephen Del Duca, behind Michael Coteau, another cabinet minister, and behind Kate Graham, who's never been elected to provincial politics. Mitzi Hunter has been the MPP for Scarborough-Guildwood for many, many years. She has only 130 pledged delegates coming into today's vote. That's only 6% of the vote. So I think it's pretty clear to say that if Stephen Del Duca is not the guy in this convention, Mitzi Hunter is unlikely to be the obvious choice besides Stephen Del Duca. However, we'll see. I mean, you play these things out because you never know who's going to show up. One of the themes that we constantly heard going into the convention was, is the coronavirus going to keep people away? Here come the 2 co-chairs. Chrystia Freeland, the Deputy Prime Minister, John Fraser, the outgoing interim leader of the Ontario Liberals. They're the 2 co-chairs. They'll come back to the microphone and introduce the second candidate to speak here at the Liberal Leadership Convention. Over to those 2.
Hi, everybody. Great to see you. Great to be back with you. I just want to say 2 quick personal things. We had some shout outs to the Del Duca daughters, and it just made me want to thank all the children who are here today. Thank you very much. I know from my own children how incredibly boring and annoying it can be when your parents force you to do political events, especially on a weekend. So I am so grateful, and speaking for the parent generation here, I think it's really inspiring for us to see all the kids here. It reminds us why we're here. So thank you very much, all children. Yeah. E voglio dire ancora una piccola cosa. Per me era meraviglioso che Stephen ha parlato degli italiani canadesi. La comunità italiana è molto importante per la nostra provincia, per il nostro paese. Grazie mille a tutti italiani canadesi. So thanks very much for the Italian Canadians who are here. I'm the MP for Little Italy, so I get to say that. Okay, now on to the exciting next act. La prochaine présentation sera d'un ancien membre du cabinet, une députée du Parlement provincial. You guys know who we're about to hear from? Mitzi Hunter!
from Mitzi Hunter's riding of Scarborough-Guildwood, please welcome the students of Sistema Choir.
That's the Sistema Choir, whom we know very well at TVO because they sing the national anthem at our annual TVO Gala. Well done, kids. That's great. We're about to hear from Mitzi Hunter. There'll be a short video presentation before she gives her speech. Mitzi Hunter was one of those very, 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 very few Liberal MPPs who survived the last Ontario election. She won her riding by just 74 votes. And it looks like, are we getting Leo? Are we getting a second number here? One more number. Okay, that's Leo Lehman, who we'll speak to in a moment as well, the deputy campaign manager for Mitzi Hunter. Let's hear Sistema one more time. And once more from Sistema. Leo Lehman is here, the deputy campaign manager for Mitzi Hunter. Leo, what's her mission in this speech?
Well, it's going to be to tell her story and to continue to talk about what she's talked about during the campaign, not just her own biography and history, but the change that we think that the province needs.
Let's listen to the video and we'll come back and chat later.
Was different. My parents had big hopes for my brothers and I, and that's why we immigrated to Canada from Jamaica. What I learned from my dad was innovation and how to work hard and to take advantage of opportunity. He created a business, Hunter Mobile Truck Wash, which later his brothers ran. My mother was elegant and refined. She was the heart and still is of our family. When I became education minister, this was big in every way. It was also exhilarating. I am at my best when I'm doing system thinking. That's what public education is. When we lost government in 2018, that was crushing. I remember making the first call to gather the remnants of our caucus of 7, knowing that we needed to rise again. We picked an interim leader, John Fraser. We've all stayed close and punched above our weight. I've been inside the legislature all night long when people came to the grounds to protest the frivolous use of the notwithstanding clause. I've also walked alongside education workers, thousands of them, at Queen's Park as they circled around and demanded that Ford not cut public education. During this journey, I've visited over 80 ridings to listen and learn from the people across this province. I see Ontario's potential. Our province and future is in your hands. This government is not listening. We will make them. I represent the change that we need in this party and the province. Our province and our future is in your hands. We can't look to someone else to solve it. I'm Mitzi Hunter. I'm ready to build a stronger Ontario. Let's be bold together.
That's the Mitzi Hunter video, and now here comes the Mitzi Hunter speech. And I don't mind saying, here at the International Center in Mississauga at just 10 o'clock in the morning, there's a beat to this place.
Yes, indeed.
It's pretty good, Leo.
A lot of excited people here.
Yeah. Mitzi Hunter is 48 years old. She has been for the last, I'm going to say what, 5.5, 6 years, the MPP for Scarborough-Guildwood. She won the last election by 74 votes, was one of those 7 surviving Liberal MPPs from the last Ontario election. The caucus now sits at 8. And here comes Mitzi Hunter, no podium, out there on the middle of the stage.
Thank you so much.
Her pitch to delegates.
Thank you, Sistema Toronto. You represent the hope of this province from my riding of Scarborough-Guildwood, Sistema Toronto. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour, bonjour. What a fantastic day it is today. Are you feeling good? I want to speak to you today about connection, about hope and change. Je veux vous parler aujourd'hui d'unité, espoir et changement. One of my fondest memories I want to share with all of you. It's really close to my heart. It was going out on the road with my dad as a little girl. I would ride along with him in his big Mack dump truck. And of course, it was red. We would head east from Pickering on the 401. And as we drove, endless farmland was ahead of us. And of course, my dad had strapped me in tightly into the seat. But I was peering over those big windows, looking out. So much abundance in this province. And as we drove, I would notice along the side of the road, there were kids from the farmhouses, and they were standing along the side, and they would pump their arms up and down. And eventually, my dad would blow his truck horn. After noticing, I was about 6 years old, so after noticing this for a while, I said, "Dad, why are they pumping their arms up and down?" And he said, "They want the truck drivers to blow the horn. It makes them happy." And I agreed. You know, my dad noticed those kids. He included them. He connected with them. It was about belonging. Being a truck driver was my dad's dream. My mom financed my father's first truck from money she earned working at an auto parts assembly plant. They did that together
for our family. In those days, it was possible. So on that day, in my father's truck, I felt connected to those people. I felt a sense of belonging, of connection, of possibility. I'm here today because of hard work and education and dreams. And I'm on this stage and I'm in this race because I want everybody in Ontario, no matter where you start, no matter who your parents are, no matter where you live. I want everyone to feel that sense of connection to one another and the sense of hope for the future. But you know, these aren't hopeful times. You know, if you look around, you'll see that too few people are thriving. Too many people are struggling. And all around us, there's polarization and a sense of division. And sadly, no force is more polarizing than the current Ontario government and its leader. 2 years ago, Doug Ford told us that he was for the people. But he has governed for insiders and friends. He's cut the things that Ontario value most, like healthcare and education, without cutting the deficit. He'd rather waste millions fighting Ottawa than fighting climate change. He's more concerned about getting standing ovations than about people standing in line for the morning bus. You know what I mean. He is so scared of the media that he created his own fake news network. He is so afraid of getting booed by ordinary people that he canceled Canada Day celebrations. His idea of economic development is putting up signs at the border. But if you have one of his license plates that he just produced, you could get stopped at the border. But we shouldn't be surprised. Doug Ford pretends that he is a populist, but he governs for the powerful. It's hard to say that you are for the people when you are not from the people. As Ontario Liberals, you and I are here today because we know it doesn't have to be that way. I was in Ottawa, standing in solidarity with teachers. With teachers and education workers who are out protesting the cuts to public education. It was minus 20 degrees. It was minus 20 degrees. Listen, the beards on men's faces was frozen. There were icicles, and their mustaches even in people's hair. But they were marching anyway. I met a teacher, and her name was Ashley. She's a kindergarten teacher. And I asked her, why is she here? And she said, I love what I do. That's what Ashley said. She says, I love what I do, and I believe that she is making a difference in the lives of her students. For some, what they see are people marching and fighting against the Conservative government. But what I see in Ashley is a person for quality education because she cares about the students and all the students. In the same way that I honor Ashley and teachers and education workers like her, I honor the children and the young people
who were marching in the streets in this province because they know there is a climate crisis and they are fed up with the inaction of this government. But it doesn't have to be this way. I understand the anger and the frustration of people who see public services disappearing from their communities, and they are watching their quality of life go down, no matter how hard they work. But it doesn't have to be this way. As Liberals, we have a duty. We have a duty to do things differently. And we have a responsibility and an opportunity to do things better. That's why I want to lead this party. And that's why I want to lead this province. And that's why I am in this race. That's why I am in this race. Thank you. Because I believe this province can be a place where, like my parents, if you work hard, you can put food on the table. You can put a roof over your heads. Your kids can go to good schools and get good jobs. We can do this together. We can do this. So in this campaign, my team and I, we've talked and we've been very passionate. And I want to say thank you, team, because we've talked about the change we need. We have articulated the change we need in this party and in this province. We need a new liberal economic and social vision and environmental vision for the future of this province. And I believe, and you know this, that it all starts with education, because it is the key to both economic and social progress, to giving people the skills and the talents that they need to get ahead, and to avoiding the costs, the steep costs to society when they fall behind. Our education system is not perfect, but it is built with intelligence and heart, and we can make it better. Do you believe that? We can make it better. By investments, we can drive up graduation rates. We can close the achievement gap for Indigenous youth, for Black youth, for LGBTQ+ youth, and for students with disabilities. And as the old economy declines, we need to invest in the new, in research, in innovation, and in high-growth companies helping startups right here in Ontario, not just in the South, but in our great North. We can create incentives and programs to build more affordable housing, so millennials don't have to pay half their salaries in rent. We can build transit to connect people to jobs and schools and services in both our urban centers and our rural communities. The Ford Conservatives, they try to deceive people. They try to say that you have to choose between the environment and the economy. As Liberals, we know that these two things go hand in hand. We can fight climate change with a Made in Ontario carbon pricing program that returns 90% of proceeds back to citizens. And the other 10%, we can invest that into carbon neutral technology and helping industries and communities to transition. It can be this way. So today, we will elect a new leader for the Ontario Liberal Party. Let's pledge today, all of us, that we will become a new party, a party where there is true democracy and strong governance, where every member has a voice that is heard and valued, and where people feel like they belong. A party where everybody's contribution, from donations to door knocking, is celebrated. To policy, we welcome and celebrate. A party that is relevant to all Ontarians, from stay-at-home parents to students and teachers and education workers, from business people to tradespeople, from those who start the businesses that make us wealthier to the public servants that make us healthier. A party that governs Ontario for Ontarians. Ontario Liberals, let's do this. There is so much potential in this province. And as we begin a new decade, we must not only accept change, we must embrace it. We must drive it. We must lead it. Do you agree with me? Because I want you to know the time for looking in the rearview mirror has passed. I am laser focused on the future and the road ahead. I am committed to leaving this convention as one member of a united Liberal team, committed to leading Ontario the real change that we need. On Monday morning, thanks to the amazing people of Scarborough-Guildwood, I will be in the legislature, and I will be standing up to Doug Ford, and I will be standing up for Liberal values. Listen, this leadership election is happening on the eve of International Women's Day. And I believe that we need to take action to create the change that we need. That is the only thing that causes change. So, throughout my political career at Queen's Park, I've stood up for women. Just last week, in fact, we reversed the cuts to rape crisis centers. That was something that I fought for. And I fought for that because these are some of the same values that I learned from my parents all those years ago. By connecting people and not dividing them, by listening and learning, by working hard and harder if you have to, and seeing the potential and the possibilities, and dreaming big dreams. Big, big dreams. Together, it can be this way. Ontario Liberals, it can be this way. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Miigwech.
And that's the Liberal MPP for Scarborough-Guildwood, Mitzi Hunter, finishing her speech here at the International Centre, where TVO has gathered on its social media platforms to bring you all of the, I was going to say excitement. We'll see how much excitement there is. Many people are anticipating that this convention is only going to go one ballot and then be over. I'm joined by Leo Lehman, who is the Deputy Campaign Manager for Mitzi Hunter. How'd she do?
You heard the crowd in the back. She did very well. There's a very excited crowd, very buffed up. I think she did very well.
She's really come a long way, I think, as a candidate since she first started. That's a much better speech today than she could have given a few months ago when she got into this race. How have you watched her grow during the course of it?
Well, again, she's grown. I mean, she's been an MPP only for 6 years. I mean, she had a career well before getting into politics in both community service and the private sector. So being a leadership candidate, again, she's continued to evolve, but also show the skills that she does have, that the people of Scarborough-Guildwood have known, that she is a fighter, and she is someone that builds bridges and someone who will fight for the people that she represents.
Leo, I have to ask you a very direct question. She's got 6% of the pledged delegates coming into this thing. She's a former senior cabinet minister. She's in 4th place out of 6 candidates. How disappointed is she with where she's at?
The question of disappointment, I mean, look at the reaction we've had here. And it's not just about her, it's about the party and the province. It's about pursuing a message about the change we need. And this isn't the end, this is the beginning of that process. Is the change and the hard work doesn't end with the results today. It starts because we have 2 years to build to the next election. And Mitzi is going to remain an MPP in the legislature, and she's going to remain a leader in pursuing the change that this party needs and the province needs.
So regardless of who wins the leadership today, you're convinced she's going to stick around Ontario politics?
Absolutely.
She is running next time for sure?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, there's no question she got the House revved up. This is, you know, for 10:20 in the morning, there's a level of activity here that's pretty good for this hour of the day. But I'm going to push on that a little bit. 4th out of 6 candidates for a senior cabinet minister, someone who's never won before. Kate Graham is ahead of her in the delegate count. That's got to be disappointing, no?
Again, she got into this hoping to win, obviously. No one joins a leadership race, I think, without the goal of being to actually win the race. But this campaign from the beginning has been a grassroots campaign. Mitzi did not enter as the favorite. Her support was more amongst the grassroots, and she's continued to build that. She's very proud of the campaign that she's run.
Okay. Has she had discussions with other candidates in the event that there is a second ballot and where she might throw her support?
She's had ongoing discussions with all the candidates. I mean, this is a contest among friends. This is not a contest among enemies. Every candidate understands that the biggest priority, whoever the leader is elected after this election, is focusing on defeating a very divisive government and the Conservatives and Doug Ford.
You know, the last poll that came out showed the Ford Conservatives not in terrible condition. The Premier's personal popularity is in pretty bad shape, but the party as a whole, the government as a whole, is not in terrible shape in terms of popularity. Are the Liberals trying to sell something today that perhaps the public's not buying?
I think we're selling the vision about the direction we see the province and the direction that the Conservatives envision for this province. And we're still over 2 years away from an election. Polls 2 years out are not terribly reliable. In 2011, 6 months before an election, Tim Hudak was going to win a 80-seat majority government, and that's not how that played out. So not concerned about the polls, concerned about delivering our message as Liberals for the vision that we want to see for this province.
How happy do you think the people of Ontario are with the current Ontario Progressive Conservative government?
Not very happy. I mean, seems like every day, if not every week, there is some protest on the lawn of Queen's Park. They seem to be backpedaling on many of their commitments or things they've done, whether it be the Rape Crisis Center, their cuts to education, autism files, Hamilton and their LRT reversal. Seem to be alienating a lot of people and not providing what they claimed to promise, which was a government for the people.
And yet, they're in the high 20s, low 30s, depending on what poll you look at, which, you know, is not 2.5 years, or what is it? How long? Year and a half before the next election? No, 2.5 years to the next. 2.5 years to the next election. Not a terrible place to be. They're not out of it.
Not terrible. I mean, I'm sure they'd rather be at 40% than 20 or 30%, but we'd rather be at 40 or 50% than 20 to 30%. Again, polls at this point aren't that much of a barometer. It's just continuing on the message, and also persuading people is, I mean, 2 years ago, we were dealt a massive defeat. We need to earn back the trust of the people of Ontario. It's not a given or a guarantee. We're not entitled to anyone's vote.
I should ask you about that line in Mitzi Hunter's speech where she says the time for looking in the rearview mirror has passed. And I inferred from that line that she says, enough postmortems on the 2018 election, we got to look forward. Do you think the people of Ontario have yet come into their own mind that you guys are allowed out of the penalty box yet, or do you think they still need more time in there?
Well, it's going to require more time and more hard work. By no means do we, as Liberals, imagine that all is forgiven and everything is forgotten. We need to continue to go out and work and earn the support of the people of Ontario. And that's how you win an election, not by assuming support or telling them that we've been in the penalty box long enough. It's working to earn that support.
Great. Leo, thanks for dropping by our booth today.
Happy to. Thanks for having me.
And as they call this the Corona Convention, I'll do the traditional, no more handshaking at these conventions. They want us all to be taken care and wash our hands.
Yes, indeed.
Thanks for dropping by our booth. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's Leo Lehman, who is the Deputy Campaign Manager for Mitzi Hunter. Okay, let's reset this thing. It's 25 after 10 o'clock in the morning here at the International Centre in Mississauga, Ontario. We're providing live gavel-to-gavel coverage on all of TVO's social media platforms there you go, Leo. Take it easy getting out of here. We're providing live gavel-to-gavel coverage for the 2020 Ontario Liberal Leadership Convention. We have heard Stephen Del Duca and Mitzi Hunter speak so far. Alvin Tejo, will be the next candidate to speak. And Alvin Tedjo is a former public servant, a former employee in the community college system. He comes into this convention in 5th place with only 72 pledged delegates. That's only 3% of the total. Alvin Tedjo's not going to win this convention. He's not even going to be the, if it isn't Stephen Del Duca, he's not even going to be the likely alternative to Stephen Del Duca. But one thing he has done, in almost every leadership race, there's somebody who puts forward issues that may not make them popular with the base of the party or with the leadership of the party, but issues which, in their view, need discussing. And to the extent that anybody did that in this race, it was Alvin Tedjo. One of his key issues has been, I don't know if this is the right way to put it, but defunding the Roman Catholic school system here in the province of Ontario, unifying the school governance system. He doesn't want to see a separate secular and a separate Catholic publicly funded school system in the province. He wants them all merged into one publicly funded public school system. That is not a traditional position for the Ontario Liberal Party. In fact, that's never been the position, certainly over the last 6 decades, for the Ontario Liberal Party, which has always had strong roots in the Catholic community and in the Francophone community, and therefore a separate publicly funded Roman Catholic school system has always been a high priority of Liberals, but not for Alvin Tedjo. And he has tried to gain some traction for that issue, so far unsuccessfully. Anyway, that's been one of the key planks of his platform, and we're getting ready for him to speak next. The 2 co-chairs of the campaign will come out and introduce him in just a few moments' time. Let's just set up what's going to transpire for the next several hours here. We started at 9 o'clock in the morning with Stephen Del Duca's speech. We're now on to Mitzi Hunter, who just finished. Alvin Tedjo will come up next. Then Brenda Hollingsworth, who is in last place coming into this convention. She would like to run in an Ottawa riding, an Ottawa area riding in the next election. She'll speak next. Then Michael Coteau, who is in 2nd place, but again, a bad second. Del Duca with 56% of pledged delegate support. Coteau with only 17% of pledged delegate support. He'll be the 5th speaker. And then finally Kate Graham, who, while no threat to win this thing with only 13% of pledged delegate support, has captured a lot of attention by virtue of the fact that for someone who has only run once and come 3rd in the London North Centre riding that she contested in the last provincial election campaign, only came 3rd, has managed to come 3rd so far in the delegate count here. Only 13% of pledged delegates, but still coming ahead of Mitzi Hunter, who is a former senior cabinet minister. So Kate Graham, at the relatively youthful age of 35, has managed to do well. Okay, here come the 2 co-chairs, John Fraser, the interim leader, Chrystia Freeland, the deputy prime minister of the country. They're coming out now to introduce Alvin Tedjo as the next speaker, and let's take that.
All righty then. Okay, is everybody ready? Can I hear you? All right. Okay, folks, prochainement, our next presentation will be from Alvin Tedjo.
In June 2018, a new chapter began for Ontario and for our party. After 15 years in government, we had a lot to be proud of. Graduation rates were up, hospital wait times were down, coal-fired electricity became a thing of the past, and full-day kindergarten benefited our earliest learners. We made mistakes too, and after 15 years, people were ready for change. But the new government has already let them down. Since 2018, we've seen corruption and incompetence and billions of wasted dollars. We've seen strikes and protests and no plan for our future. People are struggling, and the big challenge of our time still needs solutions. Parents can't find affordable, quality childcare for their children. 2 million Ontarians and 1 out of every 5 children live in poverty, while automation replaces jobs and threatens people's livelihoods. Our education system is in turmoil. It needs investment to prepare our students for the future, but the Conservatives just don't get it. Things need to change in this province, but to deliver that change, we need to be ready, to reconnect with people, and to speak to the issues that matter to them, and to give them a reason to put their trust in us again in 2022. We can offer a vision of something better and a plan to get us there. We can give parents a better option for childcare than struggle and debt. We can lift millions of people out of poverty and give them a pathway to success. We can reinvest in our world-class public education system and refocus it on the needs of the future economy. Good Liberal governments offer smart, bold solutions to tackle the big challenges of their times. We need bold ideas to inspire new people to get involved, to grow our tent, and earn the privilege of governing again, to listen to our party and our province. That's what this leadership campaign has been about.
I do worry about what the world will look like for my kids by the time they reach my age.
My parents, they definitely worry about my future in the sense that it's going to be like 10 times harder for me to do anything, like find a job, be able to afford a house.
They have to help, not appear to help. And many times I look at it, the government as appearing to help people, but the results aren't there.
I know firsthand what it's like to be in the classroom and teaching, and they're going into a system that won't give them the opportunities to study. That really concerns me. I mean, at my school alone, there was a ton of courses cut, and that's just in the first year of these government changes.
When our youngest finally graduated out of daycare, it was a big deal. It was a big like, hurrah, let's pop some champagne. We don't have to pay for daycare anymore. Which, if you think about it afterwards, is just a reflection of how much daycare truly is. We worked out the cost of it, and it made sense for me to go to work, but only marginally. That's how much it costs to send our kids to daycare.
For parents of young children in Ontario, making ends meet is getting harder and harder. Childcare can cost over $2,000 per child per month. It's the most expensive in the entire country, and the price is still going up. Right now, 80% of Ontario families can't afford the cost of licensed childcare. It also means they have to make tough choices. Do you stay out of the workforce? Or do you go back to work and spend almost all of your paycheck on childcare? For thousands of parents, most of them moms, the only choice that makes sense is to stay home. It's no wonder that this is the #1 contributor to the gender wage gap. Having a child in Ontario shouldn't mean getting buried under debt, struggling to pay the bills, or being forced out of the workforce.
She's an early childhood educator, advocate, and mother of 5. Please welcome Shauna Mills.
Hi, thank you everyone. I stand before you today as a mother of 5, registered early childhood educator, and passionate advocate for early childhood education. And I stand here to tell you that Ontario's childcare market is at a crisis point. For those lucky enough to find care, the cost is astronomical. Currently, there are only enough spaces in Ontario's market for less than 1/4 of Ontario's children. My children are lucky enough to be represented as part of this group. However, as we had transitioned from needing preschool to before and after care, we struggled for several months to find the kind of care that our family needed. During this time, I was a full-time student and my husband worked full-time in construction.
Okay.
Needless to say, during this time, we stressed and asked ourselves questions like,
We're going to duck out of some of these introductory speeches. We will cover Alvin Tedjo's speech in its entirety, as we are committed to do for all the candidates. But in the meantime, we thought we'd get Rob Bedsy, who's the Queen's Park Bureau Chief for the Toronto Star, up here. There's nobody, for my money, who covers Queen's Park better or knows more about it than this guy right here. Sorry to embarrass you, but I just think that's true. Very open-ended question off the top. How's the convention going so far for a party that's got 8 seats in the legislature?
Well, I mean, we were joking this morning that it seems like everyone who voted for the Ontario Liberals in the 2018 election is here. There are several thousand people here. There's a lot of energy, a lot of spirit, and for a party that was left for dead by Doug Ford's Conservatives 2 years ago, they seem to be coming back to life.
The second big question is this actually going to be potentially an interesting convention, or is it over in one ballot?
At the risk of being a prognosticator, I'm always wrong about these things, or usually wrong about these things, but it seems like it's going to be a first ballot victory for Stephen Del Duca. That's all indications. Remember, the voting's already done. They voted last night when they registered, and if Mr. Del Duca was able to get all of his delegates here that he won in the delegate selection meetings in February, then he will win quite easily.
That is the key, because I've heard conflicting reports on that. Somebody from the Del Duca campaign told me last night they've had 93% of their delegates arrive, registered, and voting. I've heard others say it's not nearly that high. Some people concerned about catching corona in a crowd like this. So, and there's 640 superdelegates, and we don't know where they're going, right? So that's a wild card.
Yeah, I mean, the ex officios, but I mean, I was told by Del Duca's people that even if every single ex officio voted against him, including Mr. Del Duca himself, he would still be at something like 48 or 49% on the first ballot. So I think it's a pretty safe bet that he will win.
Okay. Let me ask you about his speech this morning. He was the first person to speak. You've heard the criticism about him, that he's not very inspiring, that he's not loved, that he has no charisma. He went after that right off the top of his speech. What did you think of that?
I think that was smart. I mean, he's not going to win any charm contests. Like, he's not a Justin Trudeau or even a Doug Ford kind of charismatic, larger-than-life character. But I think Mr. Del Duca is banking on the fact that after 4 years of Ford, Ontarians may want, as our friend Bill Davis always said, bland works, and I think Ontarians may be looking for maybe a more competent government, a more managerial government, not one that's transfixed about license plates and buck of beer and all these kinds of things.
Now, at the risk of making things a bit ridiculous here, they did hand these things out on the way in. Tony, can I get a shot of this here? This is, it's called Stephen Del Duca's Pool Party. This is something handed out by Paul Calandra, the House Leader for the Progressive Conservatives. A reference, of course, to the fact that Mr. Del Duca seems to have cut some corners in putting the pool into his own home in the backyard, disregarding some bylaws and so on and so forth. Is that hurting him?
I mean, it didn't help him. I mean, it was a good story that CBC's John Lancaster broke a couple of weeks ago about Mr. Del Duca's swimming pool being 1.5 meters from public land instead of the 7.5 meters, and he's trying to do a land change to fix it. Apparently his contractor made a mistake and screwed up. I mean, I've talked to Stephen Del Duca about this. This kind of thing happens to a lot of people when they build a fence or whatever. It's embarrassing, though, for a political leader. So, and I don't blame the Tories for using it. I would if I were them too.
Well, the allegation is that they put the pool in knowing that it was too close to the conservation area land, and yet disregarded that admonition and went ahead anyway. Is there any proof of that?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it seems like it's the contractor who messed up, not Del Duca and his wife, but this is fair game. I mean, the Tories would be, the Liberals would use something like this against Premier Ford, so I don't blame the Tories at all.
Okay. Rob, the Liberals have not had a convention where somebody won on the first ballot in 47 years. It's been a long time. So if it is, in fact, over in one ballot, and they leave here, how united does it look as if this party will be?
Well, I mean, there's still some grousing. I heard some grousing from some other candidates this morning. Their camps unhappy with the way the rules are. They think that things are tilted toward Mr. Del Duca's favor. But I mean, organization wins these things, and this is a party that has 8 seats. It needs to recruit 116 candidates between now and the next election, which is 28 months away. And they need to raise millions and millions of dollars, get out of debt from last time. So they need someone who is actually organizationally skilled, and that's where Mr. Del Duca comes in. He is not going to blow people's socks off with his great haircut or whatever, right? And he admits that. But I think he is banking on the fact that Ontarians will be looking for maybe a little more sobriety in 2022. Just some calm after the storm.
He's made 2 promises that may be difficult to fulfill as it relates to candidates in the next election. He's promised to have 30 candidates under the age of 30, and he's promised half of all candidates will be female. How tall a challenge will that be?
Yeah, that's very, very difficult to do. Now, he has the luxury of meeting so many candidates in so many parts of the province that they can attract people everywhere. I mean, and they don't have to put the young candidates and the female candidates in those ridings that they can't win. There's ridings that they can pick up, and they can pick them up with young people under 30, with people that may not have been seen as possibly victorious in another era. So in a weird way, they have the luxury of not having any seats. It's a weird kind of reverse curse, I guess.
I'm going to ask our director, Tony Burke, to cut away to the stage for a second. I've never seen this at a convention before. But Alvin Tejo fancies himself as a fairly futuristic, high-tech guy, and he's got a robot on stage right now. Tony, just dip into this for a second if we can. Stand by, Rob.
About 300,000 manufacturing jobs and countless more in other sectors.
And my family experienced this firsthand.
My father and uncle's careers were displaced in Ontario's automotive manufacturing sector in the early 2000s when businesses were forced to automate to stay competitive with China. And we know that in that time, 6 times more jobs were lost to automation than trade. It's been shown that people whose jobs are lost to automation make 18 to 35% less in income even 5 years after they lost their jobs, as their skills are no longer valued. And of the 4 million manufacturing jobs that were automated away in the United States, half of those people didn't go back to work, and half of those went on disability payments.
It is tough to compete with robots like me who don't need to eat or to sleep. We don't need time off. We don't have families to take care of or mortgages to pay.
That's why these days you can get an industrial robot.
Okay, we just thought we'd dip away to the...
That's the first that we've had a robot at a political convention, though. I think Paul Hellyer, in one of his various incarnations, had a robot at something that I remember.
Now, was
I'm
this
that old.
Was this when he ran for the leadership of the Liberal Party, the Progressive Conservative
One
Party?
of the other parties.
Or the Canada Action Party?
Yeah,
or
one of the Progressive Canadian parties.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's one of those. Yeah.
I do want to ask you a question about Alvin Tedjo, because to the extent that anybody has been prepared to sort of get out of a traditional Liberal policy lane in this Liberal leadership run, it's been him, particularly as it relates to the public funding for Roman Catholic separate schools. Do you sense any traction in this party to pick up on that issue, which he clearly cares a lot about, but which no other candidate for leadership has?
Yeah, I think it was a bold Hail Mary, so no pun intended, that he tried, and it got him on the front page of the Star, and I think that was good for his candidacy, I guess. But I know that the 5 other Liberal candidates were not so happy about it, because Education Minister Stephen Lecce was then saying at Cabinet the next day, see, the Liberals are going to get rid of Catholic education, which is so crazy. You and I have been part of this continuum for a long time, know that that's been an issue that has bedeviled Conservatives more than Liberals, dating back to Mr. Davis in late 1984. So I'm not sure it helped Mr. Tedjo. He's not going to win today. He's probably going to finish 5th. So, but it got him some attention. But if the Liberals are re-elected in 2022, I don't think that they're going to be running on this issue, even though I think there is public support for it. The Green Party is the only party that's been pushing it for years. The other mainstream parties haven't.
Mr. Tedjo has suggested that there's $1.5 billion easy of savings on education if you were to unify the school governance systems in the province. Do you know of any independent study that's ever confirmed that?
I don't think with that amount. I mean, there are studies that say there are savings. I don't know if it'll be that big. I mean, remember when they amalgamated the city of Toronto in 1998? That was supposed to save a fortune. Has it saved a fortune?
No.
So there you go.
I think we can answer that. What's your contingent like from the Toronto Star covering this thing today?
We have 3 reporters, 1 columnist, and a photographer. So this is a big deal for our paper, and we're going to have a lot of coverage online. We have a lot of coverage right now. We'll have a lot of coverage tomorrow's paper.
Is there any question but that whoever wins this convention will have their picture on the front page of the paper tomorrow?
No, I think it's safe bet that they will be on the front page of the Sun and the Star tomorrow, I would assume.
Now, here's another interesting question. Well, I hope it's an interesting question. At the end of every political leadership convention, the former leaders, the former premiers, the former everythings get up on the stage and they raise hands with the new leader. I don't think Dalton McGuinty's hanging around. He's here now.
Today. He's not here today. He was here last night.
He was here last night. I hear he's here for a short time today, but not sticking around. I don't know that David Peterson's going to be here today. Kathleen Wynne is here. I've seen her. If you're, it's not a smart-ass question. If you're Stephen Del Duca, do you want to raise hands with Kathleen Wynne at the end of this event?
On a personal level, he may want to. On a political and professional level, he almost certainly doesn't want to, because the Liberals or the Conservatives would love to have a photograph of the two of them. Remember, there was the pictures of Wynne and McGuinty together from 2013 convention, and the Tories pounded that not to any success, frankly. But I mean, Doug Ford would love to have a photograph of Stephen Del Duca with Kathleen Wynne, and they've been recycling old pictures from when Mr. Del Duca was in her cabinet. But I don't think they'll get a new one today.
They must have, the party brass, they must have discussed whether or not it is advisable for that to happen. Do you have any sense about whether or not what those conversations have done?
I am told that the pictures at the end of this convention will be the winning candidate and his family, Del Duca and his family, and all 6 candidates together, the 3 men and 3 women who ran.
But not the former premier?
Not the former premier, as far as I know.
That if that were to transpire, that would be a a difference from previous conventions.
Be interesting.
Yeah, okay, all right. Let's dip into this video for just a second and let you know what Alvin Tedjo's got going.
After passing constitutional amendments. It does not meet the standards of 21st century constitutionalism. Those public schools should be available to everyone.
Doing what's right isn't always easy, but it's necessary, and it's who we are as Liberals. Ontario's education system needs a refresh. Its funding formula is decades old. We waste millions of dollars and countless of hours of class time on standardized testing, and we spend over $1 billion a year to maintain religious divides of the past. It's time for us to be brave and make a change that will benefit every student in this province. Right now in Ontario, when we send our kids to school, we separate them based on their religion, and it's expensive.
Okay, again, we dip into Alvin Tedjo's video just to give you a sense about what his campaign has got. We've got Rob Bensley, the Queen's Park Bureau Chief for the Toronto Star, here with me. What do you think job one is for Stephen Del Duca if and when he wins this campaign?
Raising money, raising money and building organization. They need the help in the riding associations. A leadership race, frankly, has helped. Having 6 candidates has brought in some money, has created some enthusiasm in the party. But they have a lot of work to do. Mr. Ford has been raising a ton of money for the Conservatives. He has a strong organization across the province. He has 73 seats in the legislature. So he is arguing from a position of strength. One thing I don't think Del Duca will do will be rush to get a seat in the House the way that Patrick Brown did, the way that John Tory did when they were leaders of opposition parties without seats. I just don't think that's a priority unless Michael Tibolo, the long-term care minister who defeated Mr. Del Duca in the 2018 election, if Tibolo should leave for whatever reason, then Del Duca would run in a by-election there. But I don't think he'll run in any other vacant seat.
I know what Mr. Del Duca publicly has said. I'm not going to seek a seat in a by-election. I'm running against, actually what he said is, I'm running in Vaughan in the next election, and I'm not sure I'm running against Mr. Tibolo because he may not run again.
Yeah.
That's what he has said.
That's a
we
fair
shall
bet.
see. You think so, eh?
I think that's a fair bet, yeah.
Because Mr. Tibolo hasn't had a lot of fun in politics, or what?
Premier Ford has had 2 cabinet shuffles, and Mr. Tibolo's been demoted in both of them. I don't know if he survives the next one.
Got it. Let me ask you about Kathleen Wynne. It is highly unusual for a former premier to sit at Queen's Park in a caucus after losing.
Yeah.
It would be even more unusual for her to continue to sit there after a new leader is chosen. Are you hearing anything about her plans?
Well, I mean, I think she would give up her seat for Del Duca if he needed it or wanted it, and I don't think he does. So I think she's not going anywhere just yet. I mean, remember Ernie Eves stuck around for almost a year after he lost.
But never showed up to the House, or almost never.
He was there a little bit. He was there a little bit, but not very often.
Yeah.
I mean, he certainly wasn't as active in the House as Ms. Wynne is.
Right.
But they only have 8 seats, so she has to be active. She has to ask questions. Mr. Eves had a larger caucus, 27, 28 people at the time. So he had the luxury of not having to be there. She also seems to still be into it. I have to give it to Ms. Wynne. She is a tireless worker. There's days on a Friday that there are very few elected MPPs in the building where our office is, and she's there. So she still shows up for work and still gives her all, and she's tabling private members' bills and asking questions of the government. And her big thing is, "You're welcome." She says that all the time whenever the Tories are touting some success or something. She shouts, "You're welcome." So I don't want to say she's enjoying herself, but she clearly believes the people in Don Valley West elected her in a tough election, and she doesn't want to let them down.
Indeed, yeah. I think also she loves the job, and she feels a responsibility to the people who put her there.
She's an effective MPP. She's always been. When she was a backbencher in the governing party caucuses, she was effective, and she is, in the third party that doesn't have official status in the legislature, she's effective.
Now, this is a party that only won 7 seats a year and a half ago, 20 months ago. They're now up to 8. They got a former Conservative backbencher, or a parliamentary assistant, I should say, Amanda Simard, who became an independent and then joined the Liberals. She's at this convention. Yeah. She's actually been wandering the floor quite a bit. What do you think her addition as a Francophone Eastern Ontario member, what has that done to this party?
Well, I mean, it helps them. I mean, they would win Glengarry Prescott Russell, the Liberals, regardless after what happened to Ms. Simard. I mean, she quit the Tories to protest the cuts to French language services, the elimination of the Francophone language commissioner, the French university, which of course has since been resurrected, which is just crazy. The Tories paid a political price, and then they revived it, so they don't get any of the benefit of reviving it.
No, the federal Liberals are getting the credit for that because they're
Federal
paying for
Liberals
the
are
first
getting the
4
credit.
years of it.
And Miss Simard, frankly, she was at the announcement, even though she's not in the governing party anymore.
Yeah.
But I think she was smart. She joined the Liberal caucus just before Stephen Blais and Lucille Colliard won those by-elections. So she was the first Francophone in their ranks, and then now they have 3 out of 8. So no, I mean, I think she made a political calculation. She was always a red Tory. She was someone that Patrick Brown brought into the fold. Mr. Brown, of course, spoke French and made a lot of outreach to the Francophone community. 622,000 Franco-Ontarians. That's a big chunk of voters.
Have you ever heard Doug Ford speak French?
No, but he said that I think he said merci beaucoup, but he said he would like to learn. And Ford loves Quebec. I mean, he loves going to Quebec, and he loves the Premier Legault of Quebec. But I mean, he's not speaking French, or probably not going to be able to learn French at age 55. It's not hard. It's not easy.
Right. Rob, I want to thank you for dropping by our position. It's good to see you.
Good to see
and
you,
because this is the Corona Convention, we'll just do this, okay?
There you go.
Okay. Thanks a lot, pal. Great to see you. That's Rob Benzie, Bureau Chief for the Toronto Star, and we're happy to recommend the Star's coverage tomorrow morning, where we expect to see the winner of this convention on the front page of the paper tomorrow. Although, if Brother Benzie is correct, not hoisting arms with Kathleen Wynne, the former Premier, but rather with the 5 other candidates. Let me just take okay, you want to get Connor on right now? Okay, let's do that. We're going to get somebody from the Tejo campaign in here just as Alvin is about to speak. So Rob, we can let you go and cover the rest of this convention. Thank you very much. Connor Coles is the Deputy Communications Manager for Alvin Tejo. Connor, good to see you. Have a seat here. Your candidate is about to speak, so we will watch him and the robot do a little dance on the stage. And you better tell your people to put those signs down. No one can see Alvin out there. He's not
a tall man.
He is not a tall man. And with those signs up, nobody's seeing him. Anyway, let's let him speak, and then we'll chat after the speech is over.
Perfect.
Here's Alvin Tejo.
Yes? Okay, great. Thank you everyone so much. I am so excited to be here today, and I need to thank all of you for all the hard work that you've done, but I have to start with my wife, Rebecca. Rebecca is a nurse. She's a nurse at Sick Kids. She's fluently bilingual. She's the best mom and partner that I could have, the best person I know, and as much as I've tried, I can't convince her that she's a better candidate than I am. A month ago, we celebrated our 10-year wedding anniversary. And I planned today for us to spend some time together in Ottawa because I happen to be there for a number of campaign events. But as usual, we spent most of our time talking about our kids, about Jack, Ellie, and Charlie, who are here today, who are 9, 7, and 5 years old. And like most parents, we spend a lot of time thinking about their future, about what kind of environment they'll grow up in, and what kind of jobs they'll have. And more importantly, how are we possibly going to get our son to his hockey playoff game later today, and our daughter to her dance competition, which is down the street? And those are real things we have to do right after this speech. During this campaign, I've spent a lot of time away from home, and from her and the kids. But funny enough, what I talk to most people about when we're on the campaign trail is about my kids and their future, and what we as parents hope that we can achieve for them and build for them in the future. This campaign has been an amazing experience, speaking with Ontarians about what's important to them, sharing with us their hopes and their dreams for their future. It's been truly inspiring, and why I want to work even harder to make sure that we do everything we can to give everyone in this province the best opportunity for success. We've talked about the challenges this province is facing, but also about the opportunities that we face in the years to come. When I think about how we're going to address those challenges, it comes back to a need for a strong Liberal Party that can offer an exciting, progressive, and pragmatic vision for our province. And I'm really excited about that. Because this leadership process and the energy in the room today is proving that our party is doing what it needs to do to reconnect with people and rebuild this party. To not just accept that things are the way they are, and that we're going to challenge the status quo and demand something better. Going into the next election, we can't just present Doug Ford as someone to vote against. We need to be a party that gives Ontarians something to vote for. But what does that look like? I think it looks like offering real solutions to the problems people face. Problems like the outrageously high cost of childcare. That's the reason I got into politics, because Rebecca and I were paying fees that cost more than our mortgage. And as we said in the video, Canada's childcare costs are the highest in the country, right here in the GTA and in Ontario. If you have 2 more kids in childcare, that cost can ruin a family. It's a nightmare. And that's if you can find a space. There are only enough spaces for 23% of kids in this province. This is a problem that we have to solve for families and for our economy, because investing in universal childcare will grow the economy. It'll add 40,000 jobs to the system and is the single greatest thing we can do to eliminate the gender wage gap. Our economy also needs a better way to fight poverty and adapt to how technology is changing the way we work. Canadians are rightfully proud of our social safety net, but the system is bureaucratic and it's a burden on the people who need it. It's full of gaps and millions of Ontarians fall through it, including 1 out of every 5 children. Poverty actually costs us more in healthcare, in education, in justice costs, in opportunities. And we have to take that seriously, because we need to find a better way of delivering this and improving on the fact that we are not serving every person here in Ontario. The way we do that, the way we change the game, is with a universal basic income. We need an income floor that we set and say to all Ontarians, below this line, you will not fall. And a basic income is also how we prepare for the economy of the future. Not 50 years from now, or 10 years from now, but today, we need this. As automation replaces jobs and more economic benefit will be created by fewer people, we need to prepare for that future, to make sure the economy does what it's supposed to do, which is benefit people. Giving people something to vote for also means being honest about what's wrong and what needs to change. And I don't think we can ignore the fact that the way we deliver education in Ontario is not accessible to everyone. If you're a student or a teacher and you're not allowed to study or work in a publicly funded institution because of your religion, that is discrimination. And I don't think we should be quick to dismiss the fact that time and time again, Ontarians are telling us that they want the status quo to change. And I know not everyone agrees with me on this, but I also know that a lot of you do, but you're worried about the politics. And what I say to that is, if there's ever a time to do things differently, to be bold, to listen to what people are telling us, and to be fearless in standing up for our values, that time is now. We should never again be afraid to do the right thing. I believe in this party, and I believe in this team, because there are tens of thousands of Liberals across the province and nearly 3,000 of us in this room today, and 5 other extraordinary candidates who ran for leader. I met Brenda Hollingsworth on this campaign, and I've been so impressed with the entrepreneur from Ottawa who's bringing a fresh voice into this race, who's been championing changes to our healthcare system based on her personal experience working those who has let us down. Thank you, Brenda.
Okay, that's Alvin Tedjo's speech. There he is up on stage with his pet robot and some other members of the team. Connor Coles is with me right now. Connor is the Deputy Communications Director for the Tedjo campaign. Did that speech, did he get to the end of his speech?
No, so initially the plan was for him to thank every candidate. You know, this is a team effort at the end of the day, and you know, as a party, it's important that we all come together and make sure that we're all thanking one another at the end. So he did not get to the end, but I can assure you that there was much more there to thank for all the other candidates.
We should point out this is actual proof of the fact that the Liberals have said you get 30 minutes for your presentation, you can do a floor display, you can do a video, you can do a speech, whatever you want, but after 30 minutes we pull the plug. They pulled the plug on him before he was done.
Yes.
So what happened there? He just other stuff ran long?
Yeah, we tried to make sure that, of course, we make sure that all the key messages are said and that Alvin is concise. But you know, when you get up there and you get passionate about a specific issue, sometimes your speaking gets the better of you. I'll say.
Connor, it's not the first time I've seen it happen.
Oh no, certainly not, and it won't be the last.
Yes, it does happen. How did he do?
I thought he did well. You know, part of the reason I got involved in Alvin's campaign is he's a passionate person, and you saw that. I think you saw that passion up there today. He cares deeply for those three issues, and they impact a lot of Ontarians, and they impact him personally. So I'm very proud of what he's done today.
He has championed one of the most unpopular policies that none of the other candidates has agreed to sign on to, which of course is the unifying of the school governance system in the province of Ontario, in essence defunding the Catholic school system. It got a bit of a cheer in the room, but it was a short cheer. Why did he go there in this speech?
So we wanted to make sure that, you know, when Alvin gets up there, we want people to know what he's about. And Alvin, like myself, believe that we can take the best from both school systems and create something better for all Ontarians. You know, I won't lie, it's not incredibly popular in this room as we saw today, but the Toronto Sun and Abacus data also released polls that say it's deeply popular among Ontarians. 60%, I believe, from Abacus data said that they would support merging of the two school systems. Excuse me. So while it may not have gotten a cheer here, it definitely would have gotten a cheer out in Ontario, I believe.
Well, that's the question. If you're running for the leadership of the Ontario Liberal Party, which for as long as it's been around has wanted to back two publicly funded, fully funded, secular and Catholic school systems, is that the right speech to be giving in this room? Outside this room, maybe. Inside this room?
I don't know. I mean, from my perspective, I don't want any candidate to hide behind you know, speaking points or stuff that might be safe for a particular audience. We want Alvin to run as Alvin, and we want Ontarians and we want Liberals to know that we're not just in this for a power grab, we're in this to do what's right.
Let me ask you a much more practical question,
Sure.
which is, I met his three kids yesterday who are actually, boy, are they full of personality. They
Yes.
are...
lively.
That's a good way to put it. 9, 7, and 5.
Yes.
And, you know, Mr. Tedjo pointed out, he's got the same problem today that a lot of families across Ontario have, which they've all got activities.
They've got life.
They got a real life. They got activities they got to get to while his wife is here as well.
Yeah.
How are they going to get this one to hockey and that one to soccer or whatever else is going to get done?
Like I said, this is a team sport. I can say with full confidence that we are all part-time babysitters, and we love it. This is like, we wouldn't be in this, and I'm sure you could say that you could ask the same of any other candidate, and their teams are in this together. We often call ourselves the Ontario Liberal family, and that is exactly what we are.
Now, he's not going to win today, but is he pledging to run in the next Ontario election?
I haven't got confirmation on that yet. My gut says yes, and I think we're going to continue this momentum going forward. I know Alvin will absolutely champion these issues beyond this convention, and you know, beyond 2022. So this is not the last you've seen of him today.
Connor, if, as seems likely, Stephen Del Duca ends up coming out of this convention the winner on the first ballot, is Alvin okay with that?
100%. Look, I've said this a couple of times, and I'll say it again. We are a liberal family at the end of the day. I've worked with Stephen from my time in Queen's Park. I like him personally. I know Alvin likes him personally, and we're in this not just to defeat Doug Ford, but to do what's right for Ontarians. And no matter who, Stephen Del Duca or otherwise, they'd all be great candidates. And I can confidently say that Alvin would be happy to support any of them.
Were you here for Stephen Del Duca's speech at 9 o'clock in the morning?
I was, yes.
You did see it?
Yes.
Was that the kind of speech he needed to make? Presuming there are people outside this building watching it on television or social media, was that the kind of speech he needed to give to get people to take a second look at this party?
You know what? It's funny you raised that, because I was chatting with one of my colleagues before I came up here, and we were talking about just that. It's important to know that Stephen is right to recognize that there is that criticism of, he's not charismatic. That's not the Stephen I know, but that's the Stephen that a lot of Ontarians know. I saw this opportunity for him as like his first speech as leader-elect, we'll say. I think the liveliness and passion shone through. So I agree. I think it did give some people a pause to say, well, maybe the Ontario Liberal Party is worth looking at again.
Gotcha. Connor, it's good of you to drop by our broadcast position here. Oh, wait a
second.
Sorry.
Sorry.
We don't shake hands here.
Sorry.
Everybody's fist bumping.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Here, let me give you some of this.
Oh, great. Thank you very much.
Here we go. We've all got our hand sanitizer here.
Sorry about that.
The first thing the Deputy Prime Minister said when she opened up this convention, Chrystia Freeland, was, wash your hands a lot today, everybody.
Absolutely.
We don't want this to become the Corona Convention. Anyway, that's Connor Coles. He's the Deputy Communications Director for the Alvin Tejo campaign, and we thank you for showing up today.
Thank you so much.
Not at all.
Sorry about that.
Not at all. That's okay. That's okay.
Sorry.
Let's reset. We are at about 7 minutes after 11 a.m. Eastern Time at the Ontario. Hi, Kara. Charles Sousa's over there. Can we get him as a guest? Yeah. Anyway, as you just heard me say to producer Kara Stern, the former finance minister for Ontario is right there. I want to see if I can get him up here as a guest. In the meantime, the two co-chairs are coming up right now and about to introduce the next candidate. And let's see who's speaking next. Well, they'll tell you. Here we go.
Switching sides. Okay, I love the energy in this room. I love all the great ideas I am hearing and the creativity and the leadership. So thank you everyone who is here being part of this really important day. Merci tout le monde, j'adore l'énergie, la créativité et toutes les idées qu'on a déjà écoutées. Et maintenant, la prochaine présentation sera de... And now the next presentation will be by, that's right, Brenda Hollingsworth. And she can use my step if she wants. Okay.
Morning, everybody. Are we energized? Are we excited? We're picking a future premier for the province of Ontario. We should be very excited. Hello, my name is Rod Vanier. I am president of the Ottawa West Nepean Provincial Liberal Association. And I'm here to bring greetings from our riding. You've heard of our riding before. We have sent many great representatives to Queen's Park. Jim Watson, Bob Shirelli. We have a great leader federally with Anita Vanderbilt. And right now, it's my pleasure to bring you a moment of wellness and unity. For those of you who may have been up at the hospitality suites too long last night, Brenda offers you all this moment of wellness.
Okay, we're going to cut away from the speeches on the floor just for a second. We will, of course, bring you Brenda Hollingsworth's speech in its entirety. They're playing a video right now. Oh, not just yet. Still to come. I want to introduce somebody here who I suspect you don't know. Her name is Janan Arafa, and you are a volunteer with the Hollingsworth campaign?
Yes, I am.
Can I ask you how old you are?
I'm 27.
27.
Yes.
Is this your first campaign for
It
leader
is.
that you volunteer for?
Yes, it is.
Why did you choose to support Brenda?
Well, Brenda's a lawyer like me, so I know her from our legal community. She's advocated for people her entire career, navigating the system and helping them get the compensation they need. So I know that she's very personable and she's got great ideas, and I decided to just help her.
How did you hear of her in the first place?
Well, through the legal community. She's got 4 law firms in Ottawa. She's an entrepreneur. She practices in the same sector as me, and she's very well known and very well respected in our community. So that's how I heard of her.
Got it. Are you a voting delegate at the convention?
I am not.
You're not.
No.
So you're not one of the, she's got 25. She's got 25
yes.
delegates who are going to vote for her here. Okay. She has been honest enough to admit to me that she's not going to win this convention.
Yeah.
And that much of this effort was designed to raise her profile so that she has a better shot at winning the next election.
Okay.
Does that seem like a sensible plan to you?
I believe so. I didn't know. I don't know, but I think so. And I think she's got quite a bit of support from others too. People have come up to me, although they're delegates for others, they've said that, you know, she's got great platform, great ideas, and believe, you know, that the party needs a new face. And
if this is your first experience in leadership politics,
Yes.
how have you found it?
I think it's been great. Lots of energy, a lot of people, a lot of great ideas, a lot of support between campaigns too, which I find is very interesting.
So this is your first political convention?
It is.
It is.
Yes. Yes.
Making friends?
Yes. Yes. From different campaigns.
Have you been a lifelong Liberal?
I have.
You
yes.
have?
Yes.
So you have voted Liberal in the past?
Yes, I have.
You have, okay.
Yes.
How would you gauge the level of enthusiasm for the party right now compared to previous years?
Well, I don't know. I've been told that other conventions have been a lot busier and a lot more energetic than this one. So
That is absolutely right.
Yeah, I don't know. This
Much
is my
more
first
people,
one.
bigger event. The
Yes.
last 2 conventions were at Maple Leaf Gardens.
Oh, okay.
So this one
geez.
is
yeah.
in Mississauga, so it's
yeah. So a lot
different.
of So I imagine that there is a bit of a shift, but we're all here today. You know, hopefully we'll be able to give a brand new, I don't know, chapter.
Do you know how much she has enjoyed running in this campaign?
She's found it sometimes stressful, naturally, you know, but she's loved it, and people have loved her. You know, people have been receptive of her messages, and
Good. Enjoy the day.
Thank you. It was nice meeting
And
you.
it was very nice to meet you. Are we ever going to see your name on a ballot someday?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you know, if Stephen Del Duca wins this thing, he has pledged that 30 of his candidates in the next election will be under the age of 30. And you've told us you're under the age of 30.
I am, yeah.
Can you imagine running next time?
Maybe. I really don't know.
Good. Very good. It's so nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
We'll
you
see you
too.
around. And as we do at this
Yes,
convention,
I know.
we just fist bump. We're not shaking hands. Janan Arafa,
Yes.
a volunteer for the Hollingsworth campaign. Good to meet you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we will just dip into the speech up on the podium right now and then come back and chat.
Leadership race. She was met by some, as women often are, with the criticism that she didn't have the experience, that she hadn't paid her dues. But the dues of our democracy are not the experiences you share with your fellow politicians. The dues of our democracy are the experiences you share with your fellow citizens. And here are some of those. Brenda launched her career at a leading national firm. Even among the exceptional minds there, she stood out as someone who said what needed to be said and did what needed to be done. Her intellect and integrity were reliable rocks on which many of us leaned. In the 20 years since, she has become a mother of 2 wonderful boys and shares with hundreds of thousands of parents the challenges of juggling the demands of parenthood and a demanding job. Her ability to sleep at night depends on this province having good health care for aspiring athletes, safe communities, and opportunity for her precocious entrepreneur. She has shared the experience of all too many women seeking new career opportunities. During a hiring process, she advised she was pregnant, and it was made clear to her that she was no longer wanted. She felt the typical pressure to keep the secrets that perpetuate gender discrimination, but, as Brenda does, she said what needed to be said and did what needed to be done. She held people to account. She defended her rights and the rights of countless women who are forced to wonder what having a family will do to their careers. As a lawyer, Brenda has shared with thousands of Ontarians the very worst moments of their lives. She's comforted clients with life-changing injuries and grieved with families who will
Okay,
never
we're going
be
to
the
dip out of
same.
this speech because we have, and I'm not saying this to flatter him, it's just an empirically provable fact, the most successful politician in the room today is Dalton McGuinty. He won 3 elections for the Ontario Liberals. Nobody had done that in 129 years. Became Premier of the province in 2003. Left when Kathleen Wynne won the leadership at Maple Leaf Gardens in 2013. And we welcome you to our broadcast position here at the International Centre. Good to see you again, Steve. What does a former Premier, former leader do at these kinds of things?
Well, you just kind of soak it in. And I can't help but think, Steve, now that I have a bit more perspective, being somewhat new from politics, there are hundreds of millions of people around the world who would give their eye teeth to experience. Like, this is democracy in the raw here. We get to choose the wealth that they might bring, or the connection that they might have amassed in life. It's not who they were born to and those kinds of things. We make a choice on the basis of whoever we think is the best person to take on this responsibility. We take it for granted. But it's a marvelous experience.
You, of course, did not publicly endorse any of the candidates, but you made yourself available to talk to them if they wanted your advice.
Yes.
How many of the 6 contacted you for advice?
I think 5 of the 6 did, yeah. And we just didn't connect with the others, so. And I, of course, now that I'm out of politics, Steve, I've got all the answers. That's just, I'm like you now.
So what'd you tell them?
I told them, surround yourself with the best people.
Well, it's been something I've been thinking about for a long time.
Listen carefully.
As we all know, in the last election,
Always see yourself as a work in progress. You're going to make mistakes, that's okay. I don't think people expect perfection. That's not to be found within our species, but they do insist on progress. And the other thing I told them is to ensure that they find a way to keep growing. And while you have to care about what people think about you, you need to care even more about what you think about you. So do what you think is right. Sometimes doing what you think is right is not easy, it's not convenient, and it may not even be popular. But in the end, you've got to live with yourself.
This province pretty clearly put your party in the penalty box in the most historic of ways in the last election. You know Ontario political history. Do you suspect in 2.5 years' time the public will have forgiven this party enough to genuinely consider it as an option for next time?
I can't say for sure, but I'm hopeful. And setting aside, the government of the day, the present administration, I think that, the way I see our setback is...
You're describing it as a setback.
Yeah.
The most historic loss of all time.
Yeah.
Setback.
But
okay.
It was maybe to use an agricultural metaphor. We were like an old-growth forest that has now enjoyed the benefit of a lightning strike. And nobody likes to see the forest burn, but in the aftermath, what are we left with? New shoots, new ideas, new people, new energy, new optimism. And so I feel very optimistic. And as you know, I spent 13 years in opposition, 10 years government. And in some ways, not in all ways, but in some ways, being in opposition is the most fun because the possibilities are endless and you are so open to new ideas. And opposition is poetry, government is prose. So it's a wonderful opportunity for the party to reconnect with people. And I think, Steve, one of the things that I've again with the advantage of perspective is that today, I'm just going to speak globally for a moment. Sure. Never have more babies survived. Never have more children, especially girls, been in school. Never have we lived for so long. Never have we had less disease, less conflict, and less poverty.
and yet people still feel anxious.
That's exactly it. If I had to use one word to define how people in the Western world would characterize their sentiments today, it would be one of a prevailing anxiety about the future for themselves and their children. So we need to understand the contributors to that anxiety, and I think we know that globalization is there, climate change is there, income inequality is there, the steady march of automation and what that might do to our jobs. And then you combine that with a loss of faith in traditional institutions, from the media to academia to big tech.
It's a perfect storm.
You know, it is a perfect storm. So we need to craft a vision that is both optimistic, and I think the second element is really important, and inclusive. It is easy to divide into tribes and to say this is about us and it's not about them, but I think the best kind of leadership, the progressive leadership, is about finding ways to bring us together. That's our challenge.
If Stephen Del Duca wins this thing, do you see qualities in him that can make that happen?
Absolutely. And I see in all our candidates a capacity for growth, which I mean, God knows, you know, when I first got the job, I had a lot of growing to do. And you do it in a way that's not easy because you're doing it on camera. So it's publicly it's challenging.
We are going to listen to Brenda Hollingsworth's speech because we've pledged to take them all. Can I just remind everybody, we just talked to the guy whose leadership convention in 1996 started in 1 month and ended in another month. Ended at 4:30 in the morning with him winning on the 5th ballot after being in 4th place on the 1st and 2nd ballots. I still don't know how you did it, but you did it.
And remember the words offered to me by my wife at the time.
Which were?
You said you weren't going to win.
And you did. Premier, because it's the Corona Convention, we do this. Thanks so much for dropping by. It's a great pleasure.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Here's Brenda Hollingsworth.
You are nuts to do this. That voice asked me, who do you think you are? Politics is a game for insiders, and you know very well you are not insider. And people around me told me you're making a big mistake. They said, you're not a politician. Be happy where you are. You're in a great spot. We're going to be sorry. But my heart was simply not going to take no for an answer. I just could not accept what was happening in Ontario. I was deeply offended by the treatment of families impacted by autism. I was worried about the Ontario Disability Support Program. And I saw my own clients unable to get back on their feet because Ontario's auto insurance regime was so heavily tilted in favor of drivers or against drivers. I watched people plead guilty because legal aids slashed budget, and we were on the brink in education. Now, I have spent my career advocating for people with illness and disability. I have stood up to big insurance. I have stood up to big corporations, and yes, I have stood up to big government. And watching my own government pick mercilessly on the most vulnerable, well, that's something I just could not ignore. So my heart was clear. Get into that arena and advocate for a better Ontario. And my heart has been greatly rewarded. Literally thousands of you, including my 5 amazing candidate colleagues, including John Fraser, you have welcomed me into your communities and into your party. Whether it was in a pub in Kitchener or a packed house in Don Valley West for an all-candidates meeting, or my own riding of Ottawa West Nepean, where I have lived 35 of my 51 years. You've all made me feel like I am exactly where I need to be, and it is a great thing when your heart proves your head wrong. Now, I don't think it's a coincidence that this metaphorical mountain climb started with a literal one.
But of course now, at the end of the leadership race, I see we're not actually at the summit. We're really only at base camp. Today we start the real climb to the real peak, victory in June 2022. And I am so excited to continue my ascent with you. What I know for sure is to reach that peak, the Ontario Liberal Party needs a leader who is brave, thoughtful, and tenacious. And here's the thing. Calling out Doug Ford is not particularly brave. That's the easiest thing in the world to do. That's right. Being brave means having the courage to do politics differently. It means collaborating and finding common ground with Ontarians of all political stripes whenever we can. It means rejecting the extreme polarization that has caused so many Ontarians to check out of civic participation altogether. Now, we do that by campaigning for what we believe in and not just what we are against. Let's draw on our collective imagination, our initiative, and our indignation to build our platform from the ground up, and let's take it to the people of Ontario together. Across all regions and all age groups, you have urged me to push for a strong climate action program. You know what needs to be done to meet our climate obligations and to harness climate opportunities, and you want a leader who shares this priority. Yes, you do. Healthcare is also on your mind. You want your families to have better access to Ontario's excellent healthcare providers. If you live in the north, if you live in rural Ontario, if you are an Indigenous Ontarian, et même si vous êtes franco-ontarien ou franco-ontarienne. I will continue to push our party for better healthcare policy. Now, understandably, there's been a lot of talk about education over the last 3 months. And to our teachers, our education workers, our parents and our students, where are you? It may not feel like it right now, but Ontario is with you. And the Liberal Party is with you, and I am with you. Now, across the province, many Ontarians have shared with me your worries about your economic future. In Oshawa and Windsor, in Renfrew and in Peterborough, you have seen industry pack up and leave. You know that technological change is on its way. You want an Ontario that offers your children the same opportunities that you had, and then some. As a business owner myself, someone who pays corporate taxes, hustles to meet payroll, searches for talent in a tight labor pool, I share your worries. I do. But as a business owner who has faced massive disruption in my own industry over the past decade, I am confident that together we can find a solution. We need to grow the economy, and our leader must share that commitment. Now, I have good news. We have experts right within our own party who want to build the innovative economic policy to catapult Ontario into the middle of this century, where technological excellence will be everything. Yeah. Now, we know that this province is facing a housing emergency. And we know that Ontarians from the LGBTQ+ community are disproportionately impacted by homelessness. And you have told me that that must change. Together, we'll change it. The people, you people, who I have met through this journey have been incredibly generous. Your hopes and desires are never personal, never selfish. To me, that is the essence of what it means to be a Liberal. We dream big, but it is a collective dream. We want all Ontarians to share in the bounty of this beautiful province. We welcome newcomers from all parts of the world, and we understand that our tradition of welcoming immigrants is our strategic advantage in the 2020s, and we embrace it. Et pour mes amis francophones, comprenez que je suis ici pour vous. Now, some of you have shared with me your strong desire to see a woman lead the Ontario Liberal Party on this ascent to victory. And let's not forget, in 2013, we had 6 female premiers in Canada, and now we have 1. Our gains are fragile and can't be taken for granted. Kathleen Wynne shattered that glass ceiling. We need to make sure that the glass installers do not find their way back to Queen's Park. No, thank you. If the Ontario Liberal Party is not setting the pace on gender parity in provincial politics, who will? Now, we have had 3 incredibly qualified female candidates in this race, and I applaud Mitzi and Kate. I'm so glad to have shared this stage with them. That is a parity we should be proud of. Now, I don't know how this day ends, but I do know that we all need to reflect on what barriers remain for women seeking leadership roles. I was very lucky to be raised in a family, oh, this is hard, where it was just a given that I could do or be anything I wanted. Gender was simply never an issue. My parents, who are here, have been incredibly supportive of me through this race. They have had excellent debate attendance across the province and are here as delegates for Ottawa Centre, and I thank them so much. Richard, my partner in life and law, has kept both our family and our firm afloat while I have been crisscrossing Ontario. But not every woman has this kind of support, and while I am incredibly thankful for it, I urge you to join me in a quest to make this support the rule and not the exception. We need to remember that while the gender wage gap exists, women will be less able to meet the financial markers required to run for our party and to participate in politics. Close that gap. Can you say it with me? Close that gap. Close that gap. Woo. That's right. Now, as we assemble our crew to scale up to 2022, selecting over 100 candidates, will the Ontario Liberal Party leader ensure that women have an equal opportunity not just to be nominated, but also to run and to win? I wish that for you. I wish it for your mothers, for your daughters, for your nieces and your sisters. I wish that for our party. I wish that for our province. And let's make sure our leader does too. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup.
That's Brenda Hollingsworth, who enters this convention in 6th place, only 25 votes, 1% support. But as she told me during the Ontario Liberal Leaders debate at TVO a couple of weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago, the aim was never to win this thing. She wasn't that naive that that was going to happen. It was simply to raise her profile because she'd like to be a candidate in the next election in an Eastern Ontario riding where she's from. So, to that extent, mission accomplished. We are delighted to welcome to our microphone position the campaign manager for Michael Coteau's campaign, Sarah Ali Madani. Nice to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
Your view on how the Coteau campaign went. You enter this convention day in 2nd place.
Yes, that's correct. And we're very proud of the progress we made. We're very proud of the campaign that we ran. Michael ran a strong campaign on values and defining what liberalism is and what liberalism means in this day and age. And that's what we came into this convention with. We came with nearly 400 delegates, alternates, and ex officio support. So we're very proud of what we've been able to accomplish.
I can tell you, I'm sitting a foot away from you. I can barely hear you. This is a loud convention floor and they're still playing the music loud, so we'll do the best we can. I presume Michael is disappointed about the fact that Del Duca comes in here with 56% of the pledged delegates and he's got 17. Is this thing over in one ballot?
So, first of all, the numbers haven't been official yet, so we're waiting for the party to announce it. But, you know, we knew what the challenge was before us coming into this convention and starting in this race, quite frankly. You know, Michael, you know, he started this campaign on a basis of change, renewing the party, and establishing a Liberal Party that is ready to govern again and earning the trust of Ontarians. And that's what we've accomplished, that's what he's campaigned on, and I'm very proud of that message that he's been able to deliver.
That's been the message. Do you have any understanding of why it didn't connect as much as whatever it was that Stephen Del Duca had on offer?
You know, it's very difficult to be a party that does not have party status currently in the legislature, that was defeated in the worst possible way in 2018. So quite frankly, not a lot of people were paying attention to this race, and it was, you know, much in the middle of a federal campaign. So there was a lot of things that had occurred and a lot of contributing factors as to why the race in itself didn't get as much traction as we would have liked to have. But, you know, despite the odds and despite everything that was before us, we did what we could, and like I said, we're very proud of that.
He said at the TVO debate when asked, regardless of who wins, are you pledging to run again? And he said, no, I'm not committing to. Is that still his position?
I don't think that was his position. I think he simply stated that 2 years is a long time away, and that he has to reflect, but he's very proud to be the MPP for Don Valley East. He loves that community, and it is a privilege for him serving that community. So he'll always be there in that capacity to serve that community.
This may very well be the highlight of his career. This speech before this packed room with an audience on television watching. The cheer is going up. Michael, Michael, Michael. What does he want to achieve in this speech?
I think it's his vision of liberalism and what it takes to govern and what it takes to have leadership in Ontario and what Ontarians expect from their leaders, and the fact that we have lots of challenges before us within the economy, within our healthcare system, education system, and we need a fresh perspective and a fresh principles to address those challenges and those issues, and that's what he's been doing this whole campaign. He's putting fresh and new ideas before Ontarians to suggest that there is a different way where we can manage the economy, tackle the challenges, and also serve the needs of our community and of the members of this province.
Do you think that this party has spent enough time in the penalty box to the point where the people of Ontario will be prepared to consider them again in 2.5 years?
We have come a long way since 2018, and I'm very proud of all the 6 candidates in this race. They made tremendous contributions in terms of rebuilding this party and speaking to Ontarians and connecting to people from right across this province. I think we still have a lot of work before us till 2022, and we will continue working and earning the trust of Ontarians, and that's what we have to do as a party.
It's kind of funny. I don't know if we can open up the shot here or take it. He's right there. He's literally 10 yards away from us. Michael Coteau is standing up on his platform. I see the former Speaker of the House of Commons, Peter Milliken, in his box. He's a supporter.
Yeah. Former MPP Arthur Potts, Josh Matlow, councillor. We have Adam Bond supporting him as well, MP.
You know who else I saw with a Michael Coteau button on today? Former Premier Wynn's life partner, Jane Rounthwaite.
Yes, she's one of our delegates.
She's with Coteau. Well, tell us what's on store here. We got a video coming up, or what's happening?
We got a video coming up. We got an inspirational speech. We have a beautiful introduction from his family, who will be introducing him. So I think it's going to be a real treat for the audience.
Okay, Sarah, we'll take it in. He's got a strong contingent here today. Only 17% of the pledged delegates supporting, but a lot of noise on this floor. Yeah. Sarah, we thank you for joining us here today.
Thank you for having me.
Pleasure.
Our next presentation, Michael Coteau.
You know that voice. You know what it says. Someone like you doesn't belong here.
A woman.
A Muslim.
A francophone.
Brown.
A senior. Too old.
Queer.
The child of immigrants.
Parent.
A working mom. A student.
A kid.
Mom cleans buildings. Dad fixes washing machines. You skip classes, and then someone sees your potential.
My first grade teacher.
Un professeur.
A teacher.
My sensei. My mom.
My grandmother.
My dad.
My parents.
My sister.
A close friend.
My community.
You work hard, and then someone like you
Started my own business.
First in my family to attain a post-secondary degree.
Got my MBA. Starting a robotics team.
Raised 2 incredible kids.
I got an A+. Won first place.
Ran a leadership campaign.
Became riding president.
Ran as a candidate.
I was that kid who was told someone like you doesn't matter, and I know many others have heard that too. We need you in the Ontario Liberal Party to help us redefine what it means to be a Liberal today.
It means compassion.
It's honesty.
It means caring.
Is shared responsibility for one another.
It means being fair.
It means fighting for Ontario.
Believing in young people.
It means actually listening.
Believing in my community.
It means collaboration.
Being practical.
Being a member of the global village.
It means tolerance.
It means diversity.
Inclusive.
Fair and equitable society.
It means fighting for our values, and you better believe that someone like me,
Like me.
Like me.
Like me.
Comme moi. Like me.
Like me. Like me.
Like me.
Like me.
Like me.
Like me.
Like me. Like me.
Like me.
Like me.
Like me.
Like me.
Like me.
Like me.
Like me. Like me.
is in it for someone like you.
Now, stand by, voice of God. Here it comes. Bring me home. Please welcome to the stage Lori, Marin, and Mila Coteau, Michael's wife and 2 daughters.
Good morning. I'm Lori, Michael's wife, and these are our beautiful girls, Marin and Mila.
Bienvenue tout le monde, merci pour être ici.
Michael and I have been together for so long now that, and I'm going to age myself if putting on my readers didn't already, a few years after we met at university, I was joining him as a first-time delegate on the 1997 Liberal Convention floor. At that time, he was the president of the Young Liberals at Carleton. And I knew then that he was in it for the right reasons. He was enthusiastic about the future of the party. He was involved, and he was activating others to be involved too. I knew where his heart was and why he was in it. When Michael first ran for school board trustee, it was so grassroots that a group of just 5 of us campaigned the whole ward. Gaining support along the way, we were wearing out shoes and working on a mini budget. So many of those day one supporters are here with us today, and we can't thank you enough for being with us on this journey. When Michael ran for a second term as trustee, our daughter Marin was just over 1 year old. When he ran his campaign for MPP, Mila was just over a year old. Michael started his career as an elected official with a very young family. Our girls have grown up understanding that their dad is busy and sometimes can't be part of things that are important to them. They've grown up also knowing that what he does is important and that he's in it for the right reasons. Michael has always wanted our children, all children, to have every opportunity to follow their interests and passions. And I know that Michael is in it for your children as much as his own. They say that politics can change a person. The way you think about and feel about the things, especially when you choose to throw yourself into it at a very young age. They say that young idealism, passion, and the belief that you can make a difference will fade. Being involved at a level where you understand the inner workings of it all can make you jaded. You can easily lose focus of why you wanted to be in the mix in the first place. I've been with Michael on this amazing Liberal journey of his from the beginning, and I can honestly say that politics has not changed him. He is changing politics. In a troubling time when populist politics is the name of the game, Michael is as he ever was, honest and genuine about the opportunity that lies ahead, excited to grow and transition into the future, empathetic to those that he has shared hardships with, and sympathetic to anyone that he listens to. Michael has always been and will always be the type of person who can bring people together regardless of the differences that separate them. He knows what we have to offer each other as Ontarians. He believes that there is a way to get there. Someone like Michael, who is in it for someone like you, is the right person at the right time to lead this party forward. I'm so proud to introduce
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning. Bonjour, Annie. I want to acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of many First Nations and recognize our Indigenous past, present, and future here in Ontario. Je suis très honoré d'être avec vous aujourd'hui. Merci beaucoup. Thank you to my beautiful family who joined me here today, my beautiful wife Lori and my beautiful children Marin and Mila, my brother and his family and my in-laws. And I just want to say thank you to them so much for being here to support me. I love you all. I want to thank everyone here today, regardless of who you're supporting, for joining. Regardless of who you're supporting, for joining your Liberal family when we need you the most. And this journey has been incredible. The last 2 years has been incredible. We suffered our worst defeat in the history of this party, but yet, look, we are here and we still stand strong. "3,000 Liberals from across the province who believe in our future, and our opponents should know by now that when things get tough for Liberals, we do what we do best. We rethink, we reorganize, and we reimagine. And we're just getting started." I have to give a big shout out to Alvin, Mitzi, Kate, Stephen, and Brenda. They did an incredible job, and I'm so proud of their campaigns. Thank you for stepping up and making this leadership campaign so exciting. Thank you. Now, I want to thank all of my supporters here today. All of you beautiful people. My campaign team, you put Thank you. Now, there is no question that you put your heart and soul into this campaign, and it was a positive campaign. You were not afraid to challenge the status quo and embrace really big, bold ideas, and I'm so thankful. Thank you so much. And, you know, over the last year, we've accomplished so much. We've raised about $300,000 from about 1,400 donors, and I believe that's the most of any single campaign, the most donors. We signed up. You should be really proud of yourself. You know, we signed up 1/3 of the new members of this party. We traveled to all regions of this great province and had nearly 2,000 people offer to volunteer and help. And we put together, I believe, a policy document that was so comprehensive that really addressed many of the challenges that Ontarians face today. And I just want to say how proud I am to be with 400 delegates from across this province and thankful for what we've been able to accomplish. I could not have done this without you. So, over the last 200 years, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, over the last 200 years, Liberals have renewed and reinvented ourselves many times over. Each time, we had to create a new form of liberalism that adapts and responds to the challenges of the day. This approach has been part of our history and a part of something I believe that this party needs to embrace to move forward into the future. We have the challenge and we have the opportunity starting today to work together on a bold vision of what it means to be a Liberal today. That will be my primary focus. That will be my primary focus as leader, as we prepare this party to replace Doug Ford by offering a new approach to politics. Renewing liberalism to take on the challenges Ontario faces today must be at the heart of building this new party. You see, we are now part of a new chapter in a 200-year Liberal story, a truly great Canadian story. Before Canada was even a country, Liberals were hard at work. Reformers such as Robert Baldwin, William Lyon Mackenzie stepped up and took on the establishment. 20 years later, my favorite Liberal, George Brown, brought reformers and clear grits together around the idea of uniting Upper and Lower Canada, which set the stage for Confederation. And then Oliver Mowat formed a great coalition of farmers and city dwellers, Protestants, Catholics, young and old, rich and poor. Liberals have achieved so much success because we know how to work together for the common good. And we also know what it's like to be pushed aside for over 40 years into the political wilderness. And then once again, we were able to rise, reinvent ourselves, modernize, transform under the leadership of David Peterson. We have always been bold and we've always done the right thing. And that was evident when we elected Lynn MacLeod, the first woman to lead a major Ontario political party. And we found common ground under Dalton McGuinty, recognizing our diversity and working hard for an inclusive Ontario that continues to guide us today. We gave pride to our party helping elect our first female and LGBTQ Premier, Kathleen Wynne, who reinforced our belief in fairness and opportunity for all. Thank you, Kathleen Wynne, and thank you, Kathleen Wynne, for taking a chance on someone like me. I appreciate it. You see, these chapters in our story remind us of our ability as Liberals to reimagine Ontario and to bring people together. Such a long history that many thought ended in June of 2018. But look around, a new chapter is being written right here today, and it's because of you. We have an opportunity to set course this new Liberal story and redefine what it means to be a Liberal today by renewing liberalism itself. Our challenges. Thank you. This front line's the best front line. Thank you. You see, our challenge today are as serious an urge for solution as any other time in our province's history. Our Liberal story is not about the leader. It's not about the MPP. It's not about the Executive Council. It's about us facing and overcoming our societal challenges and how we respond as a collective to make this province a better place for everyone. It is this approach that I believe has helped shape this party and has helped shape me to become the person I am today. You see, in my mid-teens, I lived in a neighborhood where politics did not seem to connect with someone like me. But when faced with a local issue, I decided to pick up the phone and contact my MPP, and it worked. And I couldn't believe it. I felt like I actually mattered, that I was part of something bigger. I was so excited. I went to the local library, opened up the encyclopedia. If you're under 30, that was the Google of my era. And I looked up political parties, and I discovered that I was a Liberal back then because of those ideas of Pierre Elliott Trudeau and the Liberal Party, and those ideas and concepts that align so well with my very own story. So, again, I had to rely on another pre-existing Google technology, the white pages, and I looked up the Liberal Party and headed down to 10 St. Mary's. Walked into the office, and I can remember asking a question as clear as yesterday. I asked, how can I help? And that question almost 30 years ago is relevant today, just as relevant today as it was back then. How could I help? And it's that question that has brought me here to this stage today, and you to this convention. This is the very question that's driving our rebuild and will inspire Ontarians to help us defeat Doug Ford in 2022. I really believe that now more than ever, this province needs our help. You see, the Conservatives of today are short-sighted. Conservatives of today are short-sighted. They practice reactionary politics, locked into an ideology that doesn't allow them the flexibility to navigate and bring forth solutions in this complex and ever-changing world. I've seen so many examples of that ideology overriding logic and thoughtful decision-making, and only to further their short-sighted responses that usually at the end causes more harm than good. I don't want that angry, messy, chaotic state of politics in Ontario today to continue. When I talk to organizations, businesses, and members of our community, they tell me we need to return to a state of stability. We don't need an agenda controlled by the extreme right or the radical left. We need to return to balance and to moderation. And I want to make Ontario a place where government once again focuses on what people need and what really matters, where the government helps us know where we're going, helps us understand what to expect, and provides us with the leadership, wisdom, and support to get us there. And I believe that Ontario Liberals need to come together around a new vision of liberalism, a new approach to politics that captures the challenges and opportunities of today and produces the best outcomes for citizens and getting our core services delivered in the best way possible, which ultimately unleashes the true potential of our province. To me, that vision needs to be value-driven. Our values need to shape the renewed liberalism we stand for as we seek to earn back the trust and confidence of the people of Ontario. And to me, it's those values that have been the heart and soul of this leadership campaign over the last year. And to me, the true challenge of leadership of our party is to take our shared values and transform them into a plan of action and then get out there and make it happen. But first and foremost, renewed liberalism in Ontario today and in the future needs to be about equity, about fair, equal, just, and respectful treatment of every single Ontarian. Today in Ontario, we have the opportunity to launch a new Liberal moment. Liberals believe the job of government is to be alert to change and to get out in front of it, not to be oblivious to the change and to deny it. The opportunity of this new Liberal moment is to apply our shared values under a new technological and economic condition in the exact same way Liberals historically have always done when we were at our best. Our new Liberal moment calls on us, like Baldwin, Mackenzie, Mowat, and Hepburn before us, to use those values we as Liberals have always gone back to when we rebuild, collaborating and working together for the common good, building consensus and new coalitions, ensuring inclusion and fairness for a just and equal society. Today in Ontario, Liberals need to come together under a set of core values and focus those values on the problems and challenges our province faces today. We need to be thought leaders and provide moral and ethical leadership to help our province work through big ideas of our times. And when we are clear on that direction, we can once again have bold, activist government that works on behalf of Ontarians and takes on the biggest challenges of our generation. And those challenges, like fighting the climate change crisis and not denying it, seizing the opportunity to green our economy, forging a new collaboration between government and business to build a new economy around tech and succeed at the global level, ensuring that participation of our economy is inclusive and reflects and leverages our very own diversity. This is the meaning of the new Liberal moment, taking our values and making them work for every single person here in Ontario. This is how we define new liberalism that can transform our province and take us into the future. Now, thank you. Now, as you may have noticed, my vision for the future of Ontario is very different from our current premiers, who finds more ways to divide us than to unite us. You see, we're the opposite of Ford's Conservatives. I believe it's a vision I share with many of you gathered here today, and people in every part of this great province. Our vision of Ontario's future is constructive, not destructive, progressive, not regressive, positive, not negative. We need to be the guardians of our environment and not run away from the fight against climate change. We need to build a new economy and equip young people with the skills they need and the knowledge. We need to be absolutely certain that Ontario stays relevant and can compete globally. I want to lead a party, to lead a province, because I am ready for those challenges, and so we can go out there and actually achieve our goal. Now, thank you. Now lately, I keep thinking about the long road and the journey we have ahead of us. It's a journey to restore civility, dignity, humility to our public discourse on how we treat each other, to come together to support and protect one another, to stop Doug Ford and his conservative agenda, to be part of a decent Ontario, a fair, new, bold Ontario, to make this province the safest, healthiest, and best possible place to raise a child. To understand that our children do matter and that they are worthwhile. And that and that our children are the best investment we can make into our future. A future in our province where progressive values tells us we are better when we come together. There's a long road ahead, and there's a lot of hard work, but we will do it. We will succeed. We will restore hope. We will bring back optimism. And we will give every person in this province the opportunity they deserve to achieve their dreams and their aspirations. And with your participation, your involvement, your commitment, your ideas, and your support, we will make that happen together. That's my vision for renewed liberalism for a new Ontario. I'm Michael Coteau, and I invite you to join me. Thank you, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much.
Okay, that's Michael Coteau. Premier, I'm going to ask you to twist around a little bit here. There are there are a few people in this building who have run once in a leadership convention, the 6th today. Dalton McGuinty, who was in this chair a little while ago. I think there's only one person in this whole building who's run in 2 leadership conventions. 1976, which as a child of 32 or 33 he lost, and then again in 1982, which he won. And that's David Peterson sitting right here, the 20th Premier of the province of Ontario. He was Premier from 1985 to 1990. Did that bring back any memories for you?
Man, it's very high stress for the people up there. But isn't this fun? I mean, the atmosphere is charged with sort of optimism, love, affection, and great opportunity. This is great stuff. This is the best party of the province today.
Did you vote?
I haven't voted yet, but I'm going to.
Okay. You want to tell us who you're voting for?
I do, but I'm not telling you. I have conscientiously kept out being partisan to thing. Okay. I don't think that's helpful. And if the new leader, if I can help him or her in any way, I'm happy to do it.
As you know as well as anybody, this party has been up in the past and it has been down in the past. Right now it's in the penalty box. Only 8 members at the legislature, relatively competitive in the polls, but we know 2.5 years before an election what that's worth. Where do you think it's at today in terms of whether the public has forgiven this party yet?
Well, Stephen, let me just say, it couldn't have got any worse, right? So when you hit the bottom, it was worse than the worst was contemplated. That being said, look, there's a couple of by-elections. How they were, should we say, they weren't tough wins, but they were wins. But what I look at, I'll tell you what I look at. A couple of factors. Things change very, very quickly in this world. You can go from the top of the pile to the bottom of the pile very quickly. You can also go from the bottom to the top very quickly. It's a two-way street.
And you experienced both?
Well, I've experienced both of those. Winning when I wasn't supposed to win and losing when I wasn't supposed to lose. And it depends on the moment and the circumstances and doing a lot of things right and or wrong and a little bit of luck. But that's one factor. But the other factor, I just look at the enthusiasm here. There's a lot to work with. I mean, you look at the situation in Ontario today, let me not be partisan, but let me just say, it's not a particularly distinguished government in any way that I can figure out, with any particular agenda that I can figure out, or any path to make things better, at least that I can figure out. The opposition is not particularly effective. In other words, there's a great opportunity here. And the new leader's got to put together a team and a vision and an organization. But, you know, Stephen, I remind you, when I took the party in 1982, even though we had more members, we had no money, no policy, we were a rural rump, and no particular prospect. And even my mother didn't think we could win, and we went on and won. And so there is an appetite for hope and for people that are credible and a great team. There's and for generosity of spirit. So I think it's a wonderful opportunity. I see the seeds of it here.
I don't mean to be a killjoy, but the inbox for the next leader is the worst ever, right? He's got to find more should say he or she, but we assume it's going to be Del Duca. He's got to find more candidates than anyone ever before. He's got to raise more money than any previous leader ever has before. Putting policy together is going to be trickier than ever before. There is a legacy of the last 15 years, some of which was good, some of which wasn't, that he or she is going to have to live down. Would you agree that's a tall order?
Well, yeah, but it's achievable. Look, it was tough when Justin Trudeau took over to go from third party. Every single thing has its own challenges. But let me just say, I think getting the right team is the most important thing. I see kernels of that team here. I see a lot of people that on the floor that are thinking about running. And the other opportunity is there's a lot of open, good seats that people can win. And that's a tremendous opportunity. Often when good people come to you, say, well, look, I'm sorry, I can't find you a seat where you've got a good shot. So that's, for ambitious people today who like politics, it's a fabulous opportunity. Stephen, if this was a penny stock, you'd buy it because the chances of an upside return are incredible. Money is going to be a problem. There's no question about that. They have to policy, getting the best thinkers together in the province. But our value system is still the value system of this province. We're right in the center, and we understand the trends of feminism and diversity, and it's in our blood, and we want to include everybody. So building a large inclusive party is not antithetical to our instinct. It's right where we are.
Let me ask you one more thing, and that is your sister-in-law, former Deputy Premier Deb Matthews, is a big wheel in the campaign of the person we're going to hear from next. Are you telling me you can go to family gatherings if you don't promise to your sister-in-law that you voted for Kate Graham?
Deb is one of my favorite people, and after my wife, my daughter, and my mother, she's very close up there as one of my favorite people on earth, and I adore her. And it's not like she hasn't put the arm on me, and she did in the last campaign because she supported her. I have been neutral just because I think it's a better way to do things from my position. Not that I have any great following, it's just that I want to be in a position to be a peacemaker after all this is over.
Good. As you recall back, I mean, Kate Graham's 35. You were 32 or 33 when you ran for the first time. So you were both the youngest candidates in the room by a long way. Boy, we're going back a long way now, 1976 when you ran for leader.
Don't feel obliged to do the math here.
44 years ago. What's it like to be the new kid on the block when nobody thinks you're going to win, and you're very raw, and you got to try and be competitive?
And everybody's a critic and facing some of the best of the business. Well, I had to stand up in the House against Bill Davis, right? But Bill Davis, and everybody has a different interpretation, I believe that he knew his time was coming, and he got out ahead of time. He's a shrewd man. He only survived so long in this business, and he knew it, as good as he was. But it's very humbling, and it's hard work. And I traveled this province. I swear I've been in every town in this province. I was seen for the back seat of the car. I'd go to little towns, meet the Liberal Party. There were 2 people there. You'd give a speech. Next year you'll go back, there were 4 people. And say, well, I've doubled the support, right? And you look at small gains, but you prepare yourself. You work hard to understand every corner of the province. You work hard to understand the issues. And by osmosis and by intellect, try to figure out what's going on. And then you present a new, energetic vision. That's what we did. We didn't have a fraction of the resources of the Conservatives, but we beat them. You know, David did beat Goliath. These things happen. People are looking for new energy. And the Tories will be on the defensive next time, not the Liberals. So the Liberals have a great opportunity here.
I want to thank you very much for visiting our broadcast position here. Your sister-in-law candidate, Kate Graham, is about to speak. And we thank you very much for coming here.
You were the only person around here 40 years ago when I was here, so it's nice to see you again.
Might be the case, might be the case. Thanks, that's Premier David Peterson, 20th Premier of the province of Ontario, the former member for London Centre. And we're going to hear from somebody who ran in London North Centre pretty soon. That's Kate Graham. Let's take the stage.
From London West.
Good to see you.
I need a politician and politicians who I can relate to and who I can believe in. Time's over for career politicians. We need people with a new energy, new leadership, new party to bring this party and Ontarians into the future.
I'm Claire Ballas from Whitby. And I want politicians who care less about partisanship and more about working together to create positive change. I want politicians who care about education, the environment, who are genuine and trustworthy, and who will work together to provide well-being for all Ontarians.
I'm Willie Farah from Carleton. I want a liberal leader who can engage Ontarians to defend our fundamental bedrock values of diversity, justice, and a good, compassionate government that takes care of its people.
My name is Christopher Zabane from Toronto Danforth. I want politicians who know that the only way to have the people in our legislature reflect the people of this great province is by reforming our electoral system.
You know, I hate to cut off Christopher Zabane because he used to work at TVO, and now he's up there volunteering for Kate Graham's campaign. But I'm going to cut him off. I'm sorry, Christopher, because I got Alison Jones here, who's the Queen's Park correspondent for Canadian Press. They're about to throw to some other activities on the stage, and of course we'll take Kate Graham's speech in its entirety once she gets up on stage. But in the meantime, let's pick your brains a little bit. First of all, welcome to our broadcast position here. What do you think so far? This is a party that's got 8 seats in the legislature, that's been in the penalty box for 20 months. How are they doing here this weekend?
No, there are about 3,000 people here, so all of the party officials are saying that's really promising. To me, I think the biggest positive that they can probably take away from this is the fact that it was actually a pretty boring leadership race, and I say that because you watch any of the debates, including the TVO debates, the candidates were in agreement about almost everything. There's no traditional leadership strife. They agreed about so many things that I think that's going to make it really easy for the party to then unite behind the new leader and kind of move forward and then start looking about what they need to do, because it's only a little over 2 years to the next election. They've got a pretty monumental task ahead.
This party hasn't had a first ballot victor at a leadership convention since I think 1973 or 4 or something. Robert Nixon, back in the day. Is there any chance this thing is going to go to a second ballot?
Just looking at the straight numbers, it doesn't seem like it. I'm personally a little bitter about that. I've never covered a delegated convention before and was so excited to get to cover one. And
they are the best.
Looks like it's going to be a first ballot victory for Stephen Del Duca.
And if you're a Liberal supporter, is that desirable?
You know, I think for the majority of the party, it might be, and it's interesting. You know, you look at sort of the delegated convention. Most of the party membership didn't want a delegated convention. Right. Most of them wanted to go to the one-member, one-vote system. So that's also something I'm going to be looking for in the months and years ahead, to see if the party then takes another stab at trying to change some of those systems and processes about how they choose the leader.
I guess we should explain that it was not a simple majority. Actually,
No.
I think the vote was in this building, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
At the annual general meeting. A simple majority wasn't enough to throw out delegated conventions.
Yeah.
They needed a super majority of 2/3
I think it was 2/3.
something like that, yeah, so it didn't happen.
I'm Marcus O'Brien Fair from Willowdale.
Again, as we await the speech from Kate Graham, the next leader, assuming it's Del Duca, but whoever it is, an enormous challenge coming in. Candidate recruitment, raising money, policy development. It's probably the biggest challenge of any incoming Liberal leader ever. What are you hearing about whether or not Stephen Del Duca is up to that challenge?
You know, he, one of the biggest reasons that he's in the position that he's in now, in such a strong position, is his organizing strength. He got such a team, such a ground game behind him, that is what a lot of people are attributing largely to his front runner status. So they're saying, you know, if he can take those skills and then apply them to the party in general, that they're going to be in a pretty good chance. But as you said, it's a very, very large task. You know, we don't have a precise dollar figure, but there are millions and millions of dollars in debt still from the last election. The interim leader, John Fraser, told me that they really haven't been doing any fundraising up until this point, because it's hard to raise money when you've just got an interim leader. So they really have to start now, only about 2 years to the next election, to not just gather enough money to fight the Doug Ford juggernaut, but, you know, to try and start paying off some of that debt. There's 124 ridings across the province. They're going to have to convince some very talented people to run for them at a time when they're in third-party status. That's not going to be an easy thing to do.
And even more than that, Alison, they've also, if Del Duca wins, he has pledged to have 30 candidates under the age of 30, and half the candidates be women.
That's right.
So that's going to be even harder, I presume.
Yeah, that's going to take a lot of outreach. And Kate Graham, who we're about to hear from, actually talked a lot about that during her campaign. She frequently talked about how men need to be asked 1 time to run for politics and women need to be asked 7 times. So if that's your goal, that's going to take a lot of extra work, 7 times the work perhaps.
David Peterson was in that seat just a few minutes ago, and one of the things he said that struck him as interesting was that, of course, there have been a few shots at Doug Ford throughout the speeches at this convention, but it hasn't been, he noticed that there hasn't been a lot of that real red meat stuff that people love to dig their teeth into, and that it's almost as if the Liberal Party understands it's got to be something more than just, we're not Doug Ford. You agree?
I think so, and I think they've done a lot of soul searching in the past approximately 2 years since the election. I think they realized they need to turn a page, to rebrand and really kind of get back to the roots and look at, you know, a lot of the people today have talked about getting back to values and key policies. I think that's what they're trying to focus on right now, more than the sort of rabid partisanship that we've seen overtake a lot of political spheres lately.
Now, Stephen Del Duca has the, I guess, the pledged support of delegates of 56% right now, and Michael Coteau's in second with 17. That's just a very, very huge gap to overcome if you're trying to have this be a competitive race. Have you noticed during the course of your travels a bit of an enthusiasm gap among the 5 candidates who are so far back? I mean, I found at the TVO debate they wouldn't go after him because they were in a sense conceding victory. Are you finding that?
Yeah, and that might be why the race has been, as I characterized it, a little boring, frankly, because it seems like he is going to be, hey, there you are, as the presumptive winner. You know, they're going to be thinking ahead to a possible Stephen Del Duca government, whether that's in 2 years or 4 years or who knows. They're going to want to position themselves to be involved. Obviously, all the people who put their names forward believe in the party and want to be involved in its rebuilding. So they won't want to actively tear a new strip off Stephen Del Duca.
Although I was interested again at that TVO debate to hear that all of the candidates except one were pledging to run in the next election. Michael Cotto, when I asked him, are you promising to run again in the next election? He said, I don't know. It's 2.5 years away. It's a long time.
Yeah.
I found that an odd answer. Did you?
It was, yeah. Although he's since come out and said, I am gonna run. I'm not sure why he was sort of second guessing that in the moment. Maybe you caught him off guard.
Don't know. I just got caught off guard because I don't think the agenda's ever been in anybody's campaign video before, so I was a little caught off guard there. Just plug your own coverage if you like. Who from Canadian Press is here today, and what can we look forward to seeing tomorrow?
I'm here today, a one-man band.
Are you really? You're
as is the CP way. Well, we have our very talented photographer, Frank Gunn, so you'll see lots of excellent photos
Frank's
in
a legend.
newspapers tomorrow and on Monday. I'm writing a print story, sending out audio clips, and shooting some online video. That's what the Canadian Press does these days.
Excellent. Happy to give you the plug. Allison, it's good of you to join us here on our broadcast position. And because this is the Corona Convention, we're not shaking hands, we're doing fist bumps here.
Perfect.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thanks, Steve.
That's Allison Jones. And as we suggested, you can read her coverage where Canadian Press stories are picked up by newspapers and, of course, online tomorrow. You got Amanda coming up now, is that right? Okay. We have told you that 20 months ago, the Liberals were handed their worst defeat ever. In 152 years, they were knocked down from a majority government of 50-some-odd seats to 7. They then lost 2. 2 people left. There were 2 by-elections. The Liberals recaptured those seats, so they were at 7. And then our next guest came in. Come on in, Amanda. We're going to get you set up here. Amanda Simard was elected 20 months ago as a progressive conservative MPP from an Eastern Ontario riding of Glengarry Prescott Russell. When the Ford government announced that it was cancelling the French Language Services Commissioner and cancelling the French University plan for downtown Toronto, and Amanda Simard was the parliamentary assistant for the Minister for Francophone Affairs and didn't know anything about it, she was outraged. She quit the party, she quit the caucus, she sat as an independent for several months, and she's just joined the Liberal Party as the newest MPP. Bienvenue, welcome.
Merci, thank you.
It's nice to see you again.
Very nice to see you.
Okay, I'm assuming this is your first convention, first Liberal convention.
It is.
Is that right?
It is.
How are people treating you? Because you've only been a Liberal for, what, like a couple of months?
Steve, it's been absolutely incredible. Just incredible here. The people are just wonderful, and it's very warm welcome, and I've just had so many great interactions, and it's a really good feeling. Yeah.
Who did you vote for?
I had a secret ballot.
It was a secret ballot. You as an MPP get a vote.
Yes.
You didn't have to run for a delegate status.
No, exactly.
So you automatically get a vote.
Yes.
Are you not going to say who you voted for?
No, and I have to say that I actually voted last night at the very, very end. I think it was about 10 o'clock. Right before the deadline, because I truly love, like, all the candidates have incredible potential, and I thought that they were all very well qualified with experience, their own experience, and I thought that they would all be fit to be leader, and so I will support whoever is. So it was a really tough choice, but I think that, yeah.
Why are you not tipping your hand?
I usually am very public about everything, but my vote, even my vote in the federal election, is very private. I don't think anybody could have guessed even who I voted for, because I like to give everybody a chance until the very last minute.
If Stephen Del Duca, as expected, wins this thing, what kind of a relationship do you have with him? I presume you've met him, but you probably don't know him very well.
Yes, of course. A good relationship. I think that Stephen is very professional, organized, has experience, and he's a hard worker. Look at this energy. This is incredible. This is very, very good. No, Stephen has the hard work, energy, and this is so great.
You know, I got to say, Amanda Simard is sitting a foot away from me, and I can't hear her.
Yes.
This is a very noisy hall.
This is so good.
And the interesting thing is, this is Kate Graham's team. Kate Graham is only a few years older than you.
She ran an impressive campaign.
She has got a lot of enthusiasm behind her here. It is
I met
very
with her,
noisy.
Yes, I met with her, definitely.
And Amanda, sit tight because we're going to go listen to
Okay,
Kate
yes,
Graham's
yes, yes.
speech and then we'll come back and
Of
chat.
course.
Here's Kate Graham.
Do you want more? Vous en voulez encore? Do you want more? Yes. I am with you. I am thirsty for more. And I know you are too. As you look at your options and at your party, I believe you are looking for more. And the people of Ontario, they are too. Now let me tell you why I feel that way. When I look at the world around us, I see more and more people who feel as though they have less. They feel like they're less human in a world where walls are being built literally to keep people out. They feel like they have less opportunity, where power and money are increasingly concentrated in the hands of a privileged few. They feel like they have less of a voice in a world where division and anger have become our status quo. They feel like they have less time as the realities of climate change become overwhelming. When I look around, I see people who feel less and less convinced that politics can be a force of good, where the only way for people to show how hopeless and worried and angry they actually feel is by checking out entirely or throwing down with options like Brexit and Donald Trump. Yeah. I see an Ontario Liberal Party that has less too. Less seats than we've ever had. Less votes. Less people who believe in us. Less people who have faith in us and in our ability to do right by them. And that is why we are here. Not just to choose a new leader, but because this is a moment when we cannot afford to settle for less. Yes. Yes. This is a moment where we have to prove that we are capable of giving people more. So, how do we do that? How do we win? You're probably looking at me and thinking the same thing. How does she win? How does this woman, new to our party, no Queen's Park experience, wearing maternity tights while giving the speech of her life, how does she win? You would not think maternity tights would be an applause line, but there we go. That's just good. In fact, there are a lot of reasons why people think this campaign was a long shot. But here we are, months later, momentum building with every passing week because it is time for something new. I want to thank each of my delegates, my team, my family, everyone who has believed in me and believed in our ability to come together and build something great, something bigger than all of us. Thank you for believing in me and in believing in what we can do together from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Over this campaign, you've gotten to know the people who are running to lead our party. And I am proud to share the stage with such a wonderful, diverse group. You've heard about the experience and skills they bring. And today, you've heard their stories. So let me tell you mine. I am a small town girl from southwestern Ontario. I'm the child of 2 teachers who was raised to believe in the power of education and of the picket line. I'm someone who saw firsthand how her neighbors could lose their jobs and their livelihoods when plants closed down because of decisions made hours and worlds away. Someone who knows what it's like to wait tables to pay for tuition. Someone who has spent hours on a congested highway just trying to get from A to B, because in many parts of Ontario, there is no other option. I'm someone who has brought the solutions of her community to the powers that be at Queen's Park, only to see eyes glaze over and doors slam shut. I'm someone who has applied for a job, this job, and found out she was pregnant. And she, someone who knew, just knew, that some people would write her off immediately, an experience so many women have had. I am someone who has excelled in academics, in the public sector, in implementing public policy, in chairing boards and teams and winning awards, and yet was asked every day of this campaign, what makes you think you're qualified? Someone who knows that for women like Kathleen Wynne, there are no second chances. Someone who knows that when women put themselves forward to lead, they will be the target of hate and vitriol, and that some people will say that means we shouldn't put forward female candidates, that they're not electable. But you know what? That is bullshit. Yeah, yes, it is. Yes. Thank you. Yes, yes. Not only are women electable, but they must be elected if we want to solve the greatest challenges that we face. I am here because I believe that politics actually matters. But I am not here because there is anything extraordinary about me. No. I am here because this is a moment that calls on us to do something extraordinary. So if you want to know how can I win, I want you to think about how do we win? How does the Ontario... Yes. How does the Ontario Liberal Party win back the people of this province? How do we give them more? How do we restore their faith in us and in politics and in the power that it can have in our lives? Because that is what we need to do. We have to give them more. We got to give them more than just policy planks and platitudes. We have to give them more than trade up favors and crank up the machinery of politics. We have to do more than fundraise using fear. We have to restore trust in us, in politics, in what is possible. Now, there are those who will say, no, what we need is a fight. What we need is a fighter. But here is the thing. The idea that politics is an all-or-nothing fight where one team wins and one team loses and anything goes if it helps our team win, that is what has turned people off. Yes. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, keep going. All of us in this room, all of us in this room, in this party, in this province, in this country, in this world, We are all in this together, and what we need in this world is a lot less fighting and a lot more compassion, more humility, more empathy, more love. Because if we plant, yes, more love, yes! When we plant our feet in the ground and we draw a line in the sand around what matters, we can do amazing things together, and we have. We are the party that rebuilt public education. We are the party that made tuition free. We are the party that eradicated coal, that introduced basic income. We are the party that when we know who we are and we are not afraid to stand up for what we believe, we can be the party that restores people's faith. Yes, we can. We can be the party that empowers people to make decisions in Metcalfe and London and Thunder Bay, not just in the halls of Queen's Park. Yeah. We can be the party that focuses more on the well-being of people than on polling numbers. We can be the party that finally makes Ontario carbon neutral. Yes. We can be the party that once and for all gives kids with autism the services they need. We can be the party that builds a social support system to lift people out of poverty, that doesn't nickel and dime our children's education, and that doesn't just acknowledge the presence of Indigenous land, but acknowledges their rights, skills, and their autonomy. Yes. We can be the party that listens. We can be the party that listens to everybody. I don't care if you joined the party yesterday or you've been knocking on doors for decades. We can be the party that shows you do not win by ripping someone else down. You win by building up every person in this province. Yes. We can be the party that shows ourselves humbled, that understands that people know their communities and their needs better than we do, to acknowledge that we lost touch, and to prove that we can reconnect with the things that people really care about and that rightfully turn people away. We can be the party that shows people that their vote matters, that this moment matters, and it can propel change for the better. Thank you. This is a moment that does not come along often. When we look back at this time, when politics feels so broken, and where the issues that we face feel so great, I want to know that we did everything we possibly could to rise to that challenge. I know what I'm willing to do, but today I am asking you to do something extraordinary. I am asking you to do politics differently, to do more for our province, for our party, more for the people of Ontario, because I am all in. Thank you. Thank you. Merci. Miigwech. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, that's Kate Marie Graham, who just finished the 6th and final speech here at the 2020 Ontario Liberal Leadership Convention. So let's reset. Oh, one more thing she said. I guess she's got time left.
I'm going to leave it all on the table. My friends, there are many in here who are supporting another wonderful candidate in this race. And if we get to a second ballot, this is my final message to you. If you change your mind, I'm the first in line. Baby, I'm still free. Take a chance on me. If you need me, let me know, 'cause I'll be around. If you got no place to go and you're feeling down, take a chance on me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. I'm here with Amanda Simard, who is the Liberal MPP for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Amanda, there were two things in that speech I've never heard before.
Yeah.
One is profanity.
Yeah.
She said, if you think a woman cannot be elected leader anymore because of difficulties, that's bullshit. That's what she said. And she sang ABBA at the end, and I've never heard that either. What do you think of that?
That was great. You know, she has so much charisma and energy. I met with Kate, and she's very real. And I think that we need that, you know, to build trust in politicians. That's very important, to be genuine and authentic. People want that, and so I'm really, if she doesn't win today, I would really hope that she wants to be a candidate in the next election, because that's exactly what we need.
She's 5 months pregnant,
Yes.
and I thought that she might be the first pregnant candidate ever, but somebody on Twitter got into me and said, no, Nikki Ashton for the NDP was also pregnant when she ran for the leadership of the NDP, so she's not the first. Tell me this, I want to ask a bit of a more serious question. I've heard almost no French spoken today during any of the speeches. 6 speeches. This party depends on the Francophone community big time for its support. And I've heard very little French here today. French is your first language. What do you think of that?
Yes, so last night was a lot of French. There was a lot of French, and I think that today, because it's the candidates, it is the speech of their life, you know, as they say, and they're more comfortable in that language. And one thing that I did notice at this convention that I have never seen at a PC convention is that there are no teleprompters. And that is something very challenging, and I find that if you're going to be talking in your second language without a teleprompter, it could be difficult. You know, I myself, this is my second language, so I can understand why in their speeches they're doing it in English, which is fine. And to be honest, for me and for a lot of the Francophone community, it's about the substance and the intentions more than about the form. So I would rather have someone who truly is an ally to the Francophone community than someone who speaks French perfectly, however perfect it is, but that doesn't actually work with us and for us. So I find that it's more about that. And as I said about Doug Ford too, when he said he wanted to learn French, I said, you better learn about the history of Franco-Ontarians before you learn French. That would be more important.
Gotcha.
So for me, I think that for the candidates, that is their first language, and last night with the co-chairs and the Kathleen Wynne and the people speaking, there was a lot of French.
Yes, there was more last night for sure. Très bien. OK, merci beaucoup, madame.
Thank you,
Ça me
Steve.
fait un grand plaisir d'avoir votre présence à notre émission encore une fois.
C'est toujours un plaisir d'être avec vous.
Merci beaucoup. That's Amanda Simard, the newest Liberal MPP, having left the Conservatives a few months ago. She is the now Liberal MPP from Glengarry Prescott Russell. We're going to invite somebody else to come in here, and this is going to be somebody that I suspect most of you, if not all of you, have never met before. She is Emma Harmos. She is a Kate Graham delegate, and let's have a look at her. She's 14 years old. Emma, do I assume this is your first leadership convention?
It is.
Where are you from?
I'm from London, Ontario.
And where are you going to school?
I go to Mother Teresa.
Okay, you're in the separate school system.
Yes.
Gotcha. And why did you decide you wanted to get involved in politics and join Kate Graham's team?
Well, it was because Kate inspired me. She's a genuine, honest, compassionate, and intelligent woman, and I feel like I can really relate to her, and I want to learn more from her. She's just an amazing person who I really want to learn more about, and who I really want to learn from.
What did you think of her speech?
It was incredible, really. I really enjoyed it, yes.
And a lot of enthusiasm out there, didn't you find?
Yes, a lot. So many people have really worked hard on her campaign, and they all really, really, truly believe in what she has to say.
She swore during the speech. Did you catch that?
Oh, yes, I did.
What did you think of that?
I don't know. I feel like it it definitely goes with her personality, that she's a really strong person who doesn't care what other people think. She just cares about her province. She cares about her country.
Telling it like it is, eh?
Yeah.
Telling it like it is. Now, are your parents involved in politics at all?
Not really, actually.
So how did you catch the bug if you didn't catch it from your parents?
Well, I caught it from Kate.
How did you know her, or how did you meet her?
Well, actually, when I was 11 years old, I went to City Hall to talk to the mayor and to ask him questions and learn more about London. And Kate was actually the person who made that meeting for me.
Well, she's a London City Councillor, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So she facilitated that getting together.
Yes.
I don't have to tell you, there are a lot of people today, particularly in your generation, who think politics is a pretty scuzzy business and who don't want to have anything to do with it.
Yes.
Why aren't you one of those kind of people?
I've learned that politics can actually make a difference, and I want to make a difference, and I feel like politics is the way to go.
Can you imagine running someday for office?
Pardon me?
Can you imagine running for office someday?
Maybe. I don't know if I'd be able to handle all the pressure, but maybe one day.
Well, you're only 14, you've got some time. Good. It's awfully nice of you to visit us here at our broadcast position. Thank you very much, Emma.
Thank you.
And you did vote, right?
Yes, I did.
You did vote for Kate?
I did vote for Kate.
Okay, good. Good to know. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure meeting you.
14-year-old delegate already getting involved in public life. That's an inspiring and an optimistic and hopeful sign. Okay, let's reset. It is 10 minutes before 1 o'clock Eastern Time here at the International Centre in Mississauga, Ontario. All 6 leadership candidates for the leadership of the Ontario Liberal Party have spoken. They started the speeches at 9 o'clock this morning. Stephen Del Duca was the first. Kate Marie Graham was the last. Kate Graham, as I suggested, did a couple of things in that speech that I've never seen before. The first thing she did that I've never seen before is that she swore. She said, if some of you think that a woman can't be elected premier anymore because of the difficulties that we've had in the past, that's just, and then she said the word, bullshit. I haven't heard that before. And she also sang ABBA at the end, and I haven't heard anybody do that either. In any event, we've heard from a lot of Liberals so far today. I want to welcome Taras Natashak. Taras, you know, you're the NDP member for Essex. They're calling this the Corona Convention, which is why no one's shaking hands here. Everybody's worried about picking something up, so everybody's fist pumping or elbow bumping or whatever. Okay, you've been in the hall. What do you think?
Well, look, it looks like people are excited, and they're looking for a new chapter in the story of the Liberal Party of Ontario, and ultimately we will see who leads that party. It looks like it could be a coronation, an eventuality here with Stephen Del Duca leading in the pledged delegate category. So that'll present some interesting dynamics inside and outside of the House, if that is the case.
How well do you know Stephen?
I sat with Stephen for quite a number of years. I believe we were elected at the same time, if I'm not
A couple of elections ago?
A couple of elections ago. I was elected in 2011, so I had the time to sit in the House with him as he was a backbench member and also then as a minister. So I've seen him operate. I've seen, you know, what type of a representative he is, and it will certainly be interesting.
What do you like about him?
What I like about Stephen Del Duca? You know, I think he's an affable guy. You know, I certainly got along with him and could communicate well with him, but you know, he's a part of a Liberal legacy that has a lot of baggage.
So what don't you like about him?
Well, I don't like a lot of the decisions that he made around the cabinet table as a Liberal minister. We only have to point to the gas plant scandal, the massive sell-off of Ontario Hydro, the attacks on teachers, the disaster that they created with support for kids and families who are dealing with autism. I mean, there is a legacy of some real serious problems entrenched in his history and his tenure as a member that, you know, I think he wishes weren't going to follow him, but he'll have to deal with that.
Well, that is the question. I mean, does that follow Kathleen Wynne and Dalton McGuinty, or is that something that really wraps around his neck?
You know, I don't know how he shakes it, but it'll certainly be a challenge. If Stephen Del Duca is the new leader of the Liberal Party, it seems like, you know, what's new is old again. This isn't a renewal of the Liberal Party. It'll be a recycling of the Liberal Party and all the baggage that comes along with it, no doubt.
I don't know if you were here at 9 o'clock in the morning to hear his speech, but he basically went right after his biggest weakness, which is he understands he's not a charismatic figure. He understands he's not Mr. Personality. He understands that if he wins today, he's going to win not because of any charisma, but because he's known as a good organizer who can raise money, attract candidates, develop policy, and so on. Liberals do well when they eat your lunch. You do well, as in the last election, when you eat their lunch. What do you think of the prospects of going up against him?
Well, he's going to have some challenges. First and foremost, that he doesn't have a seat in the House, so that'll have to, you know, rectify itself somehow. We won't see ourselves going up against Stephen Del Duca. We're going up against Liberals and Conservatives who are attempting to dismantle the foundational pieces of this province: education, supports for kids with autism, supports for those who are the most vulnerable in our communities. There's a pattern there, whether it's the Liberal Party or the Conservative Party, that's been established, and it presents a clear alternative for people on the left to find a home within the NDP. Stephen definitely is a tactical shift to the right for the Liberal Party. I don't think anyone would argue. So if anything, it presents a challenge potentially to the right flank of the Liberal Party as to where they go. Do they find a home with Stephen Del Duca, or do they, maybe look somewhere else?
Well, you've touched on a really big issue, which is there were a lot of Liberals, obviously, who felt very uncomfortable with where Kathleen Wynne had taken the party. Many said to the left of the NDP, in fact, and they see Del Duca as a return of the Liberals to a more activist center, as opposed to fighting on the more left edge of the political spectrum with the NDP. If he can recreate that coalition in the center/progressive/left, that is more of a threat to you guys, is it not?
Again, his legacy and the policies that he was in the room to influence or not influence will be his biggest challenge. We look at the gas plant scandal. That's when Stephen Del Duca, as a cabinet minister, should have had the courage to stand up and say, this is wrong. This is a set of rules for us that wouldn't be applied to anyone else. If we see that type of leadership come forward as the new representative of the Liberal Party, then it's a return of those old policies, and I think they're going to have a challenge province-wide to have any real tangible electoral success for any time soon.
Okay, Taras, it's good of you to join us here at our broadcast position. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thanks.
And at the Corona Convention,
There
we'll
we
give
go.
you one of those. All right.
Great.
That's Taras Natashak, who is the NDP member for the riding of Essex in southwestern Ontario. Good to see you again,
Appreciate
and thank you
it.
for coming here. Okay, so what's happening right now? The convention is over in terms of the speeches. What's happening now is counting of the ballots, obviously. Last night, almost all the delegates voted. This morning, the alternate delegates who were allowed to take the position of permanently elected delegates who were not able to show up here, who didn't show up, they got inserted into the mix, and they would have voted this morning, but for all intents and purposes, almost all the voting took place last night. So we are now in a holding pattern, and we're going to wait and find out whether or not, in fact, Stephen Del Duca, with 56% of pledged known delegates supporting him going into this thing, whether he's got enough of the superdelegates, so-called, the ex-officios, to take him over the top on the first ballot. I'm really delighted to welcome here a guy who, for my money, has got the best political podcast out there. It's called The Hurly Burly. He's run campaigns for Paul Martin. He's run campaigns for Kathleen Wynne. He's won some, he's lost some, and through it all, he's gained a lot of knowledge about how the political process works.
And
David,
wait.
Actually, David, you look a lot thinner than I recall you. You've lost a lot of weight. That's David Hurley, incidentally. How are you enjoying yourself here?
I'm so thrilled about the convention, Steve, because, the people here, kind of the dirty secret that we didn't tell people for the last 10 years about our conventions.
What's that?
Is that they were half staff. They were half Queen's Park staffers. The actual number of Liberal volunteers coming out to conventions has not been close to this number of people for over a decade, I would say.
What's it like to come to one of these things where I don't think you have a dog in the hunt, right?
I don't.
You're not backing anybody here.
No.
So you're not as invested in the outcome as you might have been in the past. What's that like?
Well, you're obviously more objective about things that go on at the convention and about the speeches and things like that. It's a lot less exciting. For the people that are involved in these races, there's nothing more exciting. If you love politics, even more so than elections, leadership races are fun things. And the convention, especially a delegated convention like this one, is the culmination of it. So, yeah, it's kind of weird to be here and not care about the outcome a little bit.
Who gave the best speech today? I know who sang the best song today. That'd be Kate Graham. She's the only one who sang in her speech.
Right. So, I don't think we have a lights out speech like maybe Kathleen Wynne delivered in 2013 that changes the complexion of the race, perhaps. And I don't really think that was possible in this convention anyway. The die is pretty firmly cast, I think. I think that both Mitzi and Michael Coteau acquitted themselves well, and I think people look at them as people of substance going forward that can be part of the party. I think people looked at Del Duca's speech as this guy's going to win, he's going to be our leader, can he deliver the goods? And I think he did just fine up against that standard. It felt to me in the room like the story of the leadership, is Kate Graham. In that, I don't mean to take anything away from Stephen. He's won, and so this really is about him, and he's the leader.
He's going to win on the first ballot.
Going to win on the first ballot, going away miles. So the real question is, has anything else about this race besides his victory permeated at all? And it's her, right? If there's any buzz around anybody in this race, it's around her. And I think that speech showed some of why that is. A very relatable person, a somewhat unconventional person, and a person that is extraordinarily comfortable in their own skin. Can you imagine the chutzpah of singing a cappella a song like that? You don't know how that's going to go over. That could die in the room. It's a very gutsy thing, but it paid off, I think, for her in spades.
Have you ever written a convention speech for a candidate?
Yes.
I don't want to sound like an old fart here, okay? But she swore in her speech. You got any issues with that? I've never heard that before.
Well, I think times are changing on that. I have sworn myself on the air, so
David,
I won't do it on your show, though.
David, the number of times you have not sworn on the air is insignificant compared to the number of times you have.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I may have a different standard. I thought she pulled it off, and especially in the context in which she said it. But again, you're writing a speech for somebody that needs to make an impression, needs to break through, needs to capture some attention. If you were writing a speech for the person that was going to win and then going out there to seek the premiership, you might not do that in the same way. Although I think, Stephen could take some more chances probably than he does. I think that people are really searching in political leadership, for authenticity in an era of everything seems fake, everything seems marketed, everything seems... so politicians that are breaking through, for good or ill, are people that seem like they're the real McCoy to people. And so she does that. And I think that for people that are experienced in politics, it's harder to do that. People in politics get used to putting up a facade. They get used to putting up a barrier of, here's who I am in real life, and here's who I am in politics, right? And some of the people I've worked with were like that, and they can't help it. They just need to comport themselves differently and behind a bit of a shield to protect themselves. But people see that shield, and it's a barrier between them and the electorate. So I love her spontaneity, I love her naturalness, and I think that goes a long way in politics these days.
David Peterson used to have an expression where he said, if you got a problem, take that skeleton out of the closet and dance with it in public. And I thought Stephen Del Duca did that in this speech right off the top, speaking to the issue of his lack of charisma, his lack of perhaps an ability to inspire people, to make people fall in love with him. What's your view on the advisability of doing that, not only right off the top of the speech, but he revisited it throughout the speech as well?
Well, one of the lions of the Liberal Party, Keith Davey, had a maxim that said, in elections you play to your strengths, and in leadership conventions you play against your weaknesses.
Smart.
Right?
Yeah.
And so that would be utterly consistent with what Keith Davey, what Stephen did would be utterly consistent with Keith Davey's advice, and frankly very similar to what Wynne did in 2013.
Yes.
Right? Which is, I don't want everybody going away and talking about the one thing I didn't talk about. Right? And so, Del Duca's a pro. And he's going to be a pro in this job, and so he knows what he has to do. I've got a lot of confidence. I've got a lot of confidence in him. I've got a lot of confidence in him in part because of the organization that he was able to build around the province. I think the fact that Michael Coteau is an impressive person, the fact that Mitzi Hunter is an impressive person, the fact that Kate Graham is an impressive person, but only Stephen Del Duca had a province-wide organization, was able to run the number of delegates he did and elect the number of delegates he did. That counts for a lot in a leadership, and it tells me a lot of other things about him that make me feel good.
Let me ask you one more thing. We've got your former boss and the Premier of Ontario standing by to come up next, and I want to ask you about last night.
Yeah.
Because last night, this room was full of people who probably were not representative of the province of Ontario in as much as there was an incredible amount of love in here for Kathleen Wynne last night, probably less outside this hall. How do you think it went last night?
Well, for me, it was a very moving night, Steve. I had just interviewed her for a couple of hours 2 days earlier, and that was a very poignant experience for me. And then Elizabeth Warren withdrew from the U.S. presidential race, and boy, it's not hard to see a lot of comparisons between Kathleen Wynne and Elizabeth Warren in terms of their intellect and their thoughtfulness and compassion. And then there was last night. The tribute video is something that really brings to life what she meant to people and what she was like. And her speech, it's a tough act to follow. Watching it last night, I didn't feel really great for any of the candidates today having to go up against that measurement. I think the party got the closure it needed last night around the Kathleen Wynne leadership. I think Kathleen Wynne herself needs to be reminded of how good she is and was and what good she did for the province. You go through a defeat like we did, and it's hard to remember that sometimes. And so I'm really happy that the Liberal family came together and gave her that moment.
Good. David, good of you to drop by our broadcast position here today. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your consistently excellent coverage of Canadian and Ontario politics. There's almost nothing like you left in Canada, and it's essential for our democracy. You're the best at it, and I'm thrilled that you would have me on your show.
You are too kind, but thank you for saying so. We're going to do this because it's the Corona Convention. Christian Freeland has said, don't shake hands.
Really? It's that serious?
It's that serious. Thanks a lot, David.
Thank you.
That's David Hurley, who has managed his share of successful, and he would be the first to tell you, unsuccessful campaigns over the years. That is almost an inevitability when you're in this business. He was the campaign manager for Kathleen Wynne in the 2018 Ontario election, which, as we know, ended in a hellacious defeat for the Ontario Liberals. But he also did a lot better 4 years earlier, when in 2013 it all worked out well. We are delighted to welcome to our broadcast position somebody who, I think, didn't I just talk to you on TV last night? Here's Kathleen Wynne, the 25th Premier of the province of Ontario. And never mind today, I want to start with last night. Because when you and I talked for TV yesterday, you confessed that you hadn't slept in a couple of nights. You were nervous about how the tribute to you last night was going to go. So now you've experienced it. How did it go?
It was an amazing experience. It really was kind of overwhelming. I think people saw when I went up to make my speech, I was tearing up a bit. Because
you had a funny line, actually.
This is why my staff, when they tell me to wear mascara, I was like, no. Yeah, it's a very strange thing to have so many people who you know have worked so hard and have been part of the success that one has experienced, to have them then turn to you and say thank you to you. You know, it's a humbling experience, but it was wonderful. It was really fun. It was really fun to be here.
You wrote your speech, right? Nobody else wrote it for you.
No, I wrote it.
You wrote the speech. Did you practice the speech?
I did practice.
You did practice. You got up there. You delivered it. From what I understood from our conversation yesterday, you wanted to get through it without crying.
I did.
Did you?
I did. I cried at the beginning. I was in tears at the beginning, so that sort of expunged the tears. So it was
but that came on the heels of the video that they had played.
Yes, and I had not seen the video, so that was emotional to see that. And then the other thing at the end, when all those people stood up to thank me, I mean, they were people from all walks of life. There was.
Can I take a minute to explain that?
Sorry.
If anybody didn't see this, your speech was over, and of course the assumption is that's it. Everybody goes home.
Right.
And instead, first Glenn Thibault from Sudbury came out here and said, hang on, I'm going to do my Kanye West moment, I'm interrupting. And then somebody else interrupted, and then somebody else, and they essentially passed the mic around the audience, and it was a bunch of people that you obviously knew.
There were people, there was a young woman who was part of the basic income pilot. There was a man who is a parent of an autistic kid who we had been in fierce conflict with over the program, and he was there thanking me. So it was very, very poignant to have that happen. So it was a great experience. But I'm excited about today. I'm excited that we're here.
Okay, let's talk about today.
Yeah.
I told you this yesterday on television. You gave the best convention speech I've ever seen, and I've seen probably 100 or 120 of them over the course of my life. I'd like you to rate the speeches today and who you thought was the best.
Oh, you're going to ask me to do this. Look, I thought all of them did well. I love the robot that Alvin brought onto the stage, and that whole gambit. I thought that Brenda is a fresh new voice. I thought that Michael and Mitzi brought their experience and their stories, which were really compelling. Stephen, as I just heard David say, Stephen's a pro. I mean, he really understands the notes he has to hit. But I loved Kate's speech. I think that she just brought a candor and a genuine voice that is what we need, in politics. And that, whether she's the leader or not, we need that voice. I love that she sang at the end. I think that was really
different.
brave. You want to ask me about the swearing?
Well, I'm going to, because, and not so much because it was a swear word, but because what it came in answer to. She put it out there that there are some people in this room who think we can't have a woman as leader because we just tried a woman and she lost.
Yeah.
And she said in response to that, that's bullshit.
And I think that there was nothing else she could say. I think that is the only answer to that statement. And when I talk to groups of young women, I'm quite frank with them that they're going to have to find a way to let people know that they're tough enough, that they can take part in the banter, that they're not going to be wilting violets, And so I think strategic swearing is what has to happen sometimes. And I hope people aren't offended by what Kate did. I don't think they would be offended by a man talking tough,
Bob Ray uses the word all the time.
Exactly. So I think we need to not get caught on that, because I think Kate was just being herself and really demonstrating that she is a genuine person, and she's going to be able to, whatever she does going forward, she's going to be able to take part in the political discourse in a really important way.
I was taken aback by it, but then I reminded myself, she's a millennial. And for millennials, they got a whole different way of measuring what's acceptable.
Exactly.
Yeah. David Peterson was in this chair a little while ago and pointed out the fact that, she's 5 months pregnant or something. Can you imagine running for leader of a party and dealing with morning sickness at the same time? How do you do that?
Just phenomenal. Phenomenal. And I think she has told people that she had days of real fatigue. I mean, I cannot ever remember being as tired as I was in the first trimester of my pregnancy. It's a tiredness that up until that point, you're a young woman, you've just never experienced being tired like that. Flat out, I could sleep any time of day. And she's standing on a stage delivering speeches and going to debates. It's remarkable. And I think, we should see that as a measure of her ability to call up the energy to do what she has to do, which is what you need in a leader, So I think that was, I'm really glad she confronted it. I'm really glad she laid it on the table as she was talking, because obviously people were going to have questions about it.
Yeah. I'm going to leave this building for a second, but we will come back to it. One thing we didn't talk about, a couple things we didn't talk about in our television interview yesterday that I would like to have asked you, and that is, number one, Elizabeth Warren. Elizabeth Warren dropped out of the Democratic presidential nomination. I think it's fair to say there are similarities in the kind of politics the two of you represent, and obviously she's not going to have the success you had. She's not going to get a chance to lead a party into an election. How did you react to her leaving the race?
Well, I met her. I went, when we were doing the conversations with elected representatives, with governors, senators, congresspeople, I met with Elizabeth Warren, and we talked about some of the things we were doing in Ontario. We talked about the minimum wage, we talked about the basic income pilot. I think she is fabulous. I think the fact that she had a plan for everything, I mean, it was near and dear to my heart to have that kind of policy depth. I think that when she threw her hat in the ring and people started talking about whether she was electable, there's a real comparison there, you know, and likable, whether she was likable. You know how many times I was asked about the fact that nobody liked me. So I was really sad. I was sad when she stepped out. I was sad when her numbers were going down, and then I was elated when it looked like they were going up again. So I think it's a real loss, you know. I think it's a loss to the whole race and in the Democratic race. And I think it's really unfortunate that she's not going to have a shot at beating Trump.
She summed up the conundrum that women leaders have really well, I thought, when she said, is being a woman a factor in the race?
Yeah.
And she said, well, if I complain about it, you're going to call me a whiner. But if I don't point out the obvious, women all across America are going to say, what planet are you on?
Yeah.
How do you negotiate that conundrum?
Well, you know, it's interesting. It really seems to me that the discussion around this has advanced because honestly, Steve, throughout my whole time in the run-up to the leadership and as a premier, I did not dare bring that up. I did not dare, in answer to those questions from the media about my likability, I did not dare say anything about being a woman. You know, because I really felt that at that time, that just would have been another mark against me, you know? And so I think it's great that she was able to put those out there and let people think about, well, yeah, what is the right answer to that question, right? So maybe by starting to name that, we can move past it. So she's done a service, I think. I think she was more able to do that than Clinton was. You know, I don't think Hillary could pose questions like that in the way that Warren does. And so I hope, you know, you just can only hope the next time around there'll be a strong woman.
One question also we didn't talk about in our TV interview yesterday was your future. It is, how do I put this? It's unusual for someone who has been premier to stick around after they've been defeated as a party, not in their riding. Ernie Eves kept his seat, didn't hang around the legislature too much, and then sort of quietly went away after a year. You've made very plain the fact that you see it as a responsibility to stick around, do the job. I've heard from so many people on the floor of this convention who say, she's a hell of an MPP. But now the new leader is going to be in place. Have you had any conversations with Stephen Del Duca about, A, whether he wants you to resign, create a by-election so he can have your seat, or B, whether he wants you to stick around until the next election, or C, whether he wants you to run again?
I have not had any of those conversations, and I think that's appropriate. You know, the convention's not over. Stephen would not have presumed to have those conversations, but I mean, if he's the leader, I will have any conversation he wants me to. I reached out to him yesterday to wish him luck, as I did with all of the candidates. But he and I haven't talked about any of that. I think it's to get through today, and then we'll see what comes next.
Yeah, you know I'm not going to leave that alone.
I know.
I'm going to do one more follow-up on that. If he said to you, I'd like your seat and I want to run in a by-election there, what would you say to him?
I would say, honestly, I would say to him, we need to really think about this, because I don't know how my riding or any other riding will necessarily take to a candidate just appearing. And if you think about John Tory, what happened to him in Kawartha, Pine Ridge,
he lost.
He lost. So I would say to him, let's have a really serious conversation about this. I don't know that he's going to come and say that, because I think there is another model, which is, you know, the Patrick Brown model. You basically get out and work the province for a good amount of time. So I really don't know, but my advice to him would be, we got to look at this as a serious question, and I don't think it's an automatic.
Okay, second follow-up.
Yeah.
If he were to say to you, okay, Kathleen, I understand that makes some sense, I don't have any particular connection to Don Valley West, but what if he said, but when I take over, in order to turn the page, quote unquote, you might want to think about retiring sooner than later. What would you say to that?
I would say to him that that's my decision, and that the people of Don Valley West elected me, and I will work with him, I'll work with whoever the leader is to the best of my ability, and I will absolutely follow their direction in terms of what we need to do, but I will make my own decision about when I leave my political career.
I want to thank you for very honestly answering those two questions, because you could have punted those or kick those footballs down the field in any number of different ways, and you didn't, so thank you.
But, you know, I wouldn't do that because you're just going to keep asking me, so I might as well answer them now.
Being a pain in the neck has its advantages.
Yeah.
I want to thank you for all the interviews we've done over the years.
You're welcome.
I think at the last convention, Maple Leaf Gardens, January 2013, which you won, we had one of these conversations.
I think you were the first, I think. Weren't you? I came to you first.
Think so
Yeah.
and hope so.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's been a pleasure,
Thanks.
and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thanks, Steve.
Okay, take care.
Thanks.
That's Kathleen Wynne, as you know, the still MPP for Don Valley West and the 25th Premier of the province of Ontario, who very candidly, I thought, answered questions that if the leader, usually it is a tradition in politics, if the leader says, I need your seat, or if the leader says it would really be helpful to our efforts, if you were to resign or leave politics, that would be more helpful, that is usually what is done. And Premier Wynne, without any equivocating whatsoever, said, those are my decisions to make, and there we go. You are looking right now at a bit of a history of the Liberal Party as David Peterson hugs others. That's 1985 with Bob Nixon, his then treasurer. There he is with his feet up. All these pictures from 1985 when David Peterson led the Liberal Party to what was then a second place finish in the Ontario legislature, but because the Conservatives didn't have a majority, he combined forces with the NDP to force out and end a 42-year-long Tory dynasty. Well, we don't have a lot of family acts in politics, but we got one here today. I am pleased to welcome to our microphones a mother-daughter combination. Judy Scrow is a Liberal Member of Parliament, and there's Deanna Scrow, who tried real hard to join the provincial parliament about a year and a half ago. Came up short. What was the riding you ran in?
Humber River, Black Creek.
Right.
It bounds York University, Jane and Finch, one of the most diverse ridings actually in Canada, and I know it well because it's the riding that Mum has represented for almost 20 years.
Gotcha. All right. First question's obvious. Who'd you two vote for? Judy Scrow, who'd you vote for?
Stephen Del Duca.
You voted for Stephen. And Deanna?
Stephen has my support.
You both did as well.
Absolutely.
Okay. Is it a foregone conclusion this thing's over in one ballot? What do you think?
Well, it may be, but I think the benefit of bringing thousands of people here in this 2 days, hundreds of new people to join the Liberal Party, is a real tribute to Mitzi Hunter, Michael, and all of the other candidates, of course, including the work that Stephen did and took on the challenge to run for the party when sometimes people thought there wasn't going to be anybody step up to the plate. But Stephen was there right off the bat, rebuilding the party, and out of complete respect for the hard work that he has done as well, certainly deserves my support.
Deanna, have you asked him, or has he asked you, about putting your name forward again for next time?
We're going to enjoy a conversation shortly after today and this weekend. I think Stephen's going to need some time to rest, and I look forward to that conversation. I just want to touch on the foregone conclusion aspect of today. I think it's a good thing. I think it's a great thing that the party has come together. We've grown, we're seeing the people, we're seeing the demand for change. We have a slate of leadership candidates that are all in and of themselves amazing team members, and we're going to be a strong party in this next provincial election, for sure. I look forward to helping Steve and all of the provincial Liberals.
We've all been to a lot of leadership conventions, the three of us. I don't think I've ever heard anybody use profanity in a speech before, and I've certainly never heard anybody sing ABBA at the end of a speech before. We heard both those things from Kate Graham today. I'd be curious in your opinion about her swearing to convey her sense that if anybody tells you a woman can't lead this party, or we've tried a woman and we're not going to go down that route again, that it's bullshit. That's what she said. What'd you think of that?
You know what? Monday's International Day of Women's Day, and it's time that we put aside a whole lot of the taboos of yesterday. A man could stand up there and say anything he wants. A woman should be free to do the same thing.
I've never heard a man say that either, though.
You know what? She's quite a phenomenal woman. She certainly made a big impression on the candidates. I expect that she deliberately used profanity in order to get her point across, that she's a tough woman, she's out there, and she wants to win.
What'd you think of it?
I like Kate. I think she's terrific. I love the ending with the song. I wish the profanity wasn't needed. I remain a believer in clean, clear speech. We need to lead our youth in a positive way. I don't think we need to turn to profanities to get our point across, but I do think Kate is an amazing candidate, and I love the song at the end. That was super.
You did like the song at the end.
I loved it.
Now, you like it because it was ABBA, or you like it because she
I love
took
the
the risk?
ingenuity of it, yes, the risk. I like the risk, and I like the spirit. I like the momentum of
And
it. It
she
was great.
delivered it very well.
Yes.
She did sing it right on
She did
key, didn't
deliver
she?
it very
And I
well.
love the fact that she's pregnant. I just think that's an inspiration to so many. What a tough, tough decision to know you're pregnant and you're going to run for leadership of our fantastic province. It's amazing for women.
Now, she's not the first, which somebody on Twitter pointed out to me. You know Nikki Ashton, of course,
Yes.
who's from the federal House. She ran pregnant as for the leadership of the NDP.
She did.
Unsuccessfully, as it turns out. But okay, you've had kids. How impossible is that to do? To run for the leadership of a party while you're pregnant?
It's extremely tough. It's extremely tough. Again, you know, it gives credit to the toughness and stability of the woman. She knows what she wanted. She's new into our party here, running for the leadership when very few people knew her. And she's taking it on, and I think it shows that she's certainly a very, very capable woman and has a promising future in our party.
Deanna, one of the things I want to ask you, since you did run for the party 20 months ago, this province pretty clearly sent this party to the penalty box in a severe way as never before. I want to get your sense of your gauge of the Ontario public as to whether or not you think they're prepared to consider this party in 2.5 years' time when they go back to the polls again.
You know what, I absolutely understand, I believe, what transpired 2 years ago. I think what we're going to see, what I've heard certainly from my residents and my constituents, is that wasn't the result they really wanted. It happened, we have to live with it, and we've learned from it as a party, and we're growing, and we are going to be in, I think, a position to win in the next provincial election. I think Stephen will be the premier in the next election for this province. It's what I'm hearing on the ground. We'll have to see the next couple of years where things go and how they continue.
Let me follow up though. You said the party learned from it. What do you think the party learned?
I think they have to listen. I think we learned as a party we have to really listen. And I think we made some mistakes in not listening. And I don't think we did enough groundwork or team building. I think we could have done a better job of that. And I'm seeing it today. I'm seeing it with this convention. I'm seeing it with the caliber of the leadership race, where not only did we have great candidates, but we have a lot of people running a very clean, supportive campaign. We're all here for one reason, and we need to take back control of the province, and it's going to happen.
I got one last question for you. Who's your favorite politician of all time?
That's an easy
one.
My
I was going to say,
mom.
if she's not sitting beside you, you're in big trouble.
Absolutely.
It's really good of both of you to join us here at our broadcast position at TVO, and enjoy the rest of the convention.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you very much, Steve.
Judy,
Excellent
oh, you know
work.
what? We're not supposed to shake hands here.
Yes.
We're supposed to do this because this is the Corona convention, and they're worrying about us picking up things.
Yes,
Anyway,
absolutely.
Judy Scrove, Deanna Scrove, thanks so much for joining us. We're really grateful.
And thank you for the coverage. You're amazing. Awesome.
That's what we do. That's
Keep
what we
using
do.
your stuff.
Oh yeah, that's right. I got to remind that. I saw you yesterday, and you handed me this. This hand sanitizer. Okay,
Still working. You
I'll
need
use
more
some of it
than
right
that.
now. I'll use some of it right now.
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot, you two.
Thanks.
Really
Thanks,
good of you to join
Steve.
us here.
Thank you.
Okay, let's reset. It's a little after 1:25 p.m. In the province of Ontario, at least that part of the province that's in the Eastern time zone. And we are at the Liberal Leadership Convention at the International Centre in Mississauga, Ontario, where we are awaiting first ballot results. What many expect will be the first and only ballot results from this convention. Stephen Del Duca comes into this convention with a big lead. He's got 56% of the pledged delegates so far. The next closest is Michael Coteau with only 17% of the pledged delegates. We remind everybody there are 640 so-called superdelegates or ex officios. These are members of parliament. They're former nominated candidates. They're officials in the back room of the party who don't have to run for a delegate slot in order to vote. They automatically get a vote. Those 640 are not included in the count so far. So, you know, what we know is Del Duca's got, we may get a little notice here about what's about to transpire. So why don't we just, I got Paul Calandra from the Progressive Conservative Party standing by. Let's, guys, take the floor and just hear what the announcement is, and then we'll come back.
Okay,
Welcome back, everybody. First of all, I just washed my hands. Everyone else wash their hands? Raise your hand if you washed your hands. Okay, that's very good. Do it again often. Very important. A good liberal way to take care of ourselves and our neighbors. Okay, ça me fait un très grand plaisir d'être parmi vous cet après-midi.
I did tell you all we were calling this by, for jokes, the Corona Convention, but this is why. The first thing Chrystia Freeland said last night when she came to the stage was, wash your hands frequently, be careful shaking hands, and she repeated it again today. Okay, we're very pleased to welcome to our microphones now Paul Calandra, who's the House Leader for the Progressive Conservative Government at Queen's Park. And I'm not sure you and I have ever met before.
No, I don't think we have.
I think this is the first time. So
it's a pleasure. Thank
you for coming to our spot here.
Thank you.
You're, of course, a former member of Parliament, now an MPP. And I know what you're going to do with that, so hang on for a second. You've got a prop here in your hands. What's your impression of the state of the Liberal Party today based on what you've experienced here so far?
Well, look, first I'll just say this if I can, just to congratulate John Fraser. He's been a really good guy to work with over the last number of months, and I wish him very well. He's done a very good job for the Liberal Party. Look, I love coming to conventions regardless of what party is hosting them, and I'm very interested, obviously, to see how it turns out. I mean, I think the Liberals have a clear option. They can either move forward or they can go back. So we'll see what the delegates choose today.
Am I to infer from that if they pick Stephen Del Duca, that's going back?
I think they have three candidates who were part of the Win government that was so thoroughly rejected by the people of Ontario. They represent the past, and there's other candidates. Kate Graham, who I watched give a speech, it seemed a very interesting option. If they can choose to go forward or to go back, and we'll see what they choose.
I can't help but notice in your hand a prop that your party was handing out to people as they entered the convention hall today. And okay, you're here. You may as well take us through it. What do you got there?
We're obviously having fun with them. We're having a pool party later on today after...
Better hold it up a little higher so people can see it.
Pool party with Stephen Del Duca, should he win. Obviously, it's referencing to some of the issues that he's having with a pool that he's building in his backyard. So.
For those who didn't hear, he apparently built a pool in his backyard that is too close to the local conservation area right next door. So he's sort of in contravention of the bylaws. And I guess I should ask you, do you think that's a disqualifying offense? Should he not allowed to be Liberal?
We're going to have some fun. We're certainly going to have some fun with it. I think it does speak a little bit to what people see sometimes in the Liberal Party, perceived arrogance. Look, a number of people have told me, how can somebody who was in government, who was the transportation minister, who was a senior member of the government, not know that maybe you shouldn't be building a pool right next to a conservation area? But ultimately, I think there's a lot more that we can focus on with it. Stephen Del Duca or any of the candidates here that will give us the opportunity to fight really a very interesting election in 2022.
I think it's fair to say that Stephen Del Duca is not well known by the Ontario public, so he doesn't have any particular brand himself out there right now, and I presume it will be the job of your Progressive Conservative backroom people to try to frame him, put a frame around him before he gets the chance to explain to people who he is. What will be inside that frame?
Well, look, as I said, Mr. Del Duca, even in listening to his speech earlier today, he had the opportunity himself to move forward. What he chose to do was to double down on the policies of Kathleen Wynne. And the people of Ontario thoroughly rejected the Kathleen Wynne policies. So the Wynne-Del Duca government is something that we look forward to. Is one of the reasons I got back into politics, was to fight the policies which I thought put Ontario down. Has to account for high hydro rates. He's going to have to account for education system that leaves many of our students behind. He has to account for debt and deficit. He has to account for things like Presto, the Up Express. There is a long list of things which he could have turned back on today, apologized to the people of Ontario, move forward, but in his speech he chose to double down on those policies, and it's one of the reasons why I got back into government, was to fight policies like that, and I think you'll see continue to see a very energized Progressive Conservative party and base to fight those policies going forward.
I guess in the interest of fairness, I should point out that even though the Liberals don't have a leader right now, they're still plenty competitive with you guys in the polls, and in fact, in most of the polls I've seen lately, they're ahead of you guys in the polls. So what does that say?
Well, look, we'd never take anybody. Whoever wins out of this convention today, we'll never take them for granted. I think that would be a big mistake of any, either ourselves or the NDP. We are going to fight the next election based on what we've accomplished. Progress, growth, and prosperity is what I talk about in the House. We're making progress on a number of files, and when you contrast that with what the Wynne Del Duca Liberals did to this province over 15 years, I'm pretty confident that we have and we will have a very good record to bring to the people of Ontario.
How concerned are you, Mr. Calandra, that of all the leaders who are currently in place at Queen's Park, it's Doug Ford, the current Premier of Ontario, whose personal popularity numbers are by far the worst out of all of them?
Look, governing is very difficult, especially when you take over from a government that had 15 years to which left Ontario the most indebted sub-sovereign government in the entire planet, which left us with a $15 billion deficit, which left our students failing in maths and sciences, which kept people out of the trades. When you contrast that, when you look at what the Liberals left us behind and the challenges that we're facing on transit and transportation, on long-term care, on health care, there are a whole host of things that we are focused on, and I am very, very confident that when we go back to the people in 2022, we will have an incredible record of progress, growth, and prosperity that contrasts to what we took over from, and the Wynne Del Duca government will, as you said, he doubled down on the very same policies today in his speech that Ontarians so thoroughly rejected. So I can't tell you, I am very energized to get back into the House and to continue on that agenda and bring it to the people in 2022.
I notice you're already calling it the Wynne Del Duca government. This is the newest thing, I guess, eh?
Well, look, as I said, I honestly, Steve, I had to say, I really expected when I was hearing his speech that he was going to move forward on policies, but he chose to double down. Look, this party was thoroughly rejected by the people of Ontario. They were brought down to 7 members, and the people of Ontario wanted them to account for that. I think Mr. Del Duca thoroughly failed at doing that today, and he can't run from that record, but he's choosing not to. He's choosing to double down, and I can't tell you how excited I am to continue on our agenda and to go back to the people in 2022.
Do you think this party is still so in the wilderness, still so in the penalty box, that essentially the next election is a gimme for you guys?
No, absolutely not. As I said, we never take anything for granted, but I think the policies that led the Liberals to be so thoroughly defeated in the 2018 election are the policies that Del Duca, for instance, is doubling down on. I was very surprised to hear that this morning when he gave his speech. So, look, I'm very confident that if he continues to focus on the things that so divided the people of the province of Ontario, that so hurt our economy, that left our students failing, that left us with a transit and transportation system that hadn't seen progress in many years, I am very confident that we will have an incredible record to show the people and look at the progress we're making so far. But ultimately, the people of Ontario will judge us for what we have accomplished, as much as they judge the Liberals on their record. And I think in 2018, the people were very clear that they wanted a change, and we're delivering that change.
Let me ask you one last thing. Yeah. How's this teacher strike going to end?
Well, I think we've put a very good deal on the table. Minister Lecce has done a good job. I've always been confident, and some people get frustrated, but I've always been confident that the best way to end it is to have a deal at the table that puts our students first. I think the teachers want the same thing. I've always felt the teachers want the same thing. They want to put students first. We've had some disagreement on what that means, but I think we've put a deal on the table that should get us to a point where we can end this in a positive fashion.
Okay, I bet parents and students would love to hear that.
Yeah.
That's Paul Calandra. He's the House Leader for the Ontario Progressive Conservative Government at the moment, and we thank you for coming to our broadcast position here today.
Thanks for having me. Pleasure to meet you.
Appreciate it. We'll do a little fist bump here because we're not shaking hands, of course. Thank you, Mr. Calandra. Okay, let's just go up to the stage, and we've got our next guest about to be wired up. Let's hear from John Fraser, the outgoing interim leader.
5-0. I think it was actually 52. Yeah, no, it's crazy, and I don't think they had climate change in it at all. So sometimes the government's zealousness and overreaching makes it easy to pick your priorities. But you can only have so many priorities. So we picked 2 or 3 things with the budget or something that was going on, make it simple, communicate it simply, speak to Ontarians directly about what's important to them. Not what's important to the politicians, but what's important to them, their schools, their hospitals, a plan for climate
That's John
change.
Fraser, who is only the interim leader of the Liberals for probably another maybe hour or so. He joked with Kathleen Wynne last night when he saw her. Kathleen, pretty soon you and I are both going to be has-beens because his time as leader is about to come to an end. They'll crown a new leader here, they said, at 1:45 p.m. They're not going to hit that. The convention's been running because of speeches about 45 to 50 minutes behind schedule, so we'll see how it all works out on the wash. In the meantime, we've got another guest here that we are delighted to introduce. This is Dave Levac, who is the longest-serving speaker in the history of the province of Ontario. He's the former MPP for Brant. And I got to tell you, one of the reasons I wanted to talk to you today is that while you were speaker for whatever, 7, 8 years that you were, you were always prohibited from coming to partisan political events. Here you are at one. What's it like?
The shackles have come off.
They have, yeah.
I'm a liberal, what can I say? This is an exciting part of any party. Is choosing their leader and then doing their annual conventions and getting the grassroots excited and generated. I'm really impressed. I'm impressed that we've done what we've done with 7 members. When parties,
you got 8 now.
Well, 8 now.
Amanda
but
Simard's over.
Yeah, right. That's right. But when parties get decimated, and there's a history of that, it usually takes a lot longer to get to this phase. The Conservatives actually never resurrected. They ended up being taken over, and
Federal Conservatives.
Yep. They ended up with 2 members, and they never went away, but they came back in a different format.
Yep.
I think the same thing's happening here. We're going to see a rejuvenation, and poll numbers are showing without a permanent leader, things are looking good. So I think we're in good stead. Like, we're in good shape right now.
I notice you're not wearing any buttons or scarves or caps or paraphernalia. Does that mean you're not going to tell us who you voted for?
I am going to tell you if you ask.
I am asking.
Oh, okay. I've endorsed Steve Del Duca.
Because?
I got a chance to know Steve before I was speaker. I got a chance to know him. Actually, he applied to be my EA, and I didn't give him the job.
Oh, you might not want to be telling too many people that.
No, that's okay. Because quite frankly, he was new. I didn't know him. He didn't know me. Somebody advised me because I was a brand new member, and they said, maybe you should take a look at somebody with a little more experience and somebody who's done this. And then when we became government after I was in opposition, I became the chief government whip, and it required somebody else working with somebody else. Anyway, long story short, we have a joke about that. It's no big deal. But I will tell you, the thing that got me about Steve is that he could give as much as he got. He could speak on his feet. He could respond quickly, knew how to come back, had the information that grasped, very similar to the knowledge that Kathleen Wynne had of all of her policies, of all of her ministries. He knows, he's done his homework, and the guy is a workaholic. He will never stop working.
Well, you know, he's going to need to be, because the inbox for the next leader is the thickest, heaviest, worst, call it whatever you want.
You got it.
Nominated candidates, policy development, raising money. I mean, he's got to be a beast for hard work because he's got an enormous task ahead. Don't you agree?
And I agree with that, and I'll tell you what he's going to do. He's going to reach out to everybody here. If he wins the leadership, he is going to reach out. As I know, each of the candidates, the way I've heard them and the way I've listened carefully to all of them, this is a party issue, not an individual issue. And I'm hoping that those people, the leaders, those that want contesting the leadership, reach to their members who they brought along and say, this is a one big party issue for us to rejuvenate and get Ford out of office. Because in terms of the politics part, I'm not really one of those well-known partisan guys. But I think the policies he reversed, the policies he removed, were good for the people of Ontario. And he found a way to say they weren't good. And the way he was doing it was divisive. I hate wedge politics, and it's what got me involved in politics in the first place.
I do want to ask you about something Paul Calandra said. I don't know if you know him because you guys were not in the House at the same time. Paul Calandra represents the York Region riding. He's now the House Leader for the Conservatives.
Yeah.
And he was saying essentially, the Liberals are going to do us a favor by picking Stephen Del Duca because we'll be able to tie him to everything negative in the Kathleen Wynne and Dalton McGuinty years that we didn't like, and we can't wait to do that. How are you going to show that this party's sort of turned over a new leaf and got a new face by putting him in?
I think Stephen's much smarter and better than that. I think he'll be able to respond on his own to that challenge. I'm just an old retired guy, but I can tell you very easily, they're going to do that no matter who they chose. It doesn't matter if it's somebody brand new, they're going to say Kathleen Wynne. They're going to say, look what all they did. So they're going to take it. It's normal politics. They're going to take whatever they didn't like that resonated with the people that voted them in, and they're going to say, remember them? Like, I mean, they used to sit in opposition and say, whenever the word Mike Harris came up, well, like this issue is 2 weeks old. It must have been Mike Harris. So everybody plays that game. So it's not going to wash. I think what people are honestly going to take a look at, and I think they demand it, and they have a right to demand it, is we don't want populist politics in this province. We don't want gotcha politics. We don't want wedge politics. We want you guys to get in that bloody place and work together.
Well, to that end, let me ask you this. I'm going to call upon your former career. You're a school principal, were you not?
Yes.
Okay, so the current dispute with the government, between the teachers and the government, how does this end?
Shortly.
You think so?
Oh yeah.
How so?
I think in terms of the game that got played, and if you want to say on both sides, which was to try to portray it as this or versus this, the this on the teacher's side is winning. People are coming together, not just parents. People are coming together and say, wait a minute. You're forcing kids to take things that they really don't want to take. They're not going to take it. They want a 2% raise versus a 1% raise. We all know where that's going to land. So the reality is the government's trying to get out of it by offering something on the table. I don't know how they did it. Quite frankly, I was told it wasn't really at the table, but because they leaked it out there that they're acquiescing to it, that's why I think it's going to end soon.
I bet there are lots of parents, maybe not so many students, but I bet there's a lot of parents who hope you're right.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to work.
Okay. That's Dave Levac. He's the former Speaker of the Legislature, the longest serving one ever. MPP for Brant since, 1999?
99, yeah.
99 till the last election when he stepped down. And we're really grateful you spared some time for us here today. And because this is the Corona Convention, we're fist bumping.
Keep up the good work. You get merit pay. I'm going to tell TVO that you've been nonstop interviewing.
You stop it.
And I want to give a shout out to the healthcare front line.
Amen to that.
Right now. And I got to tell you something.
Yep.
They're doing a fantastic job. Ontario learned their lesson from SARS. They're doing it much better than almost anyone else. So congratulations to our frontline worker and the government for stepping up and making sure it stays that way.
Good to hear. Okay. Thank you very much, Dave Levac. All right, let's reset here. It is about 1:45 on the 7th of March. We're at the International Centre in Mississauga, Ontario. John Fraser, the outgoing interim leader of the party, and Chrystia Freeland, the deputy prime minister of the country, are the two co-chairs of this convention, and they are having a little fireside chat right now. And we'll take a little bit of this and then have our next guest for you.
And it is in the winter that you do the hard work of planning for seeding time. I'm actually daughter of a farmer, so agricultural metaphors come naturally to me. Now is the time when the snow has not yet melted, the ground is frozen, we are planning what crops are we going to seed, what kind of tractors do we need to buy, what implements do we need to buy, what kind of fertilizer. Now is the planning and the building.
Okay, we're delighted to welcome to our microphones now Deb Matthews, who is the former Deputy Premier from the province of Ontario. She had just about every job in cabinet. I don't have time to go through them all. She represented London North Centre, and as the scarf indicates, she's working for Kate Graham on this campaign. Good to see you again.
Great to be here, Steve.
Okay, tell me, what did you think of Kate's speech?
What did I think of Kate's speech?
Yeah.
I thought it was just fantastic. I knew it would be really good. I had no idea it would be so fantastic.
What did you think was so fantastic about it?
I just think her energy and her spirit and her confidence and her vision, she's got it all.
You know I'm going to ask you about this because I'm sure the campaign had a long chat about the advisability of using profanity in the speech, but she did. And I wonder, let us into the back rooms and tell us about that.
So I was as surprised as anyone else.
You didn't know it was coming?
I didn't know that was coming. I did not read the speech ahead of time, so that was a surprise. But you know what? I think the word was appropriate given the context that women can run, women can be good candidates, and it's bullshit to suggest otherwise.
Okay, there we go. How about the singing at the end? Did you know that was coming?
I did not know that was coming, and not very many people did. When she did the run through yesterday, there was still time left on the clock, and so she just ad-libbed that last night of the run through, and then today I guess she just felt inspired to leave it all out there.
Okay, I've never seen a convention speech before where there was profanity and singing by the same candidate.
And
So-
I have never seen a convention where we did a yoga.
That's right, you did that too.
Lots of firsts.
Did that too. Look, I don't take any pleasure in saying this. She's not going to win today, but she's in third place, ahead of a former senior cabinet minister, and much of the talk I pick up on the floor is that she's acquitted herself extremely well at this convention and during the course of the campaign, and she's only 35. How's all that happen?
It's just who she is. You know, Donald MacDonald, I think, used to talk about the royal jelly,
yes.
right? She's got the royal jelly. She communicates beautifully. She listens. She's fun to be with. She's got it all. Then she's got a real vision for what politics can be, a force for good. So she's the real deal. She's got a very bright future ahead of her. And you know, Steve, you might think she's not going to win, but I'm still holding out for a second ballot. And if it goes to a second ballot, anything can happen.
Well, that is true, but you don't think Stephen's got it on the first? I mean, look at the gap.
Yeah. Scarves don't vote. I think he probably does. But there's always a glimmer of hope, and I'm clinging to that glimmer right now.
You got to have hope. Do we take it as a given that Kate Graham is going to be the Liberal candidate in London North Centre, your old riding, in the next election?
I certainly hope so. She's got her signs in storage. She's ready to go again. She's got too much talent. She's got to run. She's made for this.
Can you tell me what your reaction was when she came to you and said, I know I'm running for the leadership of the party right now, but I just found out I'm pregnant?
She called me, and we chatted about stuff, and then she said, and I have some news for you. And I started to laugh, and I said, I bet I know what that news is, and I did. So good on her. I mean, she can do it all. So I think good for her.
I discovered from somebody on Twitter that she's not the first pregnant candidate to run for leader of a party, which I didn't know.
Yeah.
Nikki Ashton.
And it was carrying twins, I think.
For the NDP when she ran.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
it's been done before, but oh my goodness, it's got to be hellacious.
Well,
and I know she's had morning sickness and all that
She's
too.
had really bad morning sickness, and that was the part of the campaign where she was actually out knocking on doors of Liberal members, encouraging them to vote for her in the LEM. So she was out long days, and she proved a lot to a lot of people.
I want to just take you away from today for a second and ask you about last night.
Yeah.
Because you were up on the stage at the end of last night paying tribute to your friend Kathleen Wynne, for whom you were deputy premier, and you kind of told a funny joke out there because you started to cry and you said to her, wait a second, I thought you were the one who was supposed to be crying, not me.
Yeah.
How'd that all go for you?
It was a really emotional night. Kathleen and I were elected on the same day. We became very close friends, very close political allies, cared about the same issues. And so that was 17 years ago, Steve. That was
Election,
17 years ago.
2003 election, that's right.
And we've been through a lot together, and we've had big ups and we've had big downs. And that all kind of came together last night. So it was wonderful to be able to look at her entire body of work.
You know, you'd be crazy to ignore the spirit in this room. It's a very vibrant crowd, despite the penalty box that this party is in. I'll give it to you, there's a lot of spirit in the room. But outside this building, I want to know your sense of whether or not the people of Ontario have given you guys permission to leave the penalty box yet. What do you think?
I think because the Ford government has been so terrible, people are definitely looking for the alternative, and they're not feeling inspired by the NDP. So I think that people now are at least open to looking at us again, and we've got 2 years ahead of us where we have to prove that we are actually the party that they want to do their work.
You've sat at the cabinet table with Stephen Del Duca.
Yeah.
If he prevails today, tell us something about him that would give people confidence that he's up for this challenge.
Oh, he's definitely up for the challenge. He's a very hard worker. He's a very good organizer. He's diligent with his files. He knew his files cold. He'll be a very fine leader.
You guys were on opposite sides of a bunch of issues, though.
Yep, we were.
And that's not problematic for you?
I hope that the liberal middle ground includes issues that I care about. And, I think we're all closer together than some might think from the outside.
Well, Paul Calandra was in that chair not too long ago, the House Leader for the Conservatives, and he said Del Duca is going to drag this Liberal Party too far to the right for the comfort of many Liberals, and he looks forward to taking him on in 2022. Is that fair?
Look at how Stephen started his speech this morning. He started talking about issues like basic income and benefits for employees in this province, all employees, even if the company doesn't have benefits. So he actually started off with some very progressive ideas.
I'll ask you one last thing, and that is, in my experience, when Tories go pick a new leader, they want to fall in line, and Liberals want to fall in love. And I don't notice a lot of Liberals who are in love with Stephen Del Duca. They respect his organizational skills, his fundraising ability, his smarts. But I don't see anybody out there swooning over him, and he addressed it head on in his speech.
He addressed it head on.
Is that a problem for him?
I don't think so. I think we do like to fall in love with our leaders, but that cuts both ways too. So I think he is who he is, and he's going to. If in fact he gets elected, which I think he will, he'll do a really good job for us as leader.
We shall see.
Yes.
That's Deb Matthews. She is the former Deputy Premier of the province of Ontario, a big wheel in the Kathleen Wynne government, former member for London North Centre, and it's always a delight to see you.
Great to see you.
We had your brother-in-law in that chair not too long ago, and he was good fun too. In case you missed the interview, David Peterson's her brother-in-law, the former Premier. Thanks a lot, Deb.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to get another guest up here in just a second, but let's go back up to the floor and see the two co-chairs in action for a bit.
On the stage today is a leader of our party and of our election effort. And what I know the one person chosen as the leader will do is find a creative way to harness all of those strong leaders, because that's going to be the way that we win the next election.
So this is a non sequitur, totally. What's the hardest thing about your job?
What's the hardest thing about my job? Okay, I'll say a personal one and then a sort of job one. The hardest thing about my job is being away from my kids and my husband, who I love very much. And to give you guys a very personal example, my kids go to Ukrainian school every Saturday morning in Etobicoke. And Saturdays are very special because my husband and I take the kids to Ukrainian school. Then we go for a run, not very fast. And then we destroy all that hard work by having brunch. But it's the one time in the week that we're together. And so
that's Chrystia Freeland, the Deputy Prime Minister of the country. Her last name may not indicate it, Freeland, but she is of Ukrainian background. And the kids speak Ukrainian. And you can hear her discussing this. It's an extremely important part of her background. And anyway, I don't know too many politicians who travel more than she does, and she is away from her family a lot, and it must be difficult, and she just referenced that. Look, there's about, 3,000 people in this room right now at the International Center, and I dare say there are very few who have ever made the history that our next guest has made. Jean Augustine is here with us. She used to represent Etobicoke Lakeshore in the federal parliament. And she's the first black woman ever elected in the history of this country, and it's great to see you again.
Well, it's good to see you too, and I'm just so energized by these 3,000 plus liberals who are here today.
Now, we see you with the Mitzi Hunter scarf on, and we know that when Mitzi decided to run for leader, you were one of the first people she called because she wanted your endorsement.
Yes.
How did that call go?
Well, the thing is that I've known Mitzi for years. I used to have a small mentoring group of young women who were on their way up to different stratas, different places in the corporate world. And so I looked to them, they looked to me, I encouraged them. So when she called, the answer was definitely yes.
I got to ask you a bit of a blunt question, which is, Mitzi Hunter is a former senior cabinet minister.
Yes.
She's one of the 7 who survived the last provincial election.
Yes.
She's in 4th place coming into this convention behind somebody, Kate Graham, who'd never run before.
Yes.
How disappointed are you with where she's sitting right now?
Well, I think that I'm looking at it from the perspective of putting your name forward, and then the competition is there. It's, as you know, it's a delegated conference, it's a delegated convention, and the selection of individuals and who supports whom, that's the way it just fell.
We should just say parenthetically that they announced on the stage that when they return the next time, they will have results of the first ballot, which were supposed to happen 15 minutes ago. But this is a political convention, and Jean Augustine, you and I have been to enough of these to know nothing ever happens on time. Nothing ever happens. So my guess is we're probably still half an hour to 45 minutes away, if not more.
Yes.
I want to get your sense, because you've been around politics in this country for, what, 5 decades now?
Yes.
I want to get your sense about whether or not you think the people of Ontario have let this party out of the penalty box yet, because they surely sent the party into the wilderness 20 months ago. Where do you think it's at right now?
I think it's on the movement. The move is up. I think that Ontarians have had a taste of this choice that they made 2 years ago, and they've seen the result to so many of the things that affect them, whether it's pocketbook issues, whether it's educational issues, whether it is a direction in which this present government has been taking them. I think there's a bit of dissatisfaction there. So it seems to me they want to move back, as it were, to a place where there was a comfort zone in terms of where individuals wanted to go.
Well, for what it's worth, Premier Ford's personal popularity is very low, but the Ontario PC Party's popularity is right there competitive with the Liberals and the NDP. So are you sure that people have really decided this government's as bad that you think they have?
Well, I think that what people have decided, and then listening to people on the ground, there is a sense that they want to change. I think there is the old saying that people don't vote, in, they vote out. And so there is a sense, get them out of there, let's get some new, fresh ideas, whether it's, Buckabeer, or whether it is the issue around coal plants, whatever this situation was. People thought, well, let's get some new ideas in, let's get these people out. And now that they're there, I think they have a closer look. Then let's kind of recalibrate.
How well do you know Stephen Del Duca?
I don't know him well, but I do know him. And when I say I don't know him well, it means that I have not worked with him on any specific committees or anything like that, but I do know him. And however it falls, it seems to me that there is general support here for whoever comes up as the leader.
If, in fact, it is him as the leader, which, the odds are that's going to be the case.
Yes.
He's got an enormous challenge ahead of him in terms of candidate recruitment, in terms of fundraising, in terms of policy development.
Yes.
And he's only got about 2 years to do it all.
Yes.
How do you like his chances?
Well, the chance for any of the other candidates, it would be the same. Finding the money, having 2 years to build. But I think we have a good, my sense is just from the feel of the room and the energy that there is in the room and the determination to rebuild and the determination to get rid of some of the policies that are affecting people in their daily lives. I think that there'll be good support for whoever comes out as a leader.
Okay. Jean Augustine, it's always great to see you. Thanks for visiting us here on our broadcast position at TVO.
Well, all the very best, and I watch your work every day, and and your blogs.
Well, God bless you. Thank you for saying so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's Jean Augustine, who's the first ever female black member of parliament in Canadian history. And we'll let her get back to enjoying the rest of the convention. And in the meantime, we will let you know that we've got one ex-Liberal MP leaving and one current Liberal MP about to take her place. We'll just set the scene here. We're in a holding pattern. Just while we get your microphone on, Carolyn Bennett, we'll set the scene. It's 4 minutes after 2 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern Time here at the International Centre in Mississauga, Ontario. We are awaiting first ballot results. We were told the first ballot results would be coming about 20 minutes ago. Obviously, they are running late. That's a tradition at leadership conventions. It always happens. We've been to a few of these things. You ran in one of these things once upon a time. There's the Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations, Carolyn Bennett. I got to say, a little part of me is surprised that you're here today because this is a partisan festival.
Yes.
And your plate has been plenty full lately with the biggest crisis going in the country right now. So why are you here?
Well, it's hugely important, and I think that it is about politics and about making sure that we've got the best people leading this really important province. And obviously, when I'm with Liberals, I feel at home.
Can you tell me, based on your travels around this province, and you know probably most of the people in this room, whether or not, in your view, the people of Ontario are satisfied yet with the amount of time this party has spent in the penalty box, or whether they're prepared to consider you in 2.5 years' time?
Well, I think it's not always time. It's whether it looks like people have learned, and I think that we've always found that if people think that the electorate made a mistake and it's just our turn again, that it won't work. And so I think that in terms of what we've heard here from the candidates who've just really crisscrossed the province, listening and understanding what people need to hear now in order to be able to put their trust in, and without diminishing the fact that how much a lot of people are hurting. The cuts hurt in people's families and classrooms and hospitals and right now with public health. I just think that I think people are fed up with ideology and actually want evidence-based policies that actually are good for the most people or the people who need it most. And that's what I think Liberals do.
If Stephen Del Duca emerges victorious, which I think most people here expect he will, how well do you know him?
Well, I think we knew him not only as a staffer, but as somebody who cares about policy. But I also think that here we've got this amazing group of aspiring candidates for the leadership that all will have a leadership role. I think that what we've learned, is that it is a team sport, and that when you see the quality of the people presenting for leader, but also even listening to Christia about why someone would run for the third party, that it's now a time where people should really think about running as candidates for the Liberals. There's I think it's sometimes it used to be that there's unwinnable ridings. I think that we want great people to run in all of the ridings, and I think we're seeing a lot of those people here.
This party's got a monumental challenge ahead of it as never before. You've never had to find more candidates to run for office, and he's promised that half the candidates are going to be women and 30 of them are going to be under the age of 30. He's got to raise more money than ever before. He's got to get a policy process in place, and he's only got a year and a half, 2 years to get all that done. That's all a pretty tall order. How confident are you that he can do it?
Well, I think we'll see whether he or she can do it.
Now, is that a reflection on who you might have voted for?
No, I didn't get to vote because I was at the Inspire Awards last night, and so
I see.
unless you registered yesterday, you didn't get to vote. So
who would you have voted for?
Well, I would never say that, would I, Steve?
Well, you could if you wanted to.
Well, I think, in my view, it's always, I think, as cabinet ministers and as people in the other order of government, that we love all Canadians and we love whoever will win.
What time did you get here today?
Unfortunately, just after the speeches.
After, so you didn't hear any of the speeches. Okay, because I was going to ask you who you thought gave the best speech. There were some really...
I heard, well, I was watching on Twitter and seeing,
so
yeah. And you know, I ran into David Peterson on the way out. He seemed pretty impressed, so that's a good thing.
There were some different speeches here today. Kate Graham sang at the end of her speech.
Yes.
Which is something you might have appreciated, given how often you do that as well.
I do that, yeah.
But back on Del Duca, is he up to the task, which will be Herculean, to pull this party out of the wilderness and make it competitive in time for next time?
Well, I think that the Del Duca team has worked very hard actually to be in this position at this time. But I also think that there's going to, you know, when I think there's an urgency that Liberals and not yet Liberals feel about being able to find the financial resources to do this. And I think, you know, I think we've got great examples of, you know, I always think the strength of our democracy is when great people choose to run. And I think putting together a team for whoever wins this leadership is going to be, is getting easier every day. And that it's, I think the stakes are really high for the future of Ontario and the future of Canada.
I don't need to remind you how ticked off people were with this party 20 months ago. Your St. Paul's riding went NDP, which has never happened before, ever.
Yes, Zenaida Condé, sir. You never get that wrong.
It wasn't called St. Paul's then.
St. Andrew St. Patrick.
St. Andrew St. Patrick, that's right. But St. Paul's has never voted NDP before, and it's an indication of how far back you guys have got to come, don't you think?
Well, I think that what we're feeling in all the ridings I'm in, that this is a new day dawning as people understand the importance of having evidence-based policy and a heart.
One last question: is there any update you want to give us to the state of your other job, namely trying to find a solution to what's going on in British Columbia right now?
Well, I think the Wet'suwet'en Nation now is taking it to their nation, the proposal, and we're waiting for them to tell us whether this really exciting next chapter in terms of implementing title, you know, will find agreement with the nation. So it's, but you know, I think that, Steve, what it speaks to is a lot of people coast to coast to coast didn't know that the policies had changed, that no more extinguishment of rights and cede and surrender and no longer on loans, and that Canada wants to have this conversation and this nation-to-nation relationship coast to coast to coast.
Okay, we wish you well with that effort.
Thank you.
That's Carolyn Bennett. She's the MP for Toronto St. Paul's. She is the Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations, and she's not saying who she voted for today. Maybe I can find out later. Anyway, thank you, Dr. Bennett.
Thank you.
Once again, we are at the International Centre in Mississauga. We are awaiting first ballot results, which we were told were going to come 25 minutes ago. Perhaps we want to let our cameras scan the floor a bit. That's great, so Dr. Bennett can leave. If I were betting money, I'd say we get the results in half an hour or something like that, which feels about an hour behind schedule, which may be about right. And who knows how many ballots we're going to have. I see the Member of Parliament for St. Paul's leaving, and the Toronto City Councillor for St. Paul's is about to take her place. And we'll get Josh Matlow. Josh, you know we're fist pumping here because this is the Corona Convention after all. And so, well, listen, Chrystia Freeland, the Deputy PM, has told us on numerous occasions, don't be shaking hands and wash your hands over and over and over.
Well, that I have been doing all convention.
You have been?
Yeah, I have, yeah.
Okay. Should we show this guy on camera just so everybody knows who we've got now? This is Josh Matlow, who's the Toronto City Councillor from the riding of Toronto St. Paul's. And I know you're not wearing it right now, but you had some Michael Coteau accoutrements on earlier. How come you're with him?
I've known Michael Coteau for many years. I served on the Toronto School Board with him, and he's both a really lovely, sincere, authentic person. I just believe in him as a friend, but I also know his values, and there's no accident why his campaign is using the slogan values driven, because I know there's a lot of campaigns that talk about various hope and change kind of language. He got into the substance. He got into the issues of why he wanted to be the leader. He focused on fighting climate change. He focused on transit. He focused on empowering cities, which of course is important to me and my colleagues and the people of Toronto. And he just focused on issues that inspire me, and I was inspired enough to get on board.
Well, let me ask you about one of his policy pronouncements, which was he wanted to offer free transit, be it TTC, Go Transit, OC Transpo, over a 10-year period. I mean, you're a guy who knows how much of the TTC's operating budget comes out of that fare box. I'm guessing it's about 65, 70%, something like that. Is that doable?
Well, I mean, I believe it's doable. It's admittedly not going to be easy, and we need, every level of government to come on board and work together on that. But what Michael, I know, is focusing on is the reality that transit is unaffordable for far too many people. Transit fares just went up again in this year's budget, and we're hearing from students who are saying that they're, having a hard time getting to class because they can't afford, their Presto. So that needs to be addressed. Also, the more people who choose transit as an option will get out of their cars. That both contributes to our health, our quality of life, and it combats climate change. So yes, admittedly it's an aspirational goal. Michael's not pretending that he's got it all figured out. What he's saying is, as a leader, he has a vision. We've got to get there, and we've got to work together to arrive, and I believe in that vision.
He comes into this convention with 17% of the pledged delegate support, so it's, who knows, but it's unlikely he's going to win today. Stephen Del Duca seems to be the likely guy to walk out of here today with the crown on his head. If that's the case, you okay with that?
I'm okay with a leader who wants to lead us to a more progressive Ontario, an Ontario that actually gets back to talking about facts and evidence, an Ontario that doesn't try to divide us, an Ontario that actually wants to put attention on our hospitals and our schools and the people rather than what color our license plates are. I want an Ontario that all of us feel part of and included in again.
Is that Del Duca?
That's going to be any one of these candidates. And I'm obviously here supporting Michael, so until we hear the results, I'm not backing away from that. But yeah, if Stephen Del Duca becomes the leader, then I believe, or any of the other candidates, I believe it's our responsibility to back a vision for an Ontario that we can get behind. It's not even Stephen or Michael or any of them. It's about, I believe this party has the values that brings people together and can ultimately focus on our priorities. I care about my daughter's education. I care about the success of my city. I care about the Oak Ridges Moraine and the Greenbelt existing in 20, 30 years. I care about combating climate change. I care about better infrastructure and transit. I care about also having a tone that is more civil, as Stephen, Michael, and the other candidates talked about, than this sort of divisive, angry rhetoric, this Trump-like rhetoric that we hear from Doug Ford. I know I'm done with that kind of stuff. I know that most Ontarians are, and I think the Liberal Party is the best vehicle we have to be able to bring this province back to our priorities, but also just to a place of civility and good discourse.
Let me ask you one last thing, and you probably know this question's coming. If Mr. Del Duca or one of his emissaries came to you at some point and said, Josh, you're our best hope for taking St. Paul's back. The NDP hold it right now. You're our best hope for winning it back. Would you answer the bell?
I would do everything I could to support them or any candidates that they selected, and I honestly have no idea if that would be me. And I love what I get to do now, and I really do.
I know you do.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks a lot for showing up today. We're going to do the Corona Convention. We're fist bumping.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming up here.
Steve.
That's Josh Matlow, who's a Toronto City Councillor from the riding of St. Paul's. Didn't exactly close the door, but it's a little wee bit open for him potentially being the candidate from St. Paul's for next time out. We'll see. We'll see. It's Convention Day in the city of Mississauga. We're at the International Centre. It's 2:15 in the afternoon, and we are awaiting first ballot results. I think at this stage I know those dulcet tones. Oh, yeah. I know that voice. I know that voice anywhere. This is the one guy in the room who could easily host his own radio show if he wanted to, because he's got la bosso profondo. Basso profondo.
Actually, I was the voice of God yesterday.
Now, you should just explain what that means for people.
Well, during the introductions, I went on a voiceover and said, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. And then I made a few cracks about it, the interim leader and Christopher Field. They don't know who I am. I just had some fun.
We recognize the voice. In case you don't recognize the face, because like the Prime Minister of the country, he's decided he's going to have a beard on now.
No, it's the other way around, Stephen.
Oh, you had it first?
Much longer before
you
that.
You had it first,
yeah.
Okay. That's Charles Sousa.
yeah.
He's a former Minister of Finance in the province of Ontario, and he represented Etobicoke...
Mississauga South.
Mississauga South. Shame on me for not knowing that. Mississauga South in the Ontario legislature. Who'd you vote for?
So I'm on the steering committee, right? So I've been part of this process and the neutral team, but it's obvious that Stephen Del Duca has got the majority of the delegates, and presumably he'll have this on the first ballot. But more exciting than that, you see a lot of momentum in the room, regardless of what camp you're in. People are coming together, and that's encouraging.
If it's Del Duca on the first, are you okay with that?
Well, the excitement of having a delegated convention, which I participated in as a contestant myself, I enjoy the uncertainty in order to enable us to have, you play to win or you play to be a kingmaker, or in my case, a queenmaker. So you don't have that same opportunity here, but it's still pretty exciting, and I'm looking forward to what comes next.
We should remind everybody that it was 7 years ago at Maple Leaf Gardens that you ran for the Ontario leadership of the Liberal Party. You dropped off the ballot and went to Kathleen Wynne.
I dropped off on the second moment, yes. And at that point, I had to make a determination as to where I would go, and I was trying to encourage some of my other colleagues who were still in there, says, let's go and let's put an end to this and pick his choice. Now, my preference for Kathleen was that we were going to stay in government, enable us to have the next 6 months or so to really mobilize and prepare for the election, and we did, and won a majority after that.
Indeed. How much do you think the people of Ontario have decided on whether or not you guys need to be in the penalty box longer, or whether you are an option next time out?
I guess that's dependent upon the alternative. And certainly the last election, the Conservatives, Doug Ford, didn't win. The Liberal Party lost, and we lost touch, we lost trust, and we weren't attuned and responsive as we should have been. Going forward, they want to see renewal, they want to see assurances that we're the progressive party that has not only progressive measures, but also sustainable measures in order to be fiscally responsible as we go forward. As you can see from this government, they've done neither. And so that'll determine what goes on in the next go-around.
In my experience at leadership conventions, Tories fall in line, Liberals fall in love. They love to fall in love with their leader. And as much as I hear people say they respect Stephen Del Duca, I don't hear anybody say they're in love with the guy. And he shone a light on his lack of charisma right off the top of his speech and let everybody know that he knows it's an issue, but et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He's prepared to work hard. How much of a problem do you think that's going to be for him to bring the party to where it can be?
Any leadership race, any general election is dependent upon a lot on that leader. And they have to, win people over, win their hearts as well as their minds. And as we know, in the last go-around, Kathleen won a lot of minds, and people recognize the importance of some of the work she was doing, but she lost their love. And so you need them both. And to Stephen's credit, recognizing that, he was self-deprecating, he had a bit of humor in there. I thought it was the best speech he's delivered thus far, since I've seen him. So, yeah, there's a lot of work ahead of him. And, to the credit of guys like Doug Ford, he very much speaks in simple terms. It's all talk radio, chatter from him, but it's not in depth. And, Stephen has a lot of knowledge and a lot of intellectual opportunity or ability, but he needs that personal touch. And that'll come as he delivers and gets more engaged in the work that he does. And keep in mind, it's a big group of people here. There's going to be a lot of new people, a lot of new faces come forward. A lot of momentum, I think, will develop around him.
If he or someone from his team came to you and said, Charles, you represent the best opportunity for us to take the south end of Mississauga back, Would you run again in 2.5 years?
Listen, I'm not speculating on what I'm going to do at this point. I am keeping myself open-minded. I'm involved in a number of projects that keep me engaged. I do miss the work. I don't miss necessarily the partisanship or the spin, right? I miss the need to put things in decisions and programs that matter to people, and they're not based on election cycles. For example, the recent cap and trade initiative that we put forward was a much better alternative than what we have now, and that was changed for political reasons, just to have a fight with Trudeau, and now we got a carbon pricing that's double the price of what we had, and it's not stimulating the economy because it's not going directly to those programs to enable a new economic activity. So for me, what matters is the work that we do for the benefit of others, regardless of political stripe. I mean, I try to get along with all parties in regards to what mattered most, and that's what gave me a lift to go to work every day.
Paul Calandra, the House Leader for the Conservatives, was in that chair not too long ago, and he almost was saying we relish the opportunity to go against him because, Stephen Del Duca, because if the Liberal Party's trying to show that it's got a new face, he represents a continuation of the, I think he called it the Win Del Duca government. Are they going to be able to frame your party and this leader because of that?
Yeah, I mean, they're absolutely going to try to do exactly that. And but you can't deny that Stephen Del Duca or whomever will be the leader, be it Michael Couteau, but if it is any one of those two who are already members of the cabinet that were there before, they're going to have around them a lot of new people, a lot of new faces, a few like young people. And you can't argue with this party, and you look at us right here, you know, we're maybe a party of 8 in the House now, but we got a lot of delegates, a lot of momentum, a lot of enthusiasm, and this party has a lot of history. And that is what I think people are going to look at in the end and judge what the party stands for. It's a big tent. And maybe the last time around we were trying to outflank the NDP. This time around we recognize that the stronghold is that big middle, that people that want something that's progressive, but they also want somebody that's responsible and fiscally attuned. And so I think if we stick to those issues, we'll succeed.
That is the debate for the heart and soul of this party, because there surely are some people in this room who are not at all uncomfortable with the Liberal Party over at the left end of the political spectrum fighting with the NDP for that vote, as opposed to where I suspect the majority of Liberals want to be, which is in the more activist center. Has that been resolved?
As Liberals, we were all very concerned about being progressive. We're all concerned about putting measures that matter, and that, you know, whatever spectrum you talk about, those are things that I think even those conservatives who are progressive recognize the need for healthcare and education and infrastructure and stimulus spending and initiatives that matter to help those most vulnerable. But at the same time, in the last 40 years, there have only been 8 balanced budgets in this province.
How many did you bring in?
The Conservatives have only done 3. Liberals have done 5, and I did 1. So we are doing what we need to do to be responsible that way too. And we also have to celebrate success of businesses and those that create those jobs. And I think Liberals may have lost sight of that in that last go-around. We got to make certain that we keep our minds and address the needs of everyone. Big business, small business, middle class, those that need help. We're all in this together, and Ontario needs to be at its best when we're all working together.
Gotcha. Thanks for dropping by. Appreciate it. I'm going to give you the fist bump like everybody does. Please say hi to Zenny for me, okay?
I will. She misses you too.
Your wife is fantastic. She's one of the great people I've met in politics. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's Charles Sousa. He's a former Minister of Finance. We're going to let him get unmiked. We're going to show, there's Stephen Del Duca. So all of the leadership candidates are essentially now on the floor of this convention hall, sitting in their respective boxes, waiting for the first ballot results to come through. It's 2:25 p.m. We are about 40 minutes delayed at the moment. As you look at Mitzi Hunter, 40 minutes delayed from when they said that we were going to have the results. In the meantime, Mr. Del Duca looks pretty chillaxed, as the kids would say. He came into this convention with 56% of the pledged delegate support. If he gets even a small chunk of the superdelegates, the likelihood is that he'll win this thing on the first ballot. Zara Sultani is here. She is a person who likes to hang out in conservative circles, even though she's wearing red today. You're fooling me.
I'm wearing red to honor my Liberal friends.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So how many conventions is this for you?
In terms of Liberal convention?
No, any conventions at all.
Any convention. Well, this is my second Liberal leadership convention to observe. And
which one were you at? The federal? What was the last one?
I was where Kathleen Wynne got elected.
Oh, you were at that one.
Yeah, that's where we first met, Steve.
Oh my gosh.
It was 2013.
70 years ago already. Okay.
Yes.
Right on at Maple Leaf Gardens.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, let's stand by 1 second. I wonder here if we're actually going to get some results. Or are they going to tell us to hang on? Zara, hang on 1 second and let's go to the platform and see what they've got to say.
Okay, the moment we have all been waiting for is about to arrive. And I just want to say, before that moment, merci beaucoup à tous. C'était un très grand plaisir pour moi d'être avec vous pendant cette fin de semaine historique. And I want to say a final thank you to John, who has done a great service to our party, our province, and our country. And I've had a heck of a lot of fun hanging out with him. So merci beaucoup, John.
Thank you, Christia. It's been really fun to hang out with her all weekend. You don't know how fun she is. When I'm tired, she lifts me up, cracks a joke. So let's get down to it. Maintenant, c'est le moment que vous attendez tous. L'élection du nouveau chef du Parti libéral de l'Ontario et du prochain premier ministre de notre province. Pour vous présenter le processus de vote et annoncer les résultats du premier tour, voulez-vous joindre à moi pour souhaiter la bienvenue au directeur du scrutin de cette élection, Jack Segal, et au président du parti, Brian Johns. Here to announce the first ballot results. Please join me in welcoming Chief Returning Officer Jack Segal and Party President Brian Johns.
We had 2,141 ballots cast. There was one rejected ballot. Therefore, there were 2,140 valid votes, and in order to win on the first ballot, a candidate would be required to have 1,071 votes.
Brenda Hollingsworth, 24. Alvin Tedjo, 74. Mitzi Hunter, 122. Kate Graham, 299. Michael Coteau, 363, and the next leader of the Ontario Liberal Party and the next Premier of Ontario, Mr. Stephen Del Duca, 1,258.
Well, as many people suspected, this thing was over in one ballot. Stephen Del Duca winning on the first ballot, going away. It has not been since 1974, 46 years since the Liberal Party chose a leader on just one ballot. That is some very strong indication that this party clearly has its champion. They have decided it's going to be Stephen Del Duca, despite the fact that he doesn't have a seat in the Ontario legislature today. He will be leading the Ontario Liberals into the 2022 election, presumably against Doug Ford and the Progressive Conservatives, and again, presumably against Andrea Horwath and the NDP. He does not have a seat in the legislature right now. He has told me he feels no obligation to get one. He will spend the next 2.5 years preparing for the next Ontario election. Zara Sultani is here. She's a Conservative activist, but you're getting the chance to respond first and foremost here. What do you think?
I think it's the result that everybody expected. You know, with that number of delegates, it's no surprise. But
he had 56% of the votes coming in, and he ended up with 59. So he actually got a good chunk of the superdelegates as well.
Yes, yeah. So I think, as you see, many Liberals are excited. Del Duca will have a chance to work with the Liberal Party to rebuild the Liberal brand. I think some of the challenges he has to overcome. He was there during the Kathleen Wynne years. One of his major challenges is to overcome that being related, being part of that legacy. So I think we're going to see how he's going to decide to tackle that. But he also has opportunities. Some of his opportunities right now at Queen's Park, NDP has been struggling to be to provide an effective opposition to the PC government. So Del Duca will have that advantage to use that opportunity to, you know.
Zara, I'm going to cut you off because he's at the mic. Let's listen to the winner speak.
There are very few things in life that can make me speechless, but this is one of those things. Thank you so much to all of you. You know, earlier today when I had the honor of addressing this convention, I did tell a few stories. There are just two really short ones that I want to say, and I have to tell you the first one is something that is profoundly memorable for me, especially at this critical moment, standing here addressing all of you. It was 31, almost 32 years ago, and this is what makes this so incredibly special. When I was given my first opportunity at the age of 15 to enter into Liberal Party politics, my cousin Rocco Grassi, who's here today, Rocco, I know you're over there somewhere. Rocco asked me and my parents if I would go to a political meeting the following week. I didn't know for sure what the meeting was all about. Turned out, this is back in 1988, turned out that it was the largest and most hotly contested federal nomination meeting of that particular cycle. And I got to that convention hall. It was almost as big as this one. Thousands upon thousands of voters streaming in. Bright lights from the media, lots of electricity in the air. And in that particular moment, I fully understood as a 15-year-old what my cousin Rocco was looking for. Unskilled labor. I tell this story all over the province. In that moment, what brought me into our party, what brought me into our movement, was that need for unskilled labor. What has kept me consistently and proudly and enthusiastically involved in Liberal Party politics is our ability, when we are moving in the right direction, to deliver progress for the people that we are honored to represent. And I also want to say, in those last few days of the 2018 election campaign, when we knew that we were going to face a tough result, a moment that we've had a chance collectively to reflect on over these last number of months, I want to mention a quick story. Many who are involved in politics know that our families, more than anything else, are the ones who ground us, who make sure that we never get the egos that are too inflated. You can see that I'm on the stage with my beautiful wife, Utilia, and our daughters, Talia and Grace. One day, with a couple of days left in that election campaign, I was driving Talia and Grace to school. And we were talking a little bit about that campaign. And Grace, who was in the back seat from what I recall, said to me, "So Daddy, what happens if you don't win this contest that you're involved in? If you don't win this race?" This is back around June 12th or so. And so, she's looking at me right now. You can't see the look on her face. I believe it's a father's job to embarrass his daughters. And I do it very well. In any event, I said to Grace, don't worry about it. Mommy and Daddy, we got it under control. We know exactly what we're going to do if it doesn't work out. And she seemed satisfied, and Talia seemed satisfied with that answer. And then without missing a beat, she looked at me and said, "Maybe you can get a job at Wonderland for the summer." Well, Grace, I think Wonderland's going to have to wait for a little while. But it's okay. It's okay. We can go there this summer. I promise. I promise we'll get there, okay? I have to say to my family, first of all, to my incredible wife, Utilia. Many of you know Utilia. It is true that those of us who enter public life as elected officials or aspiring elected officials get the chance to stand at podiums in the spotlight. We get that limelight, we get that attention. Those who stand just a little bit beside us or behind us, in this case, in our household, in our family, in our marriage, Utilia is the absolute superstar of our family. She is. I told a story earlier today about my past and what happened in my family as we've come through the years. I think about often the journey that Utilia has taken throughout her life with her parents and her siblings who are all here today. In 1977, Utilia and her family arrived from Portugal. She was 7 years old, didn't speak the language. Here we are this many years later, and she has worked so hard. And she has excelled. 3 university degrees, an incredible, incredible career that she's carved out, and the most wonderful wife and mother, the very best role model for these 2 young ladies that I could possibly imagine. And I want to say in front of all of you, Utilia, thank you for giving me this chance, for supporting me all the way through this, for being the absolute foundation of our life, and for saying yes when I asked you to marry me. I love you. You heard me earlier today talk about my parents who are here. You heard me already say it, but I just want to stress again to my mom and to my dad and my siblings, Lorraine, Mark, and Michael, and the rest of our family. You guys have been absolutely incredible supporters and champions for me and for our family, not just in this leadership campaign and not just in my political endeavors, but for my entire life. You are the most incredible family and the most incredible support group that one person could possibly have. And I want to say thank you for your support and for all that you've done to support me through the years. Over the course of the last 12 plus months, I have been surrounded by an exceptionally strong group of individuals who have done everything under the sun to get me and our team to this particular moment. You know, I've been involved in politics for a long time, and I've seen teams come and go. But the extended political family that came together to help support me and help support us through this leadership was literally out of this world. And so, to my co-campaign managers, Tom Allison and Milton Chan, I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. To those individuals who kept me going, and there's a long list, I'm going to name just a few who've been there right from the very beginning. Where's Gazi? Gazi, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your incredible work. To Fran, and to Liz, and to Ian and the Ontario Young Liberals. Thank you, OYL. To Barbara, to Nikki, to Ferd, to Mark, to David, Daniel, Omar, Charles, and the policy team, to everybody who came together to work on this campaign. You were all truly extraordinary, all of you. And in particular, I want to take just a quick moment to acknowledge and thank somebody who has worked alongside me now for nearly 7 years. Her name is Najwa Amin. She is here somewhere. And I'm pretty sure that every single one of our new members and every single one of our delegate candidates and certainly every one of our captains is just as afraid of Najwa as I have been from time to time through these last 6.5 years. But she's been the heart and soul of this campaign. And I want to thank the entire team for the extraordinary work that they did, including Christina Sindrick, my riding president from Vaughan Woodbridge. Christina, thank you so much. There's always a risk when you start to name names, you forget some. Really quickly, Sharissa, wherever you are, helped run our GOTV efforts in our convention, and Emma, who you saw in the video this morning, who spoke last night during Kathleen's tribute. I want to thank you all for the incredible support that you've given to me throughout this entire journey. I look at this audience and I see those women and men who've worked so hard for our party and for the individual candidates who have been so extraordinary, and I will come back to the candidates in just a quick second. But to every single one of you who made a phone call, made a donation, took out a membership, ran as a delegate, got elected, came here, whatever you did to support your individual candidate, your individual campaign, I want you to know, not just from me, but I believe from all 6 of us, it is on your shoulders that we stand. And you will all be, all of you, and the nearly 40,000 members of our party province-wide, you are the foundation of what we will create. And what we will create is a modernized political movement that will hit the ground running, that will win the next election, and deliver progress for the people of Ontario. Every single one of the candidates in this race has said this at different times, and it is true. And it bears repeating. This leadership journey, this leadership convention, has never been about one individual or frankly even 6 individuals. It's been about all of you. It's been about all of us. And most importantly, it's about, as I said earlier today, the 15 million people who call our province home. Our job, our mission, as we leave this convention hall later today, united, focused, energized, and enthusiastic for what lies ahead, is to make sure that we keep ourselves focused on those individuals at all times. And I know we will do this. I know we will do this. It will be about our ideas. It will be about our team. It will be about how hard we work. And as someone who's been involved in our party for more than 3 decades, I know well how hard and successful Liberals, federally and provincially, are. When we are united and we are focused, we get the job done. And now I want to say, as I come to the end of my remarks, I want to say to the 5 other women and men who put their names forward in this race, standing for political office is not an easy decision to make at any level, and it is a particularly tough decision to make when the stage is large and the attention is considerable. What I have seen over the last many, many months that we have all campaigned together is just about the best field of candidates that I could possibly imagine for our party, in particular at this moment. Three outstanding women, 3 outstanding men, I'm including myself in that category if that's okay, who worked relentlessly, put forward ideas courageously, ideas that are compelling, ideas that do need to be brought into the notion of what our platform will look like going ahead. I saw how hard every single one of the other candidates worked, how they poured their heart and soul into this effort. And when I have considered in those moments during this campaign what our collective future looks like as a party, to be able to look at Michael and Kate and Mitzi and Alvin and Brenda and all of their respective teams, I know that the Ontario Liberal Party has an extraordinarily bright future, and I was honored and proud and still am to call them friends and to stand alongside them shoulder to shoulder on the journey that lies ahead for us as Ontarians and as Ontario Liberals. I want to say to John Fraser, as we said yesterday, to Brian Johns, to all of the people who've worked at our Executive Council as well, and our party staff, thank you so much, along with the volunteers, for organizing this incredibly successful, well-attended leadership convention. A big round of applause for our party. And now it is an absolute honor for me to invite to the stage the 5 other women and men who put their names forward, who ran for the leadership, who are an extraordinarily credible team, a progress-oriented team. We will accomplish a great deal working together. Here they are, Mitzi, Kate, Michael, Alvin, and Brenda. Congratulations to all of us. Thank you very much. On to victory.
And that is the acceptance speech from Stephen Del Duca, who wins this convention, going away. I was just checking my notes. It's not been since 1973. 47 years since the Ontario Liberals have had a leadership convention where the winner won it on the first ballot. So this is rare for this party to come together and coalesce around one candidate as they did today. Usually they have knockdown drag-em-outs, which frankly are a lot more fun to cover and a lot more exciting to watch. I can't say this is going to go down in history as one of the more exciting conventions, but maybe that's not what the Liberals are after this time. Maybe they're after the guy they wanted and the guy they got. Rachel Campbell's here. Rachel is Policy Director with the Ontario Young Liberals, and she was a Del Duca supporter, as evidenced by whatever the heck that is hanging up.
Indeed, I am. A button.
There you go. Okay, what'd you think of the results?
I think it's so excited. I'm so excited to see that Stephen is successful. He's worked so hard on this campaign. Grassroots, he's included so many people, including young people. But I think it also showed that there was amazing candidates that people are also really excited about. And it's vibrance and it's energy, and I'm so happy for all of our party.
Rachel, I'm not meaning to be a killjoy here, but you know Stephen Del Duca referenced this in his speech right off the top.
Yeah.
He said, I'm a bit charismatically challenged. Liberals like to fall in love, and I haven't found people yet who've fallen in love with him. They respect him, they understand his organizational abilities, but they haven't fallen in love with him.
Yeah.
Is that task still ahead?
I think people appreciate hard work and authenticity now more than ever. We are in an era where politics is cutthroat, but it's also very fabricated in a lot of senses. Stephen is the essence of not only hard work and working hard, but also this province. And I have no doubt that as he enters into his new role, people will come to love him and see what we all saw in him.
Well, I do look at the 6 candidates on stage, and yeah, maybe we can we cut away to the stage for a second? You've got all 6 leadership candidates there, the 3 men and 3 women who contested the job. And, you know, I don't know if they're getting along famously or just putting on a good show for the cameras, but I think it's fair to say this has not been a fractious, really elbows-up leadership process. So maybe coming together at the end of it all will be a little easier. I don't know. What do you think?
Yes, I very much hope so for the sake of the party. But I think you're right. I think we've seen a lot of civility today in presentations, but also with Stephen's remarks. I've only seen courtesy and kindness expressed between all the candidates, and I'm really excited because I think it will lead into a more united and harmonious party going forward.
Rachel, it is said that on day 1 of the convention, when the decision is made, the winner is the most important person. But on day 2, the runner-up is. Because the runner-up decides, am I going to be bitter about this result, or am I going to coalesce and come together and help the winner go to the next step?
Yeah.
What can you tell us about the status of the relationship between Del Duca and Coteau?
I think it's very harmonious. I've seen the relationship expressed between both of them, and they are more than willing to get back to work together. I know that they were in caucus together, and it was a very harmonious relationship, and I have no doubt that that would continue if we are so fortunate to return to government in 2022.
Do you have any idea whether Stephen Del Duca is going to try to seek a seat in the legislature sooner as opposed to waiting for the 2022 election?
Yeah, I can't speak to that, unfortunately.
You want to make something up?
Best not to. I've heard not good.
Okay, all right, very good. How would you rate the speech that he gave this morning?
I thought it was wonderful. I'm very moved. I think Ontario is a place where everyone can thrive, and the story that he has of his family, of immigrants coming to Ontario and building a life for himself, I think it's hope in every essence, and it's what I want Ontario to be for my generation going forward.
Do you think it's a problem that he doesn't have a seat in the legislature right now?
I don't, actually. I think it's almost to his benefit. I think it can provide him with an opportunity to travel and to build up our party and to make sure that we are as strong as possible going into 2022.
I guess it's fair to point out that the Liberals are not an officially constituted party in the legislature. Yes. They only have 8 seats. You need 12 to be an official party. Mm-hmm. So I guess if he were there, he's only going to be rarely up on his feet in question period anyway.
Indeed, yeah. It's probably best if he's out there doing the good work, the hard work.
What do you think job 1 is for him right now?
I think it's going to be, as much as we've seen a harmonious relationship expressed, I think it's going to be making sure that our party is indeed unified behind his vision, and making sure that everyone's vision who came here this weekend is included in how we go forward as a party.
Is there more to his vision than we got to get rid of Doug Ford?
Absolutely.
Like what?
It is building a province that is inclusive for everyone. So I think people are tired of being against something. People want to see passion, see striving for something, and we are striving for a province that has, puts kids first. We are striving for a province that is inclusive and welcoming to immigrants. We are putting forward a province that makes sure that everyone has a chance to succeed equally, and that is something we are very passionate moving for, as opposed to against.
Del Duca clearly emerges from this convention as the undisputed champion. He won on the first ballot. He won with nearly 60% of the votes. Who else comes out of this convention having improved their position in the party?
I would argue each candidate has come out stronger. I think putting your name on the ballot means that you saw yourself in the party and that you want to be a leader going forward. I was really impressed by Kate Graham. I think she came out in spades. Her pregnancy announcement was also very exciting. It's hard enough to run a campaign day to day, but to also be experiencing such a wonderful personal triumph is really amazing. And I think that as Stephen said, if this is a preview for the candidates to come in 2022, how exceptional, how remarkable. It would be an amazing caucus.
Good. Thanks for coming and visiting us here up at our TVO broadcast position.
Thank you.
And we'll do the little fist bump as opposed to shaking hands, because we're all trying not to get the flu here.
Good to be proactive.
That's Rachel Campbell, one of the many young people at this convention involved in Ontario Liberal politics. She on the policy side, supporting Stephen Del Duca in this campaign. Mr. Del Duca has won it on the first ballot with nearly 60% of the votes cast. Any way you look at it, it's a pretty overwhelming victory today. Thanks so much, Rachel.
Thank you so much.
We're going to let Rachel scoot out of here, and then we'll put somebody else in that chair to talk to, somebody who has sat around the cabinet table in the province of Ontario. His name is Brad Dogood. He's a former cabinet minister in the Dalton McGuinty years. He represented Scarborough Centre in the Ontario legislature. He's in the private sector right now. We'll get him hooked up and brought in. The convention hall here at the International Centre is starting to unwind. People are starting to leave. As we get Mr. Dogood hooked up, our technical whiz, Mark Ford, is going to give me the word, and we are in business. How you doing, Brad?
I'm great. Thanks for hooking me up.
Are you content with the result?
Oh, absolutely. It's beyond my expectations that we would have, well over 2,000 just ruckus Liberals, enthusiastic Liberals. I knew that the rebuild was going to take place, but I really thought it was likely going to be 2 elections away. It looks like we're well on the road now. Lots of work to do, long road ahead, but I think we're well ahead of where I think anybody would have expected us to be today.
I presume, given that you represented Scarborough Centre, Mitzi Hunter represented Scarborough Guildwood, that you know her better than you know Stephen Del Duca.
Well, to be honest, I knew all of them, all 3 of the incumbents before they were even in politics.
Okay, what do you know
but
about...
I knew Mitzi the longest, and us Scarborough folks have to stick together.
Right on. I get that. What can you tell us about, and what can you tell the people of Ontario about Stephen they may not know yet, that suggests that he's up to the Herculean challenge of rebuilding this party from the worst defeat it ever suffered?
Well, I think one of the reasons why he won so unanimously is that he is probably the best organizer among all the politicians we've had in our party, and he's kind of proven that. So he's a good organizer. He understands the importance of grassroots organization, and he knows how to raise money as well. All important things that you're going to need to do to be ready to contend and to take on the responsibility, I think, that the people of Ontario are giving to us to be competitive and be an option for them come the next election.
If he were to come to you and say, Brad, you're our best chance to take back Scarborough Centre, would you run for him?
That's what Dalton McGuinty said to me 15, 16 years ago, and I said yes. This time, no, private sector's treating me well. My wife likes the fact that she sees me from time to time.
You're sure?
I'm not sure of that, but that's a bit of spin. But no, I'm not planning any comebacks, that's for sure.
Well, now when people say they're not planning any comebacks, that does leave the door a little bit open.
Well, I'm only 57 years old, so there's still a lot of life left to live, but nothing in the winds at all. That's not my thinking.
You know, it's possible the Democratic presidential nominee would be 78 years old, so you got a long road ahead.
You look down south, got another 30 or 40 years of runway.
Right. Now tell me this, the Conservatives, and we've had a few of them during our broadcast today, have come up and said they've already started using the term the Win Del Duca government, and they are going to portray him as being part of all of that past as opposed to the future. If you're advising him on how to deal with that, what should he do?
Well, I mean, that's predictable. And right now, Steve's job will be to rebuild the party, which means going to every corner of this province. It's a tough job. And building it from the grassroots level up. Don't get too distracted by the politics that happens at Queen's Park, because right now, not a lot of people are paying attention, as you know, to what's going on at Queen's Park, other than watching your show from time to time when you cover it, which of course they tune in for that.
You know, one of the knocks on the Kathleen Wynne government was that, and I heard this from a number of the candidates running for leader, this party, this government stopped listening. They started telling people in the regions what Queen's Park wanted as opposed to listening to the regions. What can you tell us about Del Duca in terms of whether or not he's a listener and he got that message?
Well, you know, I think that's something that you're going to have to find out. My experience with Steve has always been he's a very good listener. And that he is constantly learning. And he's progressed very far in his short political career. So I think he'll certainly be listening carefully. Just as importantly, I think he's learned from the past. Look, we're a humble group. We're a humble party. We were sent a very strong message a couple of years ago, and I think Steve was sent that message even in his own riding. So that humbles you, and I think it provides you with where your priorities should be, and that's being here for the families and people of Ontario.
How much money do you have to raise to run a good campaign these days?
You know, I think it's not as much as you used to need to raise, because I think technology gives you options that we didn't have in the past. My view is, we talk about political parties, Steve's going to have to do more than build a political party. He's going to have to build a political movement in Ontario. And it can't be a movement just to turf out the other guys. Because, I mean, they may do that on their own, they may not. It's got to be about building for the future. There's a lot of changes happening, Steve, in our global economy, as we know, that's going to impact every part of our quality of life, our employment capabilities, our economy in particular, but even our social programs. So we're going to have to be very innovative. And I think Steve recognizes that. In fact, I know he does, because we've talked about it.
He was very blunt off the top of his speech in saying, I know I'm not the most charismatic candidate in the race. He shone a light on his biggest handicap, which people have told you, they've told me, he's not the most exciting guy around. You know, whether you like him or whether you don't, Doug Ford's a big personality. Is he going to have trouble competing against that?
I think it's a very interesting contrast. And I think if you look down south of the border, you see a similar contrast. I mean, Donald Trump is a big, big personality, probably bigger than anything we've seen in politics in our lifetime. And then you've got, very likely Biden running against them, who's just solid, seasoned, experienced, and a good listener, and somebody who's sensitive to the needs of families and Ontarians. I think that's what Steve needs to look to do, and I think that's what he's capable of doing, a very good contrast. I don't think if they go head-to-head and try to brawn it out, I don't think that's what the people of Ontario are looking for.
You were saying just a moment ago that you think the Liberal Party has to have more on offer than just, we're not Doug Ford, we hate Doug Ford. Like what?
Well, you see all the young people here. And this convention, I mean, a lot of times you go to conventions, and it's a lot of the old folks and the old organizers. I'm amazed by the amount of young folks in this room, really enthusiastic, but not just to be participating in the back rooms, enthusiastic about even running for us next time. And you saw the talent of some of those that have spoke throughout the day. Kate Graham, for instance, absolutely brilliant speech today. I mean, she's got such great potential. Mitzi Hunter, incredible passion. Michael Cotto, he's got a great team around him, and I think that's going to really help him going forward.
Who gave the best speech today?
Pardon me?
Who gave the best speech today?
That's a good question. I'm a little biased. I like the way Mitzi brought passion to her speech and brought the room up, and I love the use of the kid choir. I thought that rather than using high tech, it was kind of a nice touch. But I think Kate Graham was the biggest surprise today. I've never seen him on a platform this big, and I thought she performed extremely well, looked very natural. I'm very impressed by her as well.
She sang.
That was interesting. She got me on that because I thought she wanted to say something else at the end, and I thought, you gave a great speech, just leave it. And it was actually part of the program, so I was impressed.
For those who missed it, she came out after the end of her speech, the music went up, then she came back to the podium, they brought the music down, and she started to sing an ABBA song. If you change your mind, take a chance on me.
I thought that was really cute.
Yeah, as it turned out, there was no opportunity for a second ballot to take a chance. Del Duca wins going away. Any last words?
Well, the fact that there was no opportunity for a second ballot probably isn't great for the drama. But what I would say is, every time you go to a leadership convention, people leave saying, oh, we're all together, we're all united. I think in this case, because of the way it worked out, there wasn't the kind of adversity that you would see in other leadership conventions that sometimes lasts for years or more. So I think we come out of this extremely united behind Steve, and you could see the candidates on the stage. They have a lot of good affection for each other. That bodes really well, I think, going in the next 24 months, a crucial 24 months albeit.
Gotcha. Brad Duguid, good to see you again.
It's great to see you.
We'll do
good
the
to be
fist
back
bump.
in the saddle. I haven't done this for a while.
Yeah, well, it's like you never left.
Just talk.
It's like you never left. That's Brad Duguid, former cabinet minister in the government of Dalton McGuinty, a former member for Scarborough Centre, next door to Mitzi Hunter, seems content with Del Duca and his being the next leader of the Ontario Liberal Party. Let's cut to the floor for a second now. You can see this place cleaning out. We'll let Mr. Duguid get out of here. We'll bring in John Michael McGrath. See you, Brad. Thanks so much. We'll let my On Poly podcast guy, John Michael McGrath, come on in here and get himself hooked up. As the pictures indicate, people are starting to leave. I'm glad they're turning the music down a little bit, frankly. Boy, I've been shouting almost nonstop for the last many hours as we try to get this thing going. You're hooked up?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah? Is he good to go? Perfect. Okay, here he is, John Michael McGrath, my On Poly podcast co-host. Impression, sir?
What to say about a result that was almost foreordained?
Indeed.
He actually seemed to overperform where I thought this was going to be. So now Stephen Del Duca has maybe what will end up being the worst and hardest job in Canadian politics for the next 2 years, rebuilding a party that has no official representation or no official institution at Queen's Park. He needs to find 100+ new candidates, and he's got to do a ton of fundraising.
Now, I hesitate to do too much Q&A with you right now because you and I are going to lay down a podcast after this. We got to do the On Poly podcast after this.
Yes.
And I don't want us to burn our great material right now and not use it later. But okay, let's try for a couple of minutes here anyway. Who gave the best speech today?
I was really impressed with Mitzi Hunter's speech. I think she has not always been a terribly strong public speaker at Queen's Park. And today's speech really knocked my socks off. I thought she did a great job. It was a shame that it came kind of late in the process, frankly. And I found Kate Graham's finale, I thought was great.
The singing.
The singing. I mean, who doesn't love some ABBA?
It's interesting. We've been to a few leadership conventions, you and I.
Yes.
And if you're lucky, you get to see candidates start a bit raw, and then by the time the process is all over, they're much improved.
Yes.
It doesn't always happen. In fact, it frequently doesn't happen. I think I can say that in the course of this campaign, which wasn't that long after all, compared to some of these things are a year long, everybody improved. Everybody got better.
Yeah.
That would be my impression.
I would say, Stephen Del Duca, I think has always been a bit of the, like, what you see is what you get candidate. I don't think he's like the most improved player on this team, but he has improved, and he's the party is looking for stability and predictability, and I think he's delivering that.
Yeah. A massive inbox now, though, right?
Yes. I mean, just a ton of work that he is going to have to go through. One of the jobs he's got to fill is like that he doesn't have a seat in the House, and the party still needs a leader in the legislature. Is he going to leave John Fraser in that kind of a role, or is he going to pick one of the other MPPs? They have 2 new MPPs. I assume he's not going to name one of the 2 rookies that they have coming.
Right.
I think 2 weeks from now.
Right. It's not going to be Kathleen Wynne.
I would imagine not.
No, probably not going to be Amanda Simard. She
Nope.
just came over a couple of months ago from the Conservatives. Michael Gravel from Thunder Bay has been dealing very openly, we should add, with mental health issues and does not show up to the House a lot as a result. It's a thin bench.
No, I mean, he could reach out to like Michael Couture or Mitzi Hunter.
Indeed, they are there. Yeah, so that's possible. Okay, well, John Michael, I'm stopping us there because, as I say, we got to lay down a podcast after this, and I don't want us to burn all our good material right now.
Absolutely.
So we'll do the Corona goodbye, and we'll get somebody else up in this chair here. I'm really happy that we're able to get into the chair right now, a guy by the name of Matthew Shoemaker. Most of the people that we've had on this broadcast here today have been from south of the French River, so it's about time we got somebody from Northern Ontario here. Matthew Shoemaker is a member of Sault Ste. Marie City Council. He came all the way down from the Soo to participate in this convention. It's great to see you, pal. How you doing?
Great to be here. Thanks,
I shouldn't
Steve.
call you pal, but you and I are personal friends as well as professional acquaintances.
Yes.
How was your convention experience?
It was great. I mean, I think we went into it knowing to some extent that Stephen was the front runner, and I came here to support Stephen. And he proved that he had the force to bring him over the edge, and so that's what we saw today, a decisive first ballot victory.
Now, it's interesting. I teased you about this last night. Stephen Del Duca reminded us today that while his last name is Italian, he's actually half Scottish on his mother's side. Your last name may be Shoemaker, but you're half Italian as well.
The better half.
The better half, okay.
Tell me.
Okay, there we go. So let me ask you this question. It's a bit of an odd question, but he's the first, how do I put this? He's the first leader in Ontario political history with a vowel at the end of his last name. He's neither French nor English in the classic respect of that. Does that matter to you?
You know, I had been thinking of that as I was preparing to come down here, trying to think of whether or not there had been another, Italian Canadian or Southern European descent leader, and I couldn't think of one. So you know these facts off the back of your hand. I think it's important because the Italian community, certainly the Italian community in the Soo, is a foundational community in our industrial history. And to have someone like Stephen represent the party means something to the folks who came over, as many of my ancestors, my mom did in the post-war years, to make a better life for themselves.
I can't imagine, regardless of your partisan stripe, that if you have Italian background right now, that you wouldn't be just a little bit prouder of the fact that this is another barrier that has apparently been knocked down. We've obviously had a female party leader here, we have had an openly gay party leader here, and we have had lots of guys named McDonald and McGuinty and Hearst and Frost and Robarts and Davis. So this is different. Whether we like it or not, this is Davis. This is different.
I'm glad you included Hearst in there. As
well, I did that for you.
He's from Sault Ste. Marie, the first Northern Ontario Premier. The thing, I mean, despite us both being Italian, that wasn't the only reason I supported Stephen. He came out with a Northern plan that I think certainly it spoke to me. I think it spoke to the concerns of people in the Soo. Things like ensuring that every region across Ontario gets a piece of the provincial pie, because I've talked to you about this before. Places in the north and cities outside the GTA, need to feel like they are benefiting equally from provincial jobs and provincial services. And in the north, I think there is a lack of sense that we are getting our fair share. And that's, Stephen's plan really did speak to that. It talked about decentralizing government services, talked about four-laning highways, which has been a big concern, for the last 40 years in Northern Ontario. So it was really the personal connection that made me take a second look, the fact that we're both of the same heritage, but the policy is what sold me on Stephen.
Now, Matthew, I'd like your insight on whether or not people north of the French River are going to take to this guy, because there is the possibility that they might say, yet another Toronto politician leading another one of these mainline parties again. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I think he can identify as from slightly outside Toronto, of course, Vaughan Woodbridge. But I think it's the message more than the location that he comes from. And his message, I know, had great input from other Northern members. Mike Gravel had endorsed him, the only Northern MPP currently in the Liberal caucus. Dave Orzetti, who was the previous Sault Ste. Marie MPP, and Bill Morrow, the former Thunder Bay Atikokan MPP. So he had input, I know, from myself and from others in his platform development. What input of mine that he took is, I won't tell you what our private conversation is, but I feel like I was reflected in the policy documents. So I think he listened and he implemented a policy document that had input that I could identify as coming from Northern members.
Can I get a little personal with you for a second here?
Sure.
You know that Ross Romano is, of course, the member for Sault Ste. Marie today. He's a progressive conservative. He's in the cabinet of Doug Ford right now as the Training Colleges and Universities Minister. You flirted with the idea of running in the by-election once upon a time for this party and opted not to do it. If Stephen Del Duca were to come to you now and say, Matt, you're my best chance to take Sault Ste. Marie for our party, what would you say?
I would have to seriously consider it, as I did when Premier Wynne came to me in 2017, I believe it was, for the by-election to replace Dave Orzetti. It's something that I'm drawn to. It's not an easy answer. I've got a young son at home.
How old is he now?
He'll be 2 pretty soon.
Oh boy, that is young.
So he's at home with Mom right now in Sault Ste. Marie. So I had to leave him to come down here, which is difficult enough for a weekend. So it kind of depends on family circumstances, but it's something I would not shut the door on.
Okay, good to know. It's good to see you again.
Thanks, Stephen.
We're fist bumping nowadays. Yes, exactly. Here, you want some of this stuff here?
Perfect.
You've been shaking hands a lot today, I bet, because you're a politician, and politicians shake hands all the time. I got to tell you, one of the more difficult things about this convention is to wander the floor and go up to people and not be able to shake hands with them, because that's what people in politics do.
We're known for it.
It's a tactile business, indeed.
Thanks very much, Steve.
Great to see you again. Thanks so much, and safe home to Sault Ste. Marie. That's Matthew Shoemaker, who's on Sault Ste. Marie City Council, and you heard him say that if he's asked by the next leader to take up the reins of running in the Soo for the Liberal Party in the next election, he would have to seriously consider that. Here's somebody else who took a shot at running last time and suffered the fate that many Liberals across the province suffered, meaning she probably thought she had a shot to win that riding until it happened, and then it didn't happen. That's Jess Spindler. She was the 2018 candidate for the Liberals in the riding in Toronto-St. Paul, right in the middle of the city. You got a Del Duca scarf on now.
I do.
Did you have one on before the day started?
I did have one on.
You
before
did, so you've been with them all the way.
I have. Well, I did take my time to get to know all the candidates, to speak with them one-on-one. I was really impressed by everybody. I think this has been a really important rebuilding exercise, but I have been a Stephen supporter from, I would say, the earlier days after had the chance to see what the field looked like and consult with our riding association and hear where people were at and what they were thinking about in the aftermath of the last election.
Jess, I'm going to ask you the question that I've asked a lot of people, and I don't say this to be a jerk or anything like that, but Mr. Del Duca in his own speech referenced the fact that he's not the most charismatic guy out there, that Liberals like to fall in love, and not very many people, frankly, have fallen in love with him yet. They respect him, but they haven't fallen in love with him. Does that matter when it comes time to trying to appeal to Ontarians in 2.5 years?
I think there's so many factors that go into what makes someone a strong leader. Yes, charisma is a part of it for sure, and I think Stephen showed a lot of humility and grace and humor in addressing that very concern. I think my experience with him, and I think a lot of Liberals in the last few months, has been that he is very personable. He's willing to meet, he's willing to have those coffees and hear from people about what matters to them. And that activity of listening and actively reaching out and bringing people together is such an important quality for your leader too. And I think he's really demonstrated that that's what he's all about in these last few weeks, months.
We pointed out you ran in Toronto St. Paul's last time.
I did.
That has been always considered one of the safest Liberal seats in the whole province. And I remember joking to people in the past, if the Liberals don't win St. Paul's, it's because they're down to 7 seats. And that's what happened.
And
You're
that's
down
what
to 7
happened.
seats. The NDP holds St. Paul's right now. Do you plan to contest it next time for the Liberals?
I would love to run in the riding again. We had a very strong team, and of course, as we all know, the result isn't what we as Liberals hope for in that riding or in many other ridings. But, I don't think it's something that you can take personally. It's about the team and putting that team in place and working together. So, of course, it was a disappointing result, but I don't take that personally. It's tough because you've got so many people coming together and volunteering their time and pouring their heart and soul into a campaign. Of course, you want them all to do well and share in that victory, but that's our democracy. These things change over time and there's always another opportunity. And if I have the opportunity and the support of Liberals in St. Paul's and people in the community, I would love nothing more than to give it another shot next time.
Does the election today of Stephen Del Duca make the job of winning St. Paul's for the Liberals next time easier or harder?
I haven't thought about it in those terms, I have to say. I think, since the last election, it's really been about what we as a party need to do to put our best foot forward in every riding across the province and to represent ourselves to the people of Ontario. And I think that's what we have been focused on, and that's what we need to be focused on in the months ahead. And of course, at a certain point, it's going to turn towards lining up candidates in the individual ridings, but right now is much more about the collective than about any one riding. It's about really figuring out what are Ontarians looking for right now, what are they unhappy with in terms of the current government, and I think, there are quite a few things. We really need to come up with our answers to what's on Ontarians' minds and build and move forward from there.
Yeah, the government's obviously got a few brush fires going right now. Having said that, if you look at the most recent public opinion polls that have been out there, they're reasonably competitive right now. I mean, for a government that had probably one of the worst first years in office of any in my lifetime, they're quite competitive with you guys in the NDP right now. So I guess this is my way of asking, have the public forgiven you yet for the thrashing they handed you in 2018, and are they ready to let you out of the penalty box yet?
I guess that's what we'll all find out. But I really do think that having a new leader in place is what's going to give people something to take a look at and evaluate. Up until now, we've been in the stage of selecting a leader, listening to people, this grassroots movement, and that's all been very, very positive. And I think, the Liberal Party's done a lot of soul searching over the last little while, and that needed to happen because you're right. We did get sent to the penalty box, and that's why we've needed to spend that time figuring out who we are, figuring out what our specific policy responses to the different issues are going to be. Now that we have a leader who is the face of all that, I think people are going to be looking to Stephen and looking to the party for their responses, and that's going to be how they decide whether they're willing to take a chance on the Liberals. And I think with the strong showing we've had today with delegates from all over the province, they really are seeing some concrete policy pieces, some concrete proposals and ideas, and as those continue to come out, and as Stephen has the opportunity to now, as the leader, as the face of the party, respond to some of what the government is doing, people will make that evaluation as we move forward.
Let me ask you one last thing. Any issues around party unity right now?
I think this has been an incredibly positive leadership race. I can tell you St. Paul's had a full slate of delegates here for our riding. We represented most, if not all, of the candidates in this race, and I think everyone's leaving here today feeling really empowered and excited, and that's what the party needs right now. I don't think there's any bad blood. I mean, it's always an opportunity to, pick your side and your issues and have your say and articulate what you think is most important to you, and that's a really important exercise, especially given the result in the last election. We have to listen. We've had to engage new people, hear from people who maybe heard like their ideas and positions weren't being heard before. And in coming together and bringing people to a big convention hall like this, I think all of those ideas are going to continue to influence the future direction of the party. So I think it's been positive. It's been a big family reunion for me and been a lot of fun to reconnect with people who were on the campaign team last time, who've been off, doing different things, but who are always here at the end of the day to move things forward in the direction we all want to see them go as Liberals.
Well, I must say, for a party with only 8 seats in the legislature, there was good spirit in this room. A lot of energy,
Yeah.
and a lot of young people. You're 30-something, right?
Yes,
A lot of young people here. So perhaps that bodes well for your party in the future. We'll see.
Yeah, I think it does. We saw a lot of new young people get involved with the party, even the last election, and that certainly, they weren't bandwagoning on a popular movement. They're people who are there because they believe in it, they want to see change, they care about their education and the education of the next generation, and they're not going anywhere. These issues are going to matter, more than ever as things move along. So it's an exciting time, and certainly leadership is a chance to show new people what the party's all about and to have people who haven't been involved before bring their ideas forward. So it's been really positive, and I'm really excited for what's next.
Good. Jess, thanks for the chat.
Thanks for having me.
That's Jess Spindler, who was the 2018 election candidate for the Ontario Liberal Party in the riding of St. Paul's, Toronto St. Paul's in Midtown Toronto. Jill Andrew is I feel obliged to mention Jill Andrew's name. She is the MPP for the New Democrats there right now, and the one who defeated Jess Spindler in the last election. Okay, let's do a bit of a reset here. It is, thanks again, Jess, it is coming up on 3:25 p.m. Eastern Time here at the International Centre in Mississauga, Ontario, and we've had a parade of guests come up to our podium position here at the International Centre talking about the results of today. We've had a couple of premiers come up. We've had a number of other dignitaries. We're still hoping to get Stephen Del Duca to come up here. But in the meantime, let's talk to a guy who's been around Liberal politics as much as anybody I know in this world. This guy's name is Howard Brown, and he's wearing his Del Duca scarf. Now, you weren't wearing the Del Duca scarf last night, Howard. You had a Kathleen Wynne scarf on last night.
I had them both on, actually,
Did you?
last night, Steve.
Okay. How do you feel about the result today?
I think it's good for the party, and I think it's good for the province.
Did you vote for Stephen Del Duca?
I voted for Stephen Del Duca. I did. I met Stephen actually 25 years ago during the leadership convention that Dalton McGuinness won. And Steve and I were on the same campaign for one of the candidates. And I got to know him, and I saw his strength. I saw his young mind full of ideas, and I took an interest in the guy, and I followed his career and supported him at different points. And when he decided to run, we sat down, and I was saying when he first decided to run as an MPP, we sat down and talked about it. When he decided he wanted to run for leader, we sat down and talked about it. I literally spent two-hour sessions together a year ago. And I encouraged him, and I said, I'm not going to get my mind right away, but I think if you're going to do it, you might want to follow some of these things. And he had it down. I was very impressed with his ability to, build a team. There were a number of things I told him to do. He followed it like a textbook, and I said, you know what? I think he's going to do very well.
So you're the mastermind behind his victory today?
I think that, not in the least. I think his skill set is he reaches out.
Well, let me ask about that, Howard, because I don't have to tell you, when Liberals in Ottawa elected Justin Trudeau as the leader of their party, holy cow, the party members were in love, right? He got 85% of the vote on the first ballot or something. Del Duca got almost 60, which is pretty good. But Liberals love to fall in love, and they fell in love with Justin Trudeau. Not to take anything away from his victory here today, the party's not in love with him. They respect him. There may be some admiration. They don't love him. How does he deal with that?
I don't think it's a problem at all. I think today in politics, I would rather be respected than loved. And I know you asked him that on the all candidates debate you did a few weeks ago. And I thought that to me is not what people want. What the people of Ontario want is someone to take their health care seriously. I think they want someone that takes the economy seriously. They want someone that takes their kids' education seriously. I don't think they want to love a politician. I love to tell the story of a former politician who was Premier of Quebec, and there was at his funeral, his sons told me that people were crying, and they asked him, did you ever meet my dad? No, never met with him. Well, what did you like about him? Well, what he stood for. What he did in politics was more important than falling in love with someone. And I think I'd rather have someone that understood the needs of the province, understood the broadest cross-section, and wanted to do something that was positive And whether you love them or not doesn't matter. Respect them. That's what you want.
Any guess as to what number leadership convention this is for you attending?
I've done every single leadership convention since 1973, so that's 47 years, and it's probably 10 or 15, probably federally and provincially.
Federally and provincially.
Yeah, I've actually done the count at some point, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
Did you go to the 73 convention at the Royal York Hotel?
I was there.
That was a one-ballot affair. That's the last time this party picked somebody on the first ballot. That was Bob Nixon that time.
No, it was second ballot. Don Deacon finished third, and Norm Kaffick took him to second ballot. And Norm Kaffick was
I'm so glad you're here.
Very interesting, Steve. Norm Kaffick was a federal MP for the riding of Ontario, and he had only won, I believe, his seat by 4 votes over the Conservative. And that's the election when Bob Stanfield would have been tied with Pierre Trudeau, but those four votes in that riding meant that Pierre Trudeau won 109, 107.
He won by 2 seats.
That forced David Lewis, the leader of the NDP, to at least try to form a government with Pierre Trudeau, which led to Pierre Trudeau coming back. Otherwise, Pierre Trudeau would have been a one-term prime minister. So I'm pretty sure it was second ballot. I was there.
Do you know what? You're absolutely right. I've got the wrong Bob Nixon convention. It was actually the 67 convention that he won acclaimed on the first ballot.
Yes.
So it's actually longer ago than I've been saying all day long.
Yeah.
1967. So help me do the math here. That is 53
years
since this party picked anybody on the first ballot.
Yeah. And you know what? The mood today, Steve, was incredible. I didn't find any rancor. We have a ton of friends on both sides. I gave money to 5 of the 6 candidates. I probably should give it the 6th too, Brenda. I just haven't had a chance to. You know, there was a lot of good feeling. There was even you watched in your own all candidates debate. There was a good feeling among the candidates.
Well, in fairness, that's because the delegates had been decided by then. Everybody knew Del Duca was going to win, and they were all sucking up to make sure that they got cabinet jobs.
Not true.
No?
Not true. I think liberals like to do it differently. We watched the U.S., we saw that acrimony in the U.S., and we think it's unhealthy for the system. It's not a positive indicator when you are telling people this person's bad. And somebody once said, I can't remember who it was, that if you are selling Toyota and you tell everybody that Fords are going to blow up, if you buy a Ford, you don't want to buy any car. I think it's time that we put a more positive spin on politics and say, you know what, we're here to do good work. We don't need to do it, we're doing it because we believe in something. So to me, I think it's fantastic, the mood here today. People are glad to go home. I was here when the convention was held at Maple Leaf Gardens with you in 1996. We finished at 5 o'clock in the morning, 5th ballot, Dalton McGuinney.
You know what, that convention not only started on one day and ended on another.
I know, December 1st.
It started in 1 month and ended in another month.
I think November 30th, December 1st.
Exactly
You're
right.
But I don't think it was healthy because I think the advantage of today is people aren't watching TV at 5 o'clock in the morning. And here, at least, we could maintain an audience for a little time of people who were interested. I was excited with the mood here today, and I think the discussion and the relationships that were built today will last a lifetime. The number of young people that were here today excited me. And the 3 reasons I said earlier, was actually 3 reasons I wrote an endorsement for Stephen Del Duca. And the 3 reasons I supported him: number 1, he had a 100-day plan for the first 100 days as leader, and included everything from an accountability council to appointments of key people and a platform committee and things like that. Number 2, I said his plan for the North. I got emails from clients of mine who said his plan for the North was second to none. I heard it today.
Matt Shoemaker from Sioux City Council was just here, said the same thing.
Exactly. So that was number 2. And number 3, outreach in Southwestern Ontario. So important. How often has Southwestern Ontario been left out of the mix politically for the Liberal Party? Where did Stephen Del Duca spend election day federally with Sandra Pupatello running federally in Windsor? That was the day I knew he was going to win this leadership. Fantastic. Those are the 3 reasons I backed him.
Okay, Howard. Always good to see you, pal.
Always good to see you, Steve.
No, we're
Keep up the good work.
Corona
Fist
Convention,
bump.
we're fist bumping, not shaking
First
hands.
bump anytime with you, Steve. Keep up the good work. Great to be here.
Thanks, Howard. Lovely to see you again.
Good to see you,
That's
Steve.
Howard Brown, who, as I say, one of the happiest warriors in this party, going way, way back, attended the 73 convention, as he indicated, the one that Bob Nixon, as it turns out, won on multiple ballots not the 67 convention, which was the one that he won acclaimed. So it's been since 1967 that the Ontario Liberal Party has not had a candidate win on the first and only ballot, but they did that today. A one-ballot convention in convincing fashion for Stephen Del Duca. Well, we're getting hooked up here. Somebody who didn't get to finish his speech today because he ran out of time, so maybe he'll finish the speech with us here right now. This is Alvin Tejo, who came 5th in today's Ontario Liberal Leadership Convention at the International Centre.
Yeah.
Alvin, it's good to see you again.
It's good to be
How
here.
did you enjoy the experience of running for leader?
It was wonderful. You know what, Stephen, one of the best parts of running for leader of a party is to travel and visit parts of this province that you could never imagine going to, right? I mean, you want to take your kids on vacation, you want to go travel around a little bit and see certain parts of the province, and you do that, and you go to parks here and there, but to actually go and intentionally meet people, to talk to them, listen to what their issues are, what their unique aspects of the province are, that's incredible.
Alvin, are those your kids right there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Here's.
You can bring one of them up.
Well, you can bring any of them up if you want, but you did say in your speech that one of them had to get to a dance competition and one of them had to get to hockey.
So they both just finished.
Oh, they did?
They both just finished. They did it right after my speech, and so now they're here.
That's what I wondered. Okay, they're with your wife.
Come on up, Rebecca. Rebecca.
If you want to bring the family, it's entirely up to you.
I'll bring them up.
You don't have to.
That's great.
I met your kids yesterday, and they're just unbelievably. Come on, Ellie. Come on up here and say hi to Dad.
Hello.
Okay, this is Ellie.
Come on.
Oh, whose full name is really Ellie. You want to hold on to that microphone? Or you can do it either way. What did you think about the fact that your dad dragged you out here today to this thing?
Did you have fun today?
Yeah.
Was all right? Were you bored at all?
No.
You weren't bored? Not even a little bit?
No.
Were you here for your dad's speech?
No.
You missed the speech, eh? Oh, that's when you were off doing your...
You were dancing, right?
Who had the dance competition today? Who had the dance competition? Was that you? And who had hockey? Oh, you had hockey. What's your name again?
Jackson.
Jackson, right. And you're Charlie. Right, I met you yesterday, Charlie. Okay. Jackson, how did the hockey go?
Good.
You are going to be in journalism someday, because when I asked him a question, you moved the microphone right over there to get his answer. That was very impressive. Alvin, this is a very beautiful group you've got here.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. It's lovely.
Thank you.
That's lovely.
So I missed them while I was on the road. And I found places that I said we have to take them to, right? And we went through Algonquin Park a couple of times, and we got to get back here. My wife's family lives in London, so we went to London a lot. We saw their aunt and uncle who just had a new baby in Ottawa, and my sister-in-law, and we get to see Theo quite a bit when we go out to Ottawa. So, we've got a bucket list now of places I need to take them.
Of course.
Yeah.
Having said that, I can imagine that Stephen Del Duca is going to be calling you at some point to get together and chat about what kind of a role you see for yourself in this party going forward. What's the answer to that question?
The answer is he's already done that.
Oh, okay.
We went backstage. Do you mind standing up just for a second and holding it? We went backstage and we congratulated him, and he put on an incredible campaign, and he said, "This isn't over. This is the beginning of this, right? This is the first step in how we rebuild and actually come back together and actually create a stronger party. He can't do it alone. He needs all 6 leadership campaigns working hard, working together, moving forward." And that was the point I was trying to make before I got cut off. I was talking about Brenda and the unique experience that she brought into the party. I was going to talk about Mitzi, and she's been a huge champion for education, which I am too, and she also wants to see some party reform. And that party reform, I think, is incredibly important, and we have an opportunity at the June AGM to introduce some of that party reform. Kate, you saw that speech. She was phenomenal. She's a mom to be, and I'm so excited for her. My wife and I are going to sit down and talk to her and her partner about some of the challenges of having children and some of the things we've learned along the way. We're
9,
by no means
7,
experts.
and 5.
That's right.
Holy Toledo.
So we had 2 kids in childcare at any given time for 4 years. And that's why I became an advocate for helping families with childcare costs, because this was hard.
Now, here's a little nastier question. You are the one candidate in this race who is arguing on behalf of unifying the school governance system
Right.
in this province.
Yes.
In a sense, the end to the public funding of the separate school system. that's always been a sort of toxic position for anybody in the Liberal Party to take because it depends on Catholics and Francophones for votes.
Right.
So my question is, do you think at some point Stephen Del Duca is going to take you aside and say, I love you, I'm so glad you ran for the leadership, but I don't want you as my candidate next time?
No.
You don't think that'll happen?
I don't think that'll happen.
So you do intend to be a candidate next
I do
time?
intend to be a candidate, and you know, I can't predict the future, but I would assume that any of these other candidates that are planning on running in 2022, I think we'll have. I think we'll be able to be on the team. We're not in a position right now to turn people away. We need strong candidates, and we each have a brand that we've built. And listen, I've been very pragmatic about this. Obviously, my 3 kids go to a French Catholic school. They go to St. Jean Baptiste in Mississauga, and it's important to us that they have a quality education. And what my wife and I realized was that we had exclusivity to that because we had French language rights. My wife has French language rights, not me. And that we were Catholic. And that's not fair. And that even if you want to keep the system the way it is, we could open it up. We could have non-Catholics teaching there. We could have more admission for non-Catholics to work there, right? And
are you going to lobby the new leader to take that position?
I will continue lobbying for those new positions for schools as well as for basic income and for childcare moving forward.
Now, you remind me, you ran in Oakville, North Burlington
That's
last
right.
time?
That's
Okay,
right.
even though you live in Mississauga, which is not that
Where
far away.
I'm on the border. I live in
Okay.
Winston Churchill, yeah.
So the question becomes, is that the riding you want to contest next time as well?
We haven't decided yet. We'll see what's the best fit. I'd love to run in my home riding, but you know, it depends on who's running where and where we want people to make the best effort.
Now that this is over, not to put too fine a point on it, but I presume you've got to go out and make a living now, don't you?
I do.
Okay.
I need to provide for these guys to pay for these hockey games and dance competitions and. Yeah.
So what are you going to do for a living now?
I don't know, Steve. You're looking for a co-anchor?
Someday. Well, first of all, I have the wonderful Nam Kiwanuka to lean on when I need to be away.
She's great.
Yeah, she is wonderful.
Yeah.
But on the days when she might need a break, maybe we'll work you into the mix.
You know, I'd love to come in and talk about public policy. I think it's incredibly important, and you've had Hugh Segal on a lot to talk about.
Who backed you? We should point out, Hugh Segal, lifelong progressive conservative, Chief of Staff to Brian Mulrooney, Chief of Staff to Bill Davis.
That's right.
Endorsed you.
He did.
Because of your position on the universal basic income.
Yeah, and if you talk to him about religious school funding too, he's supportive of that too. I don't need this. I got this one, Jackson.
There you go. Well, you know what? Your wife is very patiently, I think, standing over there.
She's been patient for an entire year,
Oh my
Stephen.
goodness, has she ever.
So it's time that I started providing for my family again.
So I'll let you get back to the rest of the family. Anyway, it's good of you to visit with us here. I'm glad you got a chance to tell us what would have been in the rest of your speech, which got cut off because it went a little long.
A little long, and it was about coming together, right? Yeah. That there's more that unites us than separates us. Everybody in this room, I think, can agree that the real fight is out there, right? And it's talking and re-engaging with Ontarians again about what we need to do next to earn their votes.
Gotcha.
So,
good to see you.
Thank you.
We'll do the fist bump.
Yes.
Guys, you want to do the fist bump because it's Corona convention, so we're not shaking hands here. Okay, take your dad and take him out for a milkshake or a soda or something like that.
Ice cream.
Okay?
You guys want some ice cream?
I'd say he needs a bit of a break right now, you know? He's been going pretty hard lately.
Okay,
Jackson
thank you.
and Ellie and Charlie.
That's
Good
right.
to see you 3 guys again,
Next
okay?
time Dad does election,
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
They're adorable, Alvin. Congratulations.
Thank you.
They really are. As one of the leadership candidates for the 2020 Liberal leadership departs the stage, we will be delighted to welcome to this seat the guy who has basically been responsible for leading the efforts to keep what they like to call the minivan party afloat for the last year and a half, and that's John Fraser, who was elected in Ottawa South in the last election, one of the 7 surviving members of that debacle that was the last election, but for whom I have to say I've heard just enormous kudos on all sides of the House for the way you have done your difficult job with grace and with humor. So welcome to our spot here today. How do you think it's gone?
I think it's great. You know, we had 2,100 delegates vote. We had about 3,000 people here with observers and everybody. So the whole family came together, and it was a good feeling. People got reconnected. You know, one of the things I said, through this whole campaign is that I see people working together might not have worked together for 5 years for one reason or another because they worked on different campaigns or had some differences, and we all just came together and stuck together to get to this event, and we have to do the same thing again.
Now, you knew this day was coming, but that doesn't make it any easier, because the reality is you were the leader of this party ever since the sort of late summer or early fall, I guess, of 2018, when you had to pick up the ashes and run with it. And you're not the leader anymore.
Yeah.
You've passed that mantle on to somebody else now. Does that feel a little odd for you at the moment?
No, that was my job. That was my job.
I
That was
know,
our
but
job.
still doesn't make it easy.
So the thing is, here's the really interesting thing. We made the decision that I told my colleagues the Monday after the election, I'm going to do this, I'm not running. And by the Thursday of that week, a week after the election, we had a leader. And we just started to work right away. And our biggest problem was people calling us and saying, I want to help, what can I do? But what happened to us was one of those things where we had a lot of work to figure out what's the work we have to do. So we told them we said, come to provincial council. That's the thing to do at the end of September. That's how you can help. And 800 people came. So all those things have been a preparation, provincial council, an AGM, this event, to get to this event, to bring us all together. And we got 38,000 members. All the leadership campaigns went out and did that work. That wasn't my work or the work of 5 or 6 people at a party office. That was the work of a whole bunch of people. So that's what we have to keep building on. And the thing that all of us learned from this is something we already knew, which is people. We've been successful, and I think I would describe this as a success, because we relied on our people, and we kept bringing people in, we made space for people, and we have to keep doing that, and we're going to keep doing that.
I'm going to ask you very directly about something that Stephen Del Duca said right off the top of his speech, and revisited it several times during the speech, which is, this is not like the Justin Trudeau Liberal Leadership Convention, which picked him with 85% of the vote and fell in love with him. This is, admittedly, a very strong mandate. The Liberals have not had a first ballot convention win in 53 years, provincially, but no one's in love with them. They admire him, they respect him, they're not in love with him the same way they were in love with Justin Trudeau. Is that a problem for this party?
No, because what I believe with a leader is, you need somebody who's willing to travel, somebody who wants to listen, and someone who wants to work hard. And Stephen is all three of those things. And one thing Dalton McGuinty said to me once, we were talking about leadership, and he would know this.
You took over his seat.
I took over his seat.
Yeah.
We were talking about, he says, the most important thing is that there's room for growth. People want to work hard, right? You don't land in these jobs knowing everything you need to know and having everything that you need. You acquire that, you learn it. And Stephen has that capacity. He's going to work hard. He's going to travel. I think you've heard him say that. And I look forward to working with him. Like when I first arrived at the legislature, Stephen was my seatmate. So for about a year until they separated us, he went up, I stayed there. And
went up to cabinet, you mean?
He went up to cabinet, and I stayed there. And so we got to know each other. And he's just a decent, hardworking, great organizer. And that's what he's going to bring to the party. And all of us, all the candidates, are going to bring something unique to the party. And we're all going to stay together. I think you can see that here. These things are not easy the day of. But this campaign was, I don't know, collaborative is the word. Like the biggest disputes you'd see is, I don't agree with your transit policy. And the answer would be, well, like, we could talk. And so people were, well, that's what we need. We just have to keep coming together. We got here because we came together. We just can't stop.
Yeah, it has not been what you'd call a real sharp elbows up kind of leadership campaign process at all.
It's not what we needed.
You needed something more coming together.
We need to come together. We had to remind ourselves that we're a big family, and people know the things that are important, like what's important to us: schools, hospitals, a plan for the environment, a plan for the economy. And so, if you're focused on those things that are important to Ontario families, 1.1 million people voted for us in the election. We only got 7 seats, most ever for a third party. And the poll numbers don't mean anything right now because it's not the election. They feel good. But that's because people know what we stand for. Some people call it brand. I call it what we stand for. And so we just have to build on that. And to earn the trust of Ontarians, to work hard. We got a message from them, and we've listened. We continue to listen to that message from June of 2018. And that's what motivates us and drives us to get to where we are now and to get to 2022, and I really believe that we can get there.
Now, I think Mr. Del Duca has said that he feels no urgency to get a seat in the legislature, and in fact, he may just wait until the next general election before running again in Vaughan. Does that mean you're still sort of the leader of the Liberal troops in the House?
We haven't sorted all those things out. The reality is we're small, and I think nimble team, and we've always worked together. Like one of the things that kind of prided myself on is we were a team. There wasn't one person that was the most important in the 7 or 5 of us or the 6 of us or whatever number it was at the time. Now there'll be 8. And so we'll just go forward. You know, we'll sit down all together, all the caucus and Stephen. We'll chart a way forward about how we can work together and divide up the work, because there's more work than we can divide.
Indeed.
Yeah.
It's good of you to drop by our
It's my
broadcast
pleasure.
position here and take some time for us. And
my pleasure.
I think, as I heard you say to Kathleen Wynne last night, Kathleen, we're both has-beens now.
That's right. We were sitting beside each other. I said the other day, you know, we're going to both be has-beens in the front row. But and she's a great seatmate. I love being with her, and she's a great colleague.
Well, perhaps you'd like to welcome your replacement up to
Oh
our
my
broadcast
gosh.
position
There
right
he
here.
is.
Because there he is right now. Want to get a nice wide shot of this, folks? Here's the outgoing interim leader
There we go. How are
and
you?
the incoming permanent leader.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks.
John Fraser
All right.
and Stephen Del Duca.
This is here.
Yeah.
Oh.
We'll get John Fraser unattached.
Exactly. Thanks, John.
John Fraser unplugged.
And then Stephen Del Duca. Now, you know what? I haven't shaken hands with anybody today because I've been so careful, as Christopher Freeland has been saying about the coronaviruses, but I'm happy to shake your hand to congratulate you on winning this convention.
Terrific. Thank you.
It has been 53 years since your party had a first ballot victor at one of these conventions. What do you think that says?
You know, so first of all, we had nearly 3,000 women and men here over this weekend for this convention, which I think says that the Liberal Party is in very, very strong shape right now. And there's a ton of energy and enthusiasm and excitement about the work that's already taken place through the leadership journey and about the task that lies ahead of us. Lots of hard work that needs to be done. And all 5 of the other candidates worked so hard, worked relentlessly, put forward incredibly compelling ideas. The future of the party is very, very bright. We have a great lineup of candidates, thousands of people who are re-energized, focused, and united. And so we're going to focus on what comes next.
You ended up with 59% of the delegate support. That is, I mean, as these things go, and that's on the first ballot, that's pretty overwhelming. What do you infer from that?
My campaign from the very beginning worked very, very hard. We started quite some time ago. I was blessed to be surrounded by an extraordinarily talented team. We took nothing for granted. We were not complacent at all. Probably drove them all a little bit crazy from time to time. That's kind of in my nature. And so I think there's a really good lesson for us to draw there for what comes next over the next 26 months. No shortcuts to success, just work hard, just be relentless, and most importantly, focus on the people of the province.
I'm going to ask you a bunch of policy-oriented questions later,
Great.
but I want to ask you a bit of a personal question here, and I hope you won't mind this. But as I look back at the list of people who have had the job that you now are taking over, they are names like Wynne and Peterson and McLeod and McGuinty and McDonald and Thompson, and you're the first guy with a vowel at the end of his name. And I wonder if that matters to you.
You know, I told a story in my convention speech earlier today about my dad's dad who arrived here in 1951 from Italy. My dad came 7 years later in 58. He met my mom here. She came from Scotland when she was 20. I think my story is very typical of Ontario, very typical of Canada. I am proud, very proud of my Italian heritage. I am equally proud of my Scottish heritage. I think it gives me a very unique perspective and an interesting personality, if I can put it that way. I was really, really thrilled that both of my parents were here in the room today to enjoy the energy that was in the room and to see some success for me and for my team. And it's a nice feeling, but it's certainly not been a focus of mine.
Not a focus, I understand, but I do recall in 1992 at Copps Coliseum in Hamilton, when a guy who had the seat you used to have before you, named Greg Sorbera, found that one of the reasons he couldn't win the leadership that year was because being an Italian Canadian was still a bit of a thing. Now, admittedly, we're 28 years ago there.
Yeah.
I guess it's not a thing anymore.
I certainly didn't feel it. I think the people of this province really are, when it comes to their politics and so much more, they really just want to see a government that's on their side. They want to make sure public education is strong, public health care is strong, a real plan for the climate crisis, economic dignity, and they don't care about where you came from or what your last name looks like. They just want to see progress for themselves, for their families. That's what I'm focused on. I was at that convention in 1992. I remember it well at Copps Coliseum. Greg was in my box earlier today. We chatted quite a bit. Greg is a dear friend and a mentor of mine. I know that he experienced some of those challenges back then, but I didn't experience any of those. I think times have changed.
Okay, you did mention climate change in that last answer, and I want to ask you about that because you did say one of the better lines, I'd have to say, in your speech was that, you mentioned your daughter Grace, and you mentioned the fact that you were concerned about leaving a world to her that was being influenced by, in your views, a climate change dinosaur, and I believe you were referring to the Premier of the province today
is correct. Yeah,
when you were doing that. Climate change dinosaur is a bit of a harsh thing to say, but why'd you say it?
Because I think what's far more harsh is that we have a Premier who is now nearing the midterm point of what I believe will be his last term in office, and he does not have a credible plan in place to confront the climate crisis. It was one of his first acts after becoming Premier to get rid of cap and trade, to rip up our climate change action plan. Now, nearly 2 years later, I've not seen any evidence that there is a plan that's replaced what we had. And that's not good enough. That's not good enough for Grace. It's not good enough for all of the young women and men who call this province home. We need to have a real plan to deal with climate change's effects, and it's sadly absent at Queen's Park today.
The vast majority of kids in this province who go to the public school system know that there have been some tensions between the teachers and this current provincial government. I did hear you say in your speech that you guarantee support for the public education system.
Yes.
And I need to know more about what that exactly means.
So, in that regard, the best way I'd explain it is to cast your mind back to what the world of education looked like here in Ontario on June the 6th of 2018, the day before Doug Ford was elected as Premier, when we made it remarkably more affordable and accessible for a young woman or man to go to college or university, when we had small class sizes, when we were supporting our educators and our students so that our graduation rates could rise. And I think that if we work hard enough when we win the election in 2022, I think the first order of business for a new Liberal government is to restore at a minimum, to restore the world of support and funding that we had in our public education system at all levels, elementary, secondary, post-secondary, that existed on June 6, 2018.
That is an extra infusion of multiple billions of dollars, probably. You're committing to that right now.
It could be, yeah, absolutely. I spent a little bit of time as Ontario's Economic Development Minister, and I know that our single greatest competitive advantage was the world-class pool of talent that we'd created here in Ontario. And that didn't happen by accident. That happened because for 15 consecutive years, we built that talent by investing in education at all levels and making it more affordable and making it more accessible. Doug Ford's taking us in the wrong direction, and we have to fix that.
Doug Ford promised to reduce electricity prices by 12% in the last election campaign. Hasn't done it yet. Came out a couple of days ago and said he still intends to do that. Is that a pledge you would make?
I think we're going to have to again see what the world of electricity pricing looks like come 2022. It's not an easy issue to deal with. It's not an easy part of our economy to deal with, and obviously it hits people very, very close to home. And so again, I want to make sure that I'm consulting with those who have a great deal of expertise in this field, and to see what the world of electricity pricing looks like in 26 months before I make any kind of commitment.
Okay. Mitzi Hunter said in her speech, this was the line, "The time for looking in the rearview mirror has passed." And I wonder if you endorse that sentiment insofar as it's a message to this party that we're going to stop beating ourselves up about 2018 and look forward. Is that the message now?
I don't believe generally in life that you can live your life in any regard looking in the rearview mirror. I do think it's important for us to remember some of the lessons that we did learn in 2018. I think we have to be humble as we go back to the people of this province and regain their trust. I think we have to make sure that we're continuing to work relentlessly at all times. But I think she is right, Mitzi is right. We cannot spend all of our time, given that we only do have 26 months until the next election, what I like to call the fight of our lives. We have to make sure we focus on the task at hand and delivering progress for the people of this province.
You have the most hellacious inbox of any new Liberal leader ever. You have to find more candidates than any previous leader ever has. You have to raise more money than any previous leader ever has. You have, I guess, got to start at square one with a policy development process because at the moment you haven't got any. So what are you going to do on Tuesday?
I'm looking forward to a bit of a breather and a bit of a rest and reacquainting myself with my wife, my kids, and some of my extended family on Sunday. But I did make a pledge a long time ago in this race that I would hit the ground running should I be successful on Monday, and I will. I'm looking forward to being at Queen's Park Monday morning, spend a bit of time watching what's taking place in Queen's Park, see John Fraser and the rest of our caucus, and then I believe right now I'm scheduled to get back out on the road. I believe I'll be in Windsor Monday evening, and we'll go from there. So I'm not slowing down.
Any desire to get a seat in the House before the next general election?
No, at this point in time, I'm very, very much focused on regaining the trust of people where they live and listening and hearing from them in their communities about the challenges they face and what they want to see coming from Queen's Park. And so just like I have for the last nearly 15 months, that will be my focus going forward.
Okay, so most leaders, of course, want somebody who's already there to step down, create a by-election, and move in.
Yeah.
You're not going to do that?
No.
Okay, so you're on the record now as saying the next time you run will be in the 2022 election in Vaughan.
Unless there's a by-election in Vaughan Woodbridge ahead of that.
Now, do you know anything?
I don't know anything at all. I'm just saying, you asked me to go on the record. I wanted to make sure it was crystal clear. I'm proud to live in Vaughan Woodbridge. I was proud to serve as the MPP for Vaughan for nearly 6 years. There happens to be a by-election in that riding. Of course, I would run there. But in the meantime, I want to make sure that we are doing everything we possibly can to regain that bond of trust that we need to reestablish with the people of the province. And I don't believe that can be accomplished exclusively inside the four walls at Queen's Park.
Can I ask you a real ticklish question? And I'm really not mean to be a jerk here, but this is we're in unusual waters here, uncharted waters in some respects. It is highly unusual for a former premier to sit on the backbenches of a caucus after he or she has lost. And Kathleen Wynne is still there. A year and a half later, she's still there. And some would argue it's difficult to turn the page on what the 2018 message election was all about with her still there. Do you plan to have a private conversation with her at some point and say to her, it would be more helpful to all of us if you, after a reasonable period of time, retired?
Kathleen Wynne was re-elected by the people of Don Valley East on June 7th, 2018. I believe that she is continuing to do an extraordinary job for her constituents. And I believe that when they re-elected her, they felt that they were making the right choice. And I agree with the choice that they made, and I think she is doing a really great job for Don Valley West, I should say. And I think she should continue to serve for as long as she wants to serve. I'm sure that Kathleen and her family and her team will have ongoing conversations about what the future holds for her. But you saw in this convention hall last night the incredible outpouring and enthusiastic outpouring of gratitude that Ontario Liberals feel for Kathleen. She was a trailblazer. She is a trailblazer. She worked harder than any other elected official I've ever seen in all my years in politics to deliver on progress for the people of Ontario. And I look forward to seeing her at Queen's Park in the near future.
So if she wants to fulfill the rest of the term, you're okay with that?
That's a decision she'll have to make, but absolutely. She was democratically elected in 2018. She should be able to make that decision on her own terms.
Okay, I'm saving the best for last here, okay?
Right.
And you touched on it right off the top of your speech.
Oh, I know where you're going.
You shone a lantern on your biggest problem, which you acknowledged was you're not the most inspiring, charismatic candidate in any Liberal leadership race.
I don't think I put it quite that way, but okay.
Well, okay. Actually, I was, you know, not that you asked, but that's the best speech I've ever seen you give.
Thank you.
I thought you went right off the top to, you know, as Bobby Kennedy used to say, you got a problem, shine a lantern on it.
Right.
Do you think it will be an issue for you to either bring Liberals together or create the kind of buzz you need to get the attention of Ontarians out there? Because let's face it, 2/3 of them don't know who you are. We saw that in a poll the other day.
You know,
without the kind of charisma, inspiration, call it what you will, that a lot of political leaders have.
I'm not concerned about party unity. I've already had a chance to speak with the other 5 candidates briefly when the official proceedings concluded today. Everyone's feeling really good and energized about the work that, again, lies ahead of us, and they all want to be involved, and so from what I can tell, so do their teams, and we need them. I need them all to be involved. On the larger question that you're asking, I mean, my take on it is that what the people of Ontario want is competence, and they want those things that matter to them to be delivered in a way that is reasonable and responsible and gets the job done. I think what they're already extremely tired of is the incompetent circus that they see coming from Doug Ford and from his friends. And they know that public education is under attack. They know that public health care is not valued the way that it needs to be in this province. They know there's no plan to confront the climate crisis coming from Doug Ford. And frankly, they know that he's doing nothing to build more economic dignity for them and for their families. And I think they want to see leadership that will be on their side. So the proof will be in the pudding. It's about the ideas, it's about the team. The commitment I've made to this party, our party, and to the people of Ontario all the way through is that I will work relentlessly from today until June 2nd, 2022, and I hope beyond, to prove that I have what it takes to deliver that kind of government for Ontario.
Stephen Del Duca, first ballot victor here at the 2020 Ontario Liberal Leadership Convention. Thanks for coming and chatting with us here.
Thanks so much, Steve. Appreciate it.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Okay, that's the incoming leader of the Ontario Liberal Party. The first time, as we say, since 1967 that the Liberals elected a new leader on one and only ballot. Every time since then, it has been a very contested leadership convention. And not this time. There was a real coalescence around Mr. Del Duca's candidacy from the very beginning. He made the argument that he is uniquely positioned to do the kind of legwork, the kind of candidate recruitment, the kind of fundraising, the kind of policy development process, the kind of, as they call in politics, laboring in the vineyards required to bring a party back from almost nothing to something. Okay, let me take a moment here just to chat with our good friend Harrison Lohman. We're done. Good. All right, let me just take a minute here to wrap this thing up by saying leadership conventions tend to be a heck of a lot of fun. The people who attend these things just absolutely adore politics, and one of the odd things about this convention is because of the coronavirus, a lot of people have not been shaking hands. They've been rubbing elbows or fist pumping or whatever. It's hard for politicians not to press the flesh. As these things go, and Mr. Del Duca may not like me saying this, while the enthusiasm level was great at this convention, this is what you call one of the most exciting conventions ever. First ballot victories never are. We can certainly recall times back in 1996 when Dalton McGuinty won on the 5th ballot at 4:30 in the morning. Now that was an exciting convention. Or Lynn McLeod winning by 9 votes at Copps Coliseum in 1992. That was a more exciting convention. But Liberals have made their decision. They have decided that Stephen Del Duca is their guy going forward and that he will lead their forces into the 2022 Ontario general election. And with that, we're signing off. I'm Steve Paikin. So long from the International Centre in Mississauga, Ontario, where we have really enjoyed bringing you gavel-to-gavel coverage of the 2020 Ontario Liberal Leadership Convention. So long.